Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1726 Inexplicable Mech. Not everyone achieved results as great as Ton Melon. Most hunters of Ilvain required dozens of chances before they managed to score a hit on a drone carrying a Sandman Admiral. This was still a great result. A typical Holy Soldier or other ranged mech might have to take down hundreds if not thousands of Sandman drones in order to score a lucky hit against a hidden Sandman Admiral. After an explosive week where the infamous Sandman swarms were systematically dismantled, the Ilvainans became completely convinced that the Prophet rewarded their faith. Almost every hunter of Ilvain managed to take out a Sandman Admiral before their swarms were close to being consumed. It was immediately obvious when they achieved a fruitful result. The mechs only had to fire a certain amount of times before a portion of the Sandman swarm abruptly fell apart and lost coordination. Without a higher intelligence doing all of the thinking, the disconnected Sandman drones were extremely lethargic as they floated around without aim. The defense forces didn't even bother attacking these sitting ducks. This was because the drones no longer released any attacks. The defenders could easily mop them up after taking care of the remaining threats. While the Ilvain Protectorate was still in the same situation as before, the constant miracles produced by the Eye of Ilvain practically transformed the state overnight. This was because the Protectorate did everything to publicize this turning point. The news uplifted every Ilvainan, causing them to become more hopeful and optimistic about the survival of their state. The wondrous performance of the Deliverer even caused the civilians to strengthen their faiths. Church attendance soared as many Ilvainans became inspired by the incredible results achieved by the Deliverer. This news did not immediately attract the attention of the Bright Republic and other foreign states. None of them took their claims seriously. How could a mech that ostensibly channeled the will of a deceased prophet be able to defeat the indomitable Sandmen? Ever since the Sand War took off, a lot of mech designers offered various fantasy solutions that supposedly promised to end the crisis. Nothing worked. No matter what kind of belief supported their claims, the mechs never delivered upon their promises. Therefore, hardly any foreigner believed in the claim that the Deliverer was able to succeed where every other mech had failed. Even the fact that the designer of the fantastic Desolate Soldier was responsible did not change their preconceptions. It was very common for mech designers to fail after achieving success. Ves hadn't been designing mechs long enough to inspire too much confidence. This was especially so when the claims of the Deliverer were too ludicrous. How could a mech that did not incorporate any sophisticated sensor systems be able to identify a Sandman drone hiding within a vast and confusing swarm? No amount of conventional science could explain how the Deliverer would be able to succeed where thousands of mech models had failed. Are we supposed to rely on a god to achieve victory against the Sandmen? I would rather die than convert to a different faith. Gods are outdated. How can humans keep falling for superstition? The Bright Republic, which possessed a better understanding of the Ilvain Protectorate than most, suspected other motives behind the promotion of the Deliverers. Is this some kind of ploy to boost the reputation of that kidnapped mech designer? Ves Larkinson's son is a brighter. How can he possibly design a religious mech? Haven't you heard about the Transcendent Messenger and Holy Soldier? Ves already managed to seduce the Ilvainans. Doing it a third time shouldn't be any problem. That's different. From what I've heard, those 2 mech models are mainly valuable because they are very effective in hypnotizing gullible believers. The Deliverer is different because the Ilvainans are claiming that it can impact a battle more directly than affecting their moods. While the Bright Republic was aware of the peculiarities of the Transcendent Messengers and Holy Soldiers, its agents never experienced anything special about the mechs. Just like the desolate soldier, the value of these mechs lay in their ability to increase the morale of the mech pilots and inspire confidence in the bystanders affected by their glows. It was a little far-fetched to state that these glows were capable of doing what their best sensors failed to accomplish. How come these deliverers keep assassinating the Sandman admirals? Maybe the Ilvanans have implemented some secret new sensor technology. It must be something built into their ships instead of their mechs. As the deliverers continued to produce excellent results, foreign agents kept investigating the forces involved in the battles. No other mech or ship stood out. None of them released any powerful emissions that denoted some active scanning system at work. Can it be that their claims are true? Are the deliverers truly guided by their prophet? Don't speak any nonsense. Ilvain died hundreds of years ago. His entire dynasty perished as well. Before accepting the claims of the Ilvanans, the agents and investigators dispatched by foreign states tried to exhaust every other possible explanation. They refused to accept that the Ilvanan faith had an actual basis in reality. Yet no matter how much the Brighters, Visions, Reinaldans and such tried to pierce the truth, all of their conclusions came down to the deliverer mechs themselves. Each Ilvanan defense force that fielded a deliverer mech almost always achieved better results. Without the Sandman swarms tearing apart the cannon fodder, the starfighter pilots became immensely grateful to the Eye of Ilvain. The introduction of the deliverers paired with the elite hunters of Ilvain drastically affected their chances of survival. Casualties dropped by as much as 70%. Such an achievement was too great to be dismissed. The Bright Republic and other skeptical states had no choice but to take the claims of the Ilvanans more seriously after a couple of weeks. How can this be? Is the supposed Bright Martyr truly so blessed? The deliverers are too miraculous. We need to try them for ourselves. Not even the MTA could explain how the deliverers were able to defy the odds and consistently target the Sandman admirals over and over again. When their own evaluators validated the mech design, they did not have much good to say about its design. While its offensive ability was excellent, its mobility and armor dragged down its overall performance. The Mech Corps, the Mech Legion, the Honored Ones and many other organizations started to experiment with the deliverers. Yet when they licensed the mech and produced some copies to verify their amazing abilities, the foreigners completely failed to elicit anything notable. Because the deliverers had been produced by non-believers, their glows weren't as strong and pure as those produced by Ilvanans. The foreign mech pilots assigned to test the deliverers all experienced varying degrees of rejection. None of the third eyes lit up as the glow of the machines intensely rejected the pilots who dismissed or looked down on the Ilvanan faith. How can this be? Why doesn't the deliverer work for us? Did we produce a counterfeit or something? It can't be. Our deliverers are exactly the same as the ones fielded by the Eye of Ilvain. Maybe the warning that comes with this mech is actually true. Only those who are sincere believers in the Ilvanan faith can unlock the full capabilities of this model. The deliverer was too enigmatic. Not even the seniors assigned to study the mechs could figure out its secrets. They studied the schematics over and over again and failed to figure out what made them special aside from the faint glow they exuded. Plenty of mech designers wanted to scratch their heads until they turned bald. Each mech design from Ves Larkinson was too inexplicable. Whatever mystery he imparted to the mech designs was not something that they could understand. Whenever the befuddled mech designers questioned the Ilvanans, they only received answers in the form of religious dogma. The great prophet is watching over us from above. He loves us all and will never abandon his faithful. The past, present, and future is fully in Prophet Ilvain's grasp. You cannot imagine the vision he possesses. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Prophet Ilvain? Not even the most intellectual Ilvanan mech designer provided a straight answer. Each and every Ilvanan kept praising the great prophet as if they were competing to be the most devout believer. "There's no way we can hold a normal conversation with these religious nuts. Let's approach the LMC instead. At least it's a sensible mech company." Yet the lead designer of the Deliverer recently fell victim to a conspiracy. Ves Larkinson just happened to be missing just before the Deliverers began to make their mark in Protectorate space. Fortunately, Ves was not the only mech designer involved in the design project. Another journeyman mech designer contributed materially to the Deliverer design, while a small design team made up of apprentices assisted on the side. While Gloriana was busy with supervising the evacuation of V's property from Cloudy Curtain, her calm suddenly became engulfed with inquiries by various different parties. "Huh! They finally took notice of our Deliverer? It's about time!" Since she didn't have much to do right now, she replied to some of the inquiries. "The Deliverer is not just a mech, but also a god in the making. Every Deliverer is a vessel that carries the touch of a proto-god, which in this case is Prophet Ilvain himself. By relying on the power and generosity of this male god, the believers of his faith will be able to receive some blessings that will aid them in performing some miracles." The questioners all received answers like these from Gloriana, which drove all of the mech designers completely mad. "This is complete nonsense. It turns out that Miss Gloriana Woden is an even greater religious nut than the Ilvanans. How can a brider possibly tolerate a girlfriend like her? He must be the greatest nut of them all." In desperation, the mech designers approached the Tovar mech designers with the LMC's permission. While Miles Tovar and his cousins at least answered normally, they were just in the dark as everyone else. Ves Larkinson never shared his trade secrets to them. None of them figured out the mechanics behind V's characteristic glows or the secrets behind the Deliverer's extraordinary capabilities. "Damn it! Where the hell is Ves Larkinson? Only he should be able to give a reasonable explanation. All these other helpers of his are either useless or crazy." All of the professionals and officials with an interest in the Deliverer became frustrated by the answers they received. It seemed that anyone other than a devout Ilvanan mech pilot could make full use of the Deliverer. Any foreign mech pilot, even those who had been encouraged to convert to the Ilvanan faith, were unable to tame the picky mechs. It was as if they had a mind of their own. After much experimentation, each mech designer and investigation team concluded that only sincere believers could make effective use of the Deliverer. "Since we can't field the Deliverers on our own, what about borrowing them from the Ilvanans?" Many governments started to approach the Ilvain Protectorate. Could they borrow some hunters of Ilvain? The Ilvanan government did not acquiesce immediately. As if aware of their bargaining power, the Ilvanans set forth some demands. While the negotiations took place behind closed doors, some of the conditions soon became common knowledge. The Ilvanans, despite not being able to field enough hunters of Ilvain to cover all of their territory, expressed some willingness to assist in the defense of other states. However, the price for their assistance was considerable. Aside from receiving hefty remuneration in the form of money and resources, the Ilvanans wanted to spread their faith in their respective states. Wanted the right to proselytize among the foreigners without encountering any hindrances. So long as a foreign state rejected this demand, the negotiations instantly stalled. Chapter 17:27 Dog Person. While the states engulfed by the sand war seethed with excitement and astonishment due to the miraculous performance of the Deliverers, the man responsible for their design remained ignorant. He only learned about the impact of his latest product when Aisling brought up the topic during dinner one day. "Your Deliverer design is making quite an impression in the region," she remarked when a couple of floating bots brought away their empty dishes. Everyone except the Ilvanans are perplexed how they are able to identify the Sandman admirals within the huge Sandman swarms. Ves looked up with her and grinned. It sounds like my deliverer is delivering on its promises. The other states have failed to adopt your new mech. They are forced to knock on the Ilvane Protectorate's doors in order to borrow the strength of the Eye of Ilvane. Eye of Ilvane? That's what the Believers call their new branch dedicated to fielding Deliverer mechs. While other Ilvanan forces have begun to field the Deliverer mechs as well, only elite Cronin mech pilots are able to achieve the best results. Those who aren't skilled or devout enough won't be able to arouse or make use of the mystery of your machines. None of this surprised Ves. He already anticipated this outcome. I designed the Deliverer to cater exclusively to the Ilvanan people. Other people can forget about gaining the Deliverer's approval. No matter if they are Briders, Friday Men, or Hexers, so long as the mech pilots don't have any sincerity towards the Ilvanan faith, my mechs will never embrace them. Their attempts to take advantage of my latest product are doomed from the start. You sound very confident, Aisling replied. She was surprised by his confidence. I know my design the best, Ves proudly stated. Why can't foreigners make full use of the Deliverers? Why are only genuine believers able to make use of their exceptional abilities? Those are trade secrets. Miss Gloriana knows, right? Ves shrugged. Maybe. Then why aren't you sharing this to me? I'm just as good as Gloriana, if not better. You won't be able to accept my explanation. Says who? Says me. Do you believe in anything? You shouldn't. You're a Friday man. You're the same as a Brider in this regard. I don't see how that matters. From what I can tell, you don't believe in the Ilvanan faith. You're not a follower of Hexam either. You're just as secular as me, Ves. Clearly faith doesn't have anything to do with the power of the Deliverer design. Ves had to admit that Aisling made a reasonable deduction. She was truly right. While anything related to spirituality involved a lot of strange phenomena, none of them depended on any faith. In his perspective, spirituality was just another part of reality, one which most of humanity had yet to explore. Though Aisling was obsessed with Ves, she was different from Gloriana. The Friday Man mech designer respected his boundaries and remained fully in control. Comparing Aisling to Gloriana was like comparing an angel to a hellcat. The two were quite different. In ordinary cases, Ves much preferred to be in the company of the former. The more he interacted with Aisling, the more he appreciated her soberness and rationality. The only problem he had with her was that she was too clever in other ways as well. All of her actions and decisions served to achieve a specific result. Ves had the sense that she was used to weaving elaborate webs. In addition, her confidence bordered on the extreme sometimes. She was so assured that Ves was in the palm of her hand that she practically took his eventual defection for granted. There was no possible way that he could ever resist her charm. You'll tell me your secrets one way or another. She modestly grinned at him. Once you forget about Gloriana, you'll find out that partnering up with me is a great decision. We are made for each other. Ves frowned. I already told you that I'm not attracted to you. I am still committed to Gloriana. He spoke from his heart despite how unwise it was to pop Aisling's bubble. Fortunately, she was way too confident in her plan to take his rejection seriously. Poor man. She shook her head in pity. The Hexers have thoroughly succeeded in mesmerizing you. If you stayed with Gloriana any longer, you would have turned into her puppy. I never asked to be rescued, Aisling. She didn't take him seriously. In her opinion, spending so much time with Gloriana impaired his judgment. He couldn't be trusted to take care of himself. He needed someone sensible and wise to turn him back to normal. Naturally, Aisling just happened to be the woman willing to rehabilitate him into a normal man. "Did you have a good time perusing my library?" she asked, changing the subject. "I have to admit that the textbooks are great. I've learned a lot while reading them, though I don't exactly enjoy handling actual paper books." He was too used to scrolling seamlessly through text that he couldn't get used to discrete pages. This was just a minor gripe, though. "I think it's nice to have something solid in my hands. Projections and virtual reality are too fake for my tastes. My biggest complaint about the library is that it's obviously complete. There's a lot of subjects that I'm interested about that are missing." Aisling shook her head at Ves. "I've already broken some rules by making those books available to you. If not for my master, I wouldn't have the guts to expose you to Corklarian textbooks. Even then, I only granted you access to the literature accessible to any student at my university. The specialist knowledge that delves deeper in a subject are restricted to those who contribute to the school." Though she didn't mention it, Ves figured that she was referring to a club similar to the Clifford Society. Ves still regretted that he no longer had access to the society, or any other club that was comparable in nature. He missed the ability to exchange merits with exclusive goods, services, and knowledge. Fortunately, he still had the system, which offered similar benefits. "Can I request some extra books?" he tentatively asked. "I'm getting bored with the existing selection." "Why? I don't believe you've mastered the contents of my books. There is too much material for any journeyman to comprehend at our age." "It's not that. I always learn at least something new whenever I crack open a book. It's just that I'm not very interested in their topics." "What do you want to study, then?" "FTL drives." "Pardon?" "You heard me. I want to learn more about FTL drives. I'm too bored to study anything else." With his high intelligence and prior knowledge, he easily supplemented some of the knowledge he needed to hijack the Scarlet Rose. Unfortunately, all of the books pertain to either mechs or fundamental science. "I don't see why you would possibly want to study the workings of a ship component." Aisling frowned. "As a mech designer, I thought you knew better. Studying FTL technology is notoriously difficult. Even to us, it probably takes decades to comprehend the theory as well as a chief engineer. It's not worth it to waste your time on this subject." "Ordinarily, you're right, but haven't you paid attention to the recent announcement by the MTA? Phase water changes everything. With the Red Ocean supplying an abundant amount of exotics, FTL-capable mechs will become a staple in the future. It might take a century or two for this new mode of mechs to become viable in the galactic rim, but we should be ready to exploit it once that happens." Essentially, he stated that it wasn't a waste to start studying FTL technology early. Aisling looked thoughtful at that. While it was far too soon to learn how FTL drives worked, perhaps every ambitious mech designer in the future had to master how they worked. Otherwise, how could they have the confidence to add a mini-drive to their mech designs? "I'll think about it," she eventually replied. "I still don't think it's a good idea considering that our star sector will be one of the last ones to adopt the mini-drive. We can focus on designing plenty of other mechs." "It will be too late by then. At my age, I'm still mentally flexible enough to handle something that is radically new. I'm afraid I won't be able to switch gears after a few decades. I don't want to start studying FTL theory when I'm already set in my ways." He didn't make up this phenomenon. It only happened to some mech designers, though. Most of them tended to be older and isolated. Their views hadn't been challenged for a very long time, causing them to solidify their mindsets. Most mech designers knew that they had to exercise their minds and challenge their assumptions to prevent this outcome. As long as they were receptive to something new, they were capable of adapting to something different. Eventually, Aisling nodded her head. If you insist on it so much, I'll find some engineering textbooks and print them out for you. I won't allow you to get muddled by theory that is way too advanced for mech designers like us. I'll select some basic ones at first that are suitable for engineering students. That's okay. I've only touched the surface of how an FTL drive works. I'm mostly concerned with building up a good foundation. He really didn't need anything more, as his goal wasn't to produce an FTL drive from scratch. He just wanted to understand enough about FTL drives to identify which parts he should pull out to safely shut it off. A basic first-year textbook already sufficed in this role. Whatever else he managed to learn was extra. He'd be glad if he gained a shallow but undeniable understanding of FTL drives over the next few days, but that was a bit unrealistic. Once Ves secured this concession, he relaxed a bit as he got what he wanted. For her part, Aisling became pleased as well for meeting one of his requests. She estimated that Ves would approach her again. Once it became a habit, Ves would slowly form a favorable impression of her. It would only be a matter of time before their relationship grew intimate. Though Ves was aware of her intentions, he hoped she would never be able to succeed. If Ves got his way, he could use the knowledge he learned to hijack the Scarlet Rose. Once he gained control over the ship, Aisling would cease to pose a threat to him. He could get rid of her any time he liked. Just the thought of killing her amused him to no end. Aisling misinterpreted his happy smile. She approached him and lay a hand on his shoulder. Don't be afraid to ask if you need anything. While I can't promise anything, I'll do my best to make you comfortable. Ves brushed off her hand and stood up from his chair. Dinner is over. I should get back. Once Aisling left, Patricia escorted him back to his stateroom. Lady Curva is very nice. So? I don't understand why you keep rejecting her advances. I'm a cat person, he said. Aisling is like a mutt. There's nothing wrong with dogs. I just don't like them. Does that answer your question? Patricia grew confused. Briters have much more in common with Friday men than Hexers. By all rights, you should be a dog person. I'm not. That's because a cat got to you first and turned you into something you are not. You think you are a cat person, but you're really a dog person. You just forgot how dogs are better, that's all. Well, I've already spent a considerable amount of time in this doghouse, but I haven't come close to appreciating Aisling's species. Maybe it's time for you Friday men to admit that I'm not cut out to be a dog person. Chapter 1728 Fragile Shell. The Scarlet Rose traveled quietly back to Coalition space. Along the way, she sometimes made some stops in order to allow Aisling to meet with some officials and other people. Ves shouldn't have noticed anything. Locked within his quarters, the only way he should have been able to ascertain what was going on was by tracking the intervals between FTL transitions. No one figured out that he managed to tap into the ship's systems. With Lucky's help, Ves managed to gain a complete overview of all of the parts and systems of the Scarlet Rose. Though there were plenty of ship components which mystified him, after Lucky performed a thorough investigation, he ruled them out as obstacles to his ploy to take over the ship. After finishing the survey, Ves carefully studied the diagram of the Scarlet Rose's layout and identified each and every critical part or system that he needed to subvert. There was a lot he needed to grasp. A mobile supply frigate might not be a particularly sizable ship class, but a ship like the Scarlet Rose was stuffed with tech. As a ship commissioned by the Coalition Reserve Force, she was built to a very high standard. Only the military ships of the Friday Coalition contained more safeguards and backup systems. Ves sighed and shook his head as he held Lucky while soaking in his bath. He couldn't find any other reasonable opportunity to interact with Lucky aside from holing up in the bathroom. To open this window of opportunity, Ves pretended to be extremely indignant about being spied upon while he was doing his bathroom business. He acted like he was immensely shy about his body and thoroughly searched the entire bathroom compartment from top to bottom. He destroyed each and every optical sensor until he was sure there was nothing left. He gambled that Aisling wouldn't intervene for fear of upsetting him. Luckily, she only admonished him a single time during mealtime before dropping the topic. The monitoring system of a modern second-class vessel was very pervasive. Optical sensors only consisted of a portion of the monitoring in each compartment. There were heat sensors, sound sensors, gravitic sensors, radiation sensors, mass sensors, and a multitude of other ways to track what went on inside a compartment. Ves did not touch any of them. He only cared about disabling the only sensor type which could expose Lucky. As for the other sensors, Lucky's ECM systems effortlessly fooled them into thinking that nothing was there. Once he satisfied this condition, Ves interacted with Lucky without any issue. He could even summon his system comm and purchase some gadgets in order to assist him into taking over the ship. However, with how easily Lucky could infiltrate and sabotage the various systems and subsystems of the Scarlet Rose, Ves would rather keep his design points in reserve. Who knew what kind of surprise he might encounter during his hijacking attempt? Keeping over 1 million DP in reserve would definitely be able to save him in a pinch. For now, Ves felt confident he could take over the ship by relying on his existing means. The engineering section, the security compartment, and the bridge all needed to be secured. At the same time, Ves had to sabotage or subvert every backup system that activated in the event of some sort of failure. As a ship built to a high standard, the Scarlet Rose featured a lot of backups and redundancies. Not even his Barracuda offered so many redundant systems. Every starship is just a fragile shell that protects the people inside from the ravages of space. Radiation, vacuum, frost, space dust, and other threats constantly bombarded spacefaring vessels. Unlike astro beasts, humanity never adapted to space. Fragile humans like Aisling and Patricia had to rely on external tools to master space. Humanity's reliance on starships was the main reason why the race came to dominate the galaxy. Though mechs had become ascendant in the Age of Mechs, no human dared to neglect their civilization's dependence on starships. Humans are rather helpless. He sighed and idly splashed some bathwater over his head. Ships give us strength, but they are all potential death traps. A starship was not so easy to run. They consisted of many different interconnected compartments, components, and systems. The complexity of a mobile supply frigate like the Scarlet Rose exceeded that of a mech by at least 100 times. This was not just due to her immensely larger size, but also due to all of the functions she was supposed to run on a continuous basis. The more systems a ship possessed, the greater the chance that something might go wrong. If the inertial dampeners of the ship suddenly shut off, all of her passengers might slam against the bulkheads the moment the vessel accelerated or decelerated. If the life support systems failed, the oxygen and temperature levels might drop, causing every human to suffocate while shivering in the cold. These were just a handful of the many essential components and systems that the crew and passengers of the Scarlet Rose relied upon to preserve their lives. If I wanted to, I could instantly kill each and every person aboard this vessel, Ves muttered darkly. Due to the potential risks, expensive ships tended to offer several redundancies. For each primary system, there was at least a secondary system on standby that was ready to step up in the case of a crisis. All of these systems were spread out. This was because a ship could easily be rendered impotent if some important compartments incurred catastrophic damage for some reason. When it comes to ship design, you can never put all of your eggs in a single basket. Fortunately, with Lucky's thorough scouting, Ves identified every relevant system. He only had to program some malicious code and pass on some instructions to his cat in order to subvert their functioning. Ves did not dare to penetrate these systems too thoroughly. He only affected them as little as possible. The main goal of his sabotage was to make them unresponsive to any commands. Everything had to run normally, or at the very least pose no hindrance to his plans. Ves quietly made a lot of progress on this front. He believed it wouldn't take much longer to complete this step. However, that only took care of the ship. Paralyzing all of the systems, especially the defensive ones, was not enough. He needed to mop up the people on the Scarlet Rose as well. 35 of them consisted of spacers. Each of them kept the ship running. Ves decided to clean them all up. While it was very problematic to operate the Scarlet Rose without a crew, Ves believed it wouldn't be a problem to operate her for just a week. As a highly automated vessel, the Scarlet Rose was designed to rely less on humans. Ves believed it was feasible to return to Cloudy Curtain without relying on the existing crew. Each of these spacers posed a threat to him. Ves was far too paranoid to keep them alive and continue their duties under his command. They only had to perform one act of sabotage out of spite to massively screw him over. The crew shouldn't be left alive, particularly the captain and the chief engineer. Only the captain and the chief engineer can mitigate my sabotage. The two possessed extremely high authority. As long as Ves gave them some time, they could easily reverse his sabotage and restore the systems to normal. Ves had to take them out right away before he did anything else. The problem is that the bridge and engineering sections are located too far apart. Ves was confident he could sneak into either the bridge or engineering and take out the crew inside. However, the moment he made a move, he would undoubtedly expose himself. Even if he somehow took care of both, he still had to contend with the remainder of the crew as well as the security officers aboard the ship. He wasn't too worried about the crew in the short term. As long as he moved quickly and took out his priority targets, the remaining spacers should be confused of what was going on. As long as Ves sabotaged the communication systems, he should be able to prevent them from coordinating their actions. He had two more priorities to deal with after he took care of the bridge and engineering. First, I have to kill all of the guards and security officers. They're already pretty capable by themselves, but they are a lot more threatening once they make use of the internal defenses. Each compartment and corridor section possessed an isolated defense system that was completely cut off from any other system or network. In the event some hostiles boarded the ship, the guards could fortify themselves in each and every section by activating these independent defense systems. There are way too many of them for me to sabotage them all, he sighed. If he had 2 months, then he could surely subdue all of these defenses. Yet Ves wanted to make his move before the Scarlet Rose crossed into Coalition space. For this reason, he settled for sabotaging only the minimum amount of internal defenses. Ves planned his route and settled for tampering with the defensive systems located along the way. This meant that he could not deviate from his route. As long as he stepped into a compartment he didn't control, he'd be vulnerable to the ship. Well, as long as I deal with all of my essential targets, the rest of the ship won't pose a threat. Aside from the security department, Ves had to take care of one more potential threat. The Mechs. The Scarlet Rose carried 4 space-borne Mechs. As long as even a single one deployed into space, it could easily apply a lot of leverage to Ves. He did not wish to expend a huge amount of effort and succeed in taking over the entire ship only for a mech to threaten to blow her up shortly afterwards. Therefore, he had to find some way to neutralize the mechs quickly enough. He first thought of trying to kill the mech pilots, but that led back to the same problem of trying to kill the captain or the engineers. Once someone died or got attacked, the entire ship would definitely be alerted. Instead of killing the mech pilots, why not sabotage the mechs? As a mech designer, his understanding of mechs is immensely great. Even though Ves did not entirely understand the second-class mechs, he could easily think up many different ways to sabotage the machines. The challenge was to do so without letting anyone else get wiser. For now, the mechs were stowed in the mech hangar, and each of them were constantly being checked and maintained by a team of mech technicians. Though mech technicians were normally easy to fool, Ves did not underestimate their capabilities. Unlike the mech technicians from the Bright Republic, these ones came from the Friday Coalition. They were smarter, more educated, and more competent than the mech technicians he was used to. Ves had to approach this sabotage very carefully in order to keep them in the dark. Time was beginning to run out on him. If he didn't launch his escape plan in the next few days, the Scarlet Rose would successfully cross over into Coalition space, which meant that Ves would have to escape hostile territory. Ves did not relish his chances. The Vandals barely managed to cut through the territories of the Vesia Kingdom, and only managed to succeed due to various factors. This time, Ves didn't think the Friday Coalition would be that incompetent. In fact, even if Ves launched his hijacking attempt right away, the CRC would not let go of him so easily. The Friday men would certainly dispatch a pursuit force to retrieve their ship. Chapter 1729 Recurring Problem. Ves missed the presence of Nita and the Avatars. If he had some helpers around, he could cover a lot more ground. Even so, Ves still believed he could succeed on his own. Having gone through various crises, he did not flinch from the danger at all. In fact, he became excited at the thought of moving into action. His Larkinson blood boiled in his veins, encouraging him to fight. He missed this exhilarating sensation. After his military service, Ves was no longer surrounded by enemies. Long years of peace had dulled his edge and made him complacent. Yet now that he ended up in this situation, Ves felt as his desperation reignited his battle instincts. Even though he was not a trained soldier or mech pilot, he still longed for battle. "Not yet!" he hissed to himself. "I have to hold it in. I'm not done yet." After thoroughly analyzing the scans of the 4 mechs carried by the Scarlet Rose, Ves dispatched Lucky to tamper with a single component within the machines. This sabotage was extremely subtle and shouldn't be detected in a short amount of time. He grinned. Taking care of the mechs was trivial. With Lucky's ability phased through solid matter, he could easily sneak up to the mechs by burrowing through the deck and phase through their legs. From there, the cat could easily affect any part of the mech. When it came to infiltration, no one was better than Lucky. Ves believed that not even Calabast was as good as his cat. Unfortunately, Ves had been working Lucky very hard these days. His pet expended a lot of energy, and often had to rest and recuperate whatever energy he expended. If not for that, he could have finished his preparations days ago. The time to launch his plan came close. After Lucky tampered with the mechs, Ves wanted him to take a long rest before making his final moves. Ves left the riskiest tampering for last. When making a move on the primary and secondary systems of the bridge, security department and engineering, the chances of discovery was too high. Ves had no choice but to opt for speed instead of stealth to paralyze all of these essential systems. While the Scarlet Rose was big, it wasn't big enough to delay Lucky from visiting all of these compartments if he moved at full speed. There was no turning back once Lucky embarked on this frenzied sabotage spree. VS would have to move into action whether he liked it or not. Once Lucky and him became exposed, the Friday men would definitely spoil his plans. VS behaved very carefully during these finals days. He did not wish to arouse any suspicion while he was on the cusp of crossing the Rubicon. To distract himself, he poured a lot of attention to his studies. Aisling did as she promised and provided him with a basic engineering textbook. It was quite a good one. In addition to providing some basic explanations on FTL drives, the contents also provided an overview of the power reactor, thrusters, and other ship components. As long as he absorbed some of the basic knowledge contained within the book, he'd be able to perform minor repairs and check for obvious tampering. In order to succeed in the second half of the escape plan, it was essential for him to be able to take over some of the responsibilities of an engineer. While the Scarlet Rose could technically operate without a crew, there was still a chance that something might malfunction. Without a competent human crew at hand, VS could only rely on himself to resolve any problems. Of course, it was easier said than done to digest the engineering textbook. While VS already learned some basic aspects about FTL drives and other ship components, he never studied them systematically. He never possessed much of a passion for shipbuilding and ship design. As journeyman mech designer, he already solidified his passion by forming a design seed based around mechs. His design seed not only amplified his spirituality whenever he worked on mechs, but also restricted his interest in other fields. While it was possible for him to work hard and become a competent ship designer, he would never be as inventive and imaginative as those who dedicated themselves to this profession. From what he knew about mech designers, VS believed this narrow focus would persist until he advanced to star designer. For some reason, star designers no longer limited their design work to mechs. While they were still capable of performing their old work, they all started designing other works such as cities, space stations, Dyson spheres, and even starships. Of course, that was way too far away for VS. He shouldn't even consider branching out to designing ships until he surpassed the rank of master. While VS tried to lay low by reading books all day, Aisling and Patricia never left him alone for long. He often talked with Aisling during mealtime. Each time they met, she constantly persuaded him to turn his back to the Hexers and side with her instead. VS found it rather tiresome to reject her advances every day. Aisling seemed to have no shame and always presented the same arguments next time. The Friday Coalition is much better for you. Only by settling down in our state will you be able to progress without any hindrance. Gloriana is a mean and selfish witch. She'll never treat you like an equal. Like any Hexer, she'll definitely seek to turn you into something less than a man. Why don't you look at me, VS? I'm prettier than Gloriana. Should I dye my hair black for you? Do you have a thing against blondes? The approach adopted by Aisling slowly eroded his resistance. Her arguments were very sound, after all. His mind partially agreed with his captor. If not for his heart constantly rebelling against the indignity he suffered, he might have actually agreed to embrace the Friday Coalition once again. If Aisling had more time, VS feared that she might succeed in dousing the fire raging within his heart. While it wasn't easy to affect his deepest emotions, as long as she persisted for a couple of months or years, she might actually succeed. Even if she failed, Aisling probably had many other means to convert him to her side. With Master Huron and Clarion University ready to assist her, VS would never be able to resist forever. This made it all the more important to avoid the Friday Coalition. Why are you so fixated on me? VS asked in an exasperated tone while they hung out at the lounge after dinner. Aren't there a lot of talented mech designers in the Friday Coalition? The Friday Coalition encompassed a huge amount of space. Its 6 partners colonized thousands of star systems. An enormous amount of second-class citizens resided in its territories. With a huge population base, the amount of mech designers in the state had reached a terrible figure. At least some of these mech designers should have been compatible with Aisling. "You're right, Ves," she replied and placed her palm on top of his hand. "I do know some men who I've kept my eye on for some time." Ves immediately yanked his hand away. Though Aisling pouted at him, he remained impassive. "Why aren't you chasing after those other men, then?" "While their qualifications are all good, I don't feel their design philosophies can help me as much as yours. Most mech designers don't specialize in fields like ours. Too many mech designers focus on enhancing the aspects that directly strengthen a mech, such as making them faster or more resilient. Specialties such as neural connectivity and metaphysical man-machine symbiosis are too esoteric. What about those who are different? They're interesting." She briefly smiled as she reminisced about the mech designers she met at Clarion and elsewhere. "I know one mech designer who is obsessed with designing multi-pilot mechs. I thought those types of mechs went out of vogue, at least in this part of the galaxy." "That's not entirely correct. There is still demand for multi-pilot mechs, but mostly for specialized purposes." A multi-pilot mech was simply a mech piloted by multiple mech pilots. Ves still remembered long ago, he designed a virtual mech featuring a large cockpit that was designed to accommodate multiple mech pilots. That was not his proudest design, that was for sure. "I recall the reason why multi-pilot mechs went out of vogue is because it's too risky. Connecting 2 mech pilots to a single mech at the same time is bound to pose some risks. Most of those problems have been addressed to some extent," Aisling answered. "There is still some merit to multi-pilot mechs. They're most often seen in heavy or super-heavy mechs featuring many different weapon systems. These kinds of multi-pilot mechs basically operated like tanks. One mech pilot was in charge of the weapons, while the other mech pilot took care of the rest. This was just the most common application of multi-pilot mechs. By splitting responsibilities, the mech pilots operating the mech concurrently did not need to be in sync. However, more advanced multi-pilot mechs existed where the mech pilots simultaneously controlled every aspect of a mech. Of course, the costs far outweighed the gains. Ves had never encountered such a mech in person. "While his specialty sounds weird, I think it fits well with yours. Why didn't you hook up with this guy?" "There's no benefit to me. Just because we are compatible doesn't mean I should partner up with him. If we collaborate, he'll certainly be able to improve by leaps and bounds. As for me, how can I possibly realize my ambition by sticking with multi-pilot mechs?" Ah. She was right. Her goal was to lower the barrier of neural interconnectivity. Limiting herself to designing multi-pilot mechs was a step backwards in that regard. "Are there any other specialties that are more helpful to you?" "There are. I know one former classmate from Clarion who has always been good at designing mass-produced mechs. He's sort of the opposite of Gloriana in that he is very good at making his mechs compatible to many different mech pilots." Ves blinked at that. "That sounds useful." "It is. Nowadays, his specialty is in constant demand. Even if he's a journeyman, he has contributed to the designs of several popular mechs designed by seniors." "Why are you seducing him, then?" he asked. "As long as you exchange with him, he could probably find some way of lowering the requirements of your specialty." Aisling shook her head. "I think so as well. I considered this option long and hard. He's just as capable as me, and we come from the same university. There's one reason why I rejected him in the end." "Why?" "He's a dwarf." "What?" He's a high-gravity variant human, Aisling shouted. I can't stand spending the rest of my life with a dwarf. His head only comes up to my chest. Think of how embarrassing it would be for us to hang out with each other. Ves looked dully at Aisling. Is that really a problem? Can't he grow longer for you or something? Impossible. For some variants, their bodies are fairly malleable. However, the mech designer I'm talking about is different. He's proud to be a dwarf. I see. Since that was the case, Ves could see why Aisling gave up on this fellow as a potential partner. He would do the same if he was in her shoes. This shouldn't be it, right? There are more, but each of them have an issue. Either they are already taken, or there's something about them that's not very pleasing to me. It's very hard to find a mech designer that ticks all of the boxes, you know. While your design philosophy is rather odd, I believe that there are many mech designers like me who recognize your value. Gloriana and I shouldn't be the only ones who want to turn you into our partner. Ves grimaced at her words. He had a hunch that she might have pointed out a recurring problem. Chapter 1730 Rational Mech Designer. With one more day to go before he launched his attempt, Ves quietly bided his time. No one appeared to have discovered the clue. Even though Ves tampered with a lot of systems through Lucky's assistance, he had always been careful to keep his changes as limited as possible. If he made just a single mistake, the crew of the Scarlet Rose might discover his manipulations, forcing him to make his move prematurely. With so many essential steps in his plans, he couldn't afford to miss any detail. Ves had to do far too much in a very brief amount of time. Ves estimated that he needed to complete all of his objectives within just 10 minutes. As long as he finished his plan within 10 minutes, the Scarlet Rose would definitely fall into his hands. However, if he encountered some delays, he risked giving the crew an opportunity to regain control over the ship. All of the specialists stationed on the mobile supply frigate were much more knowledgeable about the systems of the ship than Ves. As long as they had enough time, they would certainly be able to fix his sabotage and restore some functionality to the ship. Once that happened, it would be too easy for the crew to make use of some sort of internal defense system to take him out. In short, Ves had to be both fast and thorough. While he could rely on many different advantages, he never forgot that he would be fighting on someone else's turf. Even though Ves believed he gained a very good grasp on the Scarlet Rose's layout and configuration, who knew if he overlooked some important function? Since Ves had to move quickly, he didn't have the time to follow up on some of the unknown parts and machinery that made up the ship. However, Ves did not expect too many unpleasant surprises. A mobile supply frigate was not built for battle. All of its safeguards and precautions were mainly geared towards addressing low-probability events. It did not make much economic sense to invest too excessively in the internal security systems like the Scarlet Rose. While Ves tried to calm his nerves, Patricia visited his quarters once again. You're back. Would you rather have me stay away? Oh, not at all, Ves quickly said. You're much more pleasant to talk to than Aisling. She's not very pleased with that. Why do you keep closing yourself off to her? Lady Curver really isn't as bad as you think. You already know my answer to that. I haven't changed my mind. The only way I'll change my mind about her if she lets me go. As long as I'm free to go, I don't mind corresponding with Aisling on a more cordial basis. Of course, Ves firmly decided to block Aisling from contacting him as soon as he got back to safety. There was no way he would ever forgive this scheming Friday man mech designer for depriving him of his freedom. Apparently, Ves hadn't hidden his thoughts well enough. You don't look very sincere. Can you blame me? I'm still mad as hell. No matter what kind of carrot Aisling dangles in front of my head, I would rather bite off her head. Both of them fell into silence after he made this remark. Ves realized that he let his fury get the better of him. Ever since he became an unwilling guest, it became increasingly harder to suppress his temper. Fortunately, his captors did not take his spiteful words to heart. Since he fell into their clutches, it was only a matter of time before they brought him back to the light. You are very irritable, Ves. I guess I'm an emotional person. There is more to it than that. You're not very stable. Your mood and temperament never sit still. I fear that if you continue like this, you'll eventually cross a line. What's it to you, Patricia? I don't want to see a former classmate and a brilliant mech designer fall. What do you mean by that? She studied him carefully with her clear and tranquil eyes. You advanced too quickly. You grew up too fast as a mech designer. What's wrong with that? The MTA values those who break through before they reach 30. It's a trap. What are you talking about? Ves genuinely looked puzzled. He always thought that it was a good thing to become a journeyman quickly. Those who surpassed the extraordinary threshold always had a bright future ahead of them because their potential was always high. It's kind of a secret within the mech industry. Patricia spoke in a softer voice while looking at him in pity. I'm not sure whether I should tell you. It won't help you as you can't turn back the clock and undo your mistake. Just tell me. Don't tease me with your hints. Ves slammed his hand against his lap. After a brief moment of hesitation, Patricia bowed her head. If you insist. Let me ask you first. When you advanced to journeyman, did you do anything to regulate your mood? Ves remembered that he advanced shortly after introducing the Aurora Titan to the public. He just holed himself up in an empty room in the exhibition center and broke through just like that. I see, she said. You didn't prepare for your breakthrough, nor did you attempt to regulate it, am I correct? Is there something wrong with that? He asked defensively. Had he made some huge mistake? Had he unwittingly squandered his potential by using the wrong method to advance to journeyman? It's complicated. There are different opinions on this matter. Do you know that I'm still an apprentice? Ves nodded. It was very obvious in the way she conducted herself in front of Aisling and him. If she was a journeyman, she would have behaved like an equal. To mech designers, their backgrounds and origins didn't matter as much as their competence in mech design. As long as Patricia was able to match their prowess in mech design, she should have been able to lift her head in front of Aisling. If I really wanted to, I could have worked harder in order to advance faster. I might have even been able to become a journeyman a year ago if I drop everything else and concentrate solely on elevating my design capabilities. Why would you slack off? As far as Ves was concerned, every apprentice longed to be a journeyman. He couldn't imagine how anyone would want to delay their advancement and waste so much precious time. The older someone advanced, the less time they had to work on reaching the next rank. The reason why I slowed down is because I needed to restore my mentality. Patricia tapped the side of her head. Think about it. When you design a mech, do you feel enthusiastic? When you succeed in creating what you want, do you feel euphoric? Yes. Ordinarily, your passion, enthusiasm, and sense of fulfillment can do wonders for your motivation. When you get caught up in designing mechs, your strong feelings can make you more inventive and improve the quality of your work. Ves was very familiar with this. If he wasn't so passionate in his work, he would have never achieved so much in his career. That doesn't sound so bad, Patricia. I'm not finished. Strong feelings can swing both ways. In other words, it's a double-edged sword. Passion can empower your work, but also detract from it when something goes wrong. Ves was shocked by her revelation. He had never thought badly of his passion. To hear that it could be a threat to him was not something he could accept. Why is that so? Don't get me wrong. Passion and enthusiasm are very useful. Some of the most brilliant innovations in mech design have emerged because mech designers have done their utmost to fulfill their goals. However, it's exactly because they are willing to go through extremes that they can be a danger to themselves. Ves wasn't stupid. He started to understand the gist of her argument. You mean that mech designers who get caught up in their passion and advance in such a state are too prone to be led by their emotions? Exactly. Patricia. There's a strain within the mech industry that believes that mech designers ought to be rational. One of the most essential demands is to keep a very tight control over your emotions. A rational mech designer must be in control over their emotions instead of the other way around. I never heard about this. Ves responded with astonishment. Is this what you are trying to become? She nodded. This is why I've delayed my advancement. It's not wrong for me to feel passionate about my work, but I don't want to be consumed by it. I want to design mechs with a clear mind and purpose. To do so, I have to temper my emotions and unconscious impulses by letting them fade over time. Is it that easy? Not exactly. She shook her head. If I paused too long between every successful design project, I'd be delaying my career progression too much. There are certain methods that can regulate your mood. Letting some time pass is just one of the simplest options. I see. What exactly is the advantage of doing this? Can you point me to an example of a so-called rational mech designer? Master Olson is a very good example, she pointed out. While I'm not too familiar with your former master, she obviously exhibits some behavioral traits that suggest that she has employed some methods to maintain control over herself. Now that he thought about it, Ves had always admired Master Olson for being so calm and collected. He could never imagine his master in an angry or enthusiastic state. How can she advance to master so quickly when she's suppressing her passion? Patricia shrugged. I don't know. It's not a rule that rational mech designers are supposed to be slow in progressing their careers. Master Olson is very brilliant for becoming a master while simultaneously maintaining a clear mind. What is so bad about a mech designer who doesn't bother with all of this stuff? He asked. From what you told me, mech designers who care a lot about their work can make brilliant achievements. Ves had a very high interest in the answer to this question. I don't look down on you, if that's what you think. It's just that mech designers who are caught up by their emotions are too unstable. This is not reflected in their work, but in their overall judgment. Have you heard about mech designers who are so consumed by their work that they have gone too far? Ves thought about mech designers such as Gloriana and the Skull Architect. As much as he felt uncomfortable about it, he put himself in the same category as them. After all, Ves couldn't deny that he often let his emotions and unconscious feelings override his rationality. I think I understand what you are getting at. However, are rational mech designers really better? There is no consensus on this subject, Patricia answered. However, if you ever get in touch with certain organizations, you'll find out that rational mech designers often consider themselves superior. This is because they value control above anything else. Certainly passionate mech designers like us must feel differently, right? She nodded. As I've mentioned before, most brilliant mech designs and other pivotal innovations come from mech designers who don't abide by logic. As long as passionate mech designers are able to avoid indulging themselves in self-destructive behavior, their achievements can easily surpass those who are more steady and firm in mind. So to sum it up, There are pros and cons to both types of mech designers, right? Yes, so don't feel bad for yourself for choosing this road. I believe that you can absolutely go far in your current course. It's just that your current behavior is not helping you. The sooner you give in to Lady Curver, the better. That remains to be seen. Ves smiled tensely at her. To me, my feelings are inseparable to me. I could never imagine giving up my greatest strength. Chapter 1731 Tenant Farming. According to Patricia, it was a lot harder to follow the path of a rational mech designer. Those like Ves who gave in to their emotions never needed to hold themselves back. If they wanted to pursue something, they did it wholeheartedly without being deterred by the low odds of success. In the higher levels of mech design, you will eventually get in touch with rational mech designers. She spoke. The ability to control yourself is one of the hidden conditions to join the design department of the Mech Trade Association. This is the reason why the MTA rejects the vast majority of applicants. They don't exhibit enough control. What? I never heard about that. Why does the MTA value control so much? Are they better than passionate mech designers? Not exactly. In fact, we're worse in many areas. Because we have to temper their emotions, we aren't particularly adventurous or innovative. The hurdle to advancing to journeyman is much harder for us because we often treat mech design as a chore. There are even rational mech designers who actually hate designing mechs, but nonetheless advance to master. They have worked hard to become good at it. This is the ideal of a rational mech designer. Ves became stunned yet again. He had never heard of such a thing. He couldn't imagine a mech designer who hated his profession yet reached a height that most passionate mech designers would kill to achieve. Her words prompted him to recall the time when he and Gloriana entered into low periods after expending a considerable amount of their spiritual energy. To an energetic, passionate, and creative mech designer, these low periods felt like pure torture to them. While they eventually managed to get used to this condition, they never felt comfortable remaining in this state. It was like living with constant hunger gnawing in their bellies. What is the point of going through all of this torture? Is self-control even necessary? Patricia turned around and activated a projection of the Milky Way galaxy. The map delineated all of the territories occupied by humanity. Look at this map. Human civilization spans a lot of star sectors. Each of those star sectors are filled with states that often war against each other. These conflicts generate demand for mechs, particularly mechs with powerful advantages over the competition. Put yourself in the shoes of the MTA that governs all of these activities. What do you think they see? He paused and thought for a moment. He recalled his earlier speculation and combined them with the hints given by Patricia. The MTA regards human space as an incubation chamber. As long as humans keep quarreling with each other, they'll constantly develop new toys to beat their opponents. Exactly. Most of the innovation that the MTA values comes from passionate mech designers who have somehow been able to overcome every hurdle and realize their design philosophy. With how large and diverse this incubation chamber has grown, the MTA never has to worry about running out of new inventions. I guess that there will be a lot less innovation if every passionate mech designer tries to become rational. Ves discovered. She nodded. Mech designers like you play a vital role in the mech design ecosystem. While your mech designs often feature very distinct flaws, their strengths are always very pronounced as well. The MTA needs these kinds of innovations to elevate the overall level of mech design. Why doesn't the MTA take part in this then? What is the use of rational mech designers? Rational mech designers like us may not be as good in pushing the boundaries, but we are much more capable of assimilating different specialties. We train ourselves to keep an open and objective mind. Our design philosophies aren't as exclusive as others. We evaluate ourselves by a different standard for your kind. Passionate mech designers are graded by the usefulness of their specialty. Rational mech designers are graded by their ability to imitate, assimilate, and combine other design philosophies. This was the first time VS heard something like this. If Patricia didn't appear so credible, VS would have thought that she was spewing nonsense. A very ugly image started to form in his mind. I see now. He spoke morosely. It's like tenant farming. Passionate mech designers are the poor serfs who toil in the fields and occasionally harvest some crops in the form of innovations. The rational mech designers of the MTA are the landholders or farm managers who effortlessly claim all of the crops while doing almost none of the backbreaking work. That's the reality of the mech industry in the era of the MTA. Patricia confirmed, not mincing any words this time. To the MTA, a good mech designer is not necessarily someone who can design a very unique or innovative mech. A good mech designer is someone who can consistently design good mechs that meets demand. Do you comprehend the difference? He nodded after a few seconds of thought. Passionate mech designers are more focused on the journey. They have to expend all their time on navigating the paths and making sure they chose the correct ones. Rational mech designers are more about the end result. Their mech designs have to meet the requirements. Nothing more. It doesn't matter if they steal or borrow from someone else's specialty. It's a fair trade, VS. It is not as if passionate mech designers are forced to give up their trade secrets to the MTA. That was true. VS already found out that mech designers who pass on their trade secrets to the MTA could obtain a lot of merits in return. With that, they could exchange their merits for all kinds of rewards, the most important of which was life-prolonging treatment. Still, VS felt a little sour about being regarded as a poor and dirt-crusted peasant. The snob and noble mech designers from the MTA didn't have to go into the fields at all. Patricia noticed the direction of his thoughts. I already told you that you aren't necessarily worse than mech designers like us. We have our own challenges. We can only make full use of someone else's design philosophy if it has been realized. Even then, we have to adapt ourselves to assimilate these specialties, which is quite challenging. At the same time, we can't neglect our own design philosophies either. All of this is very hard to do while actively suppressing our strongest emotions and impulses. Hearing all of this made him dizzy for a bit. He no longer felt as much envy towards these rational mech designers anymore. They climbed a very different road, one in which they needed to depend on their will instead of their passion. He really didn't agree with this approach towards mech design. VS always designed with his heart. He also valued the meaning of each mech design. While he understood the logic behind this alternate approach, he did not regret sticking to his current ways. He understood now why Patricia said that both rational and passionate mech designers had their own pros and cons. One wasn't better than the other, and just because the MTA mainly hired rational mech designers did not mean that they belonged to a superior class of mech designers. You told me that mech designers who depend on passion and emotion risk going too far, he said. Are there ways to mitigate the downsides of my approach? Since Patricia knew a lot of information that ordinary mech designers never got in touch with, VS might as well take advantage of her willingness to share some of these secrets. He had no idea why she was being so open about them to him, but he shouldn't look at a gift horse in the mouth. There are many ways to exert more control over yourself, she replied with a smile. In fact, when mech designers advance to senior and master, they generally learn about the importance of control. They adopt various means to restrain their passion and prevent themselves from being consumed by their strong emotions. So they're basically trying to become more rational? It's not a dichotomy, VS. A mech designer is never 100% emotional or 100% rational. You can view it as a spectrum. For example, I tend to view myself as 80% rational and 20% emotional. This means that I'm purposefully muting my emotions by more than half. VS didn't dare to guess where he stood on the spectrum. One thing was for sure. He was definitely more emotional and rational when it came to mech design. I think I understand your point. When mech designers continue to pursue their passion, they are probably sliding further towards the emotional side of the spectrum. If they go too far, their judgment will get more and more skewed. In order to regain their common sense and restore some of their humanity, they have to force themselves to become more rational. Patricia looked impressed by his guess. That is correct. I see that you have already thought a lot about this matter. I'm sure you're familiar with the phrase that mech design is an art as well as a science. We humans are emotional creatures, but one of the reasons why we rose up as a dominant species is because we are able to suppress our instincts and avoid giving in to our emotions in order to achieve a greater goal. I'm guessing there is a downside to these control methods, right? Yes. Rational mech designers are naturally less prone to mood swings. It's different in your case. Reducing your emotions directly affects your productivity as a mech designer. The key therefore lies in tempering your mood when you don't need it, but unleashing it when you are actively designing a mech. I understand. VS became enlightened. However, it's probably not as easy as I think, right? She nodded. Emotions are an indispensable part of you. It is against your instinct to suppress them. Many mech designers who live with their emotions for decades have failed to suppress them because they simply can't function without them. It is very difficult to explain their pain. In truth, VS already garnered a guess about it. Such a state sounded similar to his low periods. So is there anything concrete that you can suggest to me at the start? She thought for a moment. I'm not sure it's wise for you to adopt any of the strong and systematic control methods. I believe you're better off learning to adjust your mentality through natural means. Even though they won't have a strong effect because you've already become a journeyman, they will still help in preventing you from going over the edge. Tell me then. VS looked at Patricia with earnest anticipation. He no longer viewed her as an enemy. Privately, VS thought that when he initiated his hijacking attempt, he should spare her life if she was at his mercy. It was the least he could do for her generous advice. There are 3 general methods which I think are useful to you. She spoke, and raised a single finger. I've already mentioned the first one. You should slow down between design projects. The passage of time will allow you to regain your center and reflect on yourself. That sounded like a huge waste of time to VS. She raised a second finger. The second method to control yourself is to develop a set of principles. As long as you impose some limits to yourself, you'll recognize when you are about to go too far and can pull yourself back in time. This sounded very familiar to VS. Though he hadn't always been honest with his principles, he felt very attracted by this method. Patricia raised a third finger. The last method I recommend is to find a hobby that you can direct your passion towards instead. Whether it's learning how to play an instrument or tinkering with gadgets, as long as you can vent your excess passion and emotion towards a harmless hobby, it's worth pursuing. This sounded familiar to VS as well. The problem was that he already attempted this before. He had no other hobby aside from designing mechs. Chapter 1732 Guiding Principles. Mech design was a very demanding profession. Mech designers had to be rational. They had to be capable of absorbing and applying an enormous amount of scientific knowledge. Mech designers also had to be passionate. Those without feeling were no better than auto designers that were incapable of designing groundbreaking mechs. As Patricia explained, mech designers had to straddle the line between these two extremes and find a position where they could maximize their success. Patricia was very suited to become a rational mech designer due to her excellent ability to control herself. VS never saw her exhibit any strong emotion. He met quite a few mech designers who impressed him with their level of control. Now that he thought about it, Master Olsen truly came across as someone who was in absolute control of herself. He suspected that a handful of other mech designers he met in the past adopted the same approach as well. Professor Ventag and Myra of the Sword Maiden stood out as two distinct suspects. It wasn't easy to determine whether other mech designers fit this mold as well. The existence of a spectrum meant that every rational mech designer expressed at least some emotions, while every passionate mech designer exerted at least some control over their urges. When Patricia left after she enlightened him, Ves threw all thoughts about his violent takeover plan to the back of his mind. What he learned was simply too shocking for him to ignore. He calmly went over what he learned. He adjusted his perspective on mech designers and tried to judge whether he should do something with what he learned. Am I satisfied with myself? Do I need to change my position on the spectrum? He knew he depended on his emotions to design his mechs. He didn't see anything wrong with that. I'm doing great so far. Obviously, that means my self-control is already sufficient. He felt very confident about his conclusion. In his opinion, Patricia thought too poorly about his ability to remain in control. He could be very rational when he wanted to be. Right. As for the 3 methods Patricia suggested Ves to adopt, he promised to get back to them once he overcame his current predicament. I can't afford to take it slow, he muttered. Pausing in order to regain my center and reflecting on my gains is a waste of time. He had to keep progressing as fast as possible. As long as he remained weak, he continued to remain vulnerable to people like Lady Curver. In order to take control of his life and resist enemies such as the 5 Scrolls Compact, he had to advance to Master as soon as possible. Once he reached this exalted rank, he believed he could finally make his voice heard. The second method sounded much more interesting to him. Ves had already spent a lot of time on formulating a set of principles. The only problem was that his own principles diverged substantially from the ones propagated by the MTA. Ves felt no sincerity towards most of the principles adopted by orthodox mech designers. In truth, he only paid lip service to them and ignored them at his own convenience. He only took some principles seriously, such as the responsibility of a teacher towards a student. He couldn't really explain why he valued this principle so highly. He formed some other principles as well, such as offering fair treatment to his design spirits and valuing strong loyalty. While this wasn't that much of a problem right now, if he neglected this issue, he suspected that it would blow up in a huge problem down the line. The rules that people abided by not only constrained their behavior, but also shaped their personality. When someone became used to adopting a certain attitude, they became much less likely to break the mold. This is actually useful to me, he concluded. As for the last method Patricia mentioned, Ves chose to add it to his extremely lengthy to-do list. He was already short on time. He had way too many things to do and too little time to address them all. Why should he expend his valuable design energy on some useless hobby? To Ves, his passion and energy for mech design were essential resources. He depended on them to increase his motivation and commitment to his design projects. Perhaps many mech designers who tried to pursue self-control had wasted most of their creative juices by wasting them on frivolous hobbies. There's never too much passion, in my opinion. He believed that strong passion and emotion were not only keys to designing his best mechs, but also enabled the creation of masterwork mechs. Ves recalled his first true passion project. The energy and enthusiasm he devoted to designing the Devil Tiger had reached unprecedented levels. The euphoria he experienced upon fabricating the mech was unforgettable. Ever since he made his first masterwork mech, he constantly tried to grasp this frenzy once more. While Ves didn't know if a rational mech designer was incapable of crafting masterwork mechs, he guessed that this was extremely unlikely. He couldn't imagine a passionless mech designer succeeding in fabricating a mech that surpassed the quality of the original design. A masterwork mech came about through an intense confluence of meaning, feelings, and intuition, along with a dash of serendipity. None of those were something that rational mech designers depended upon to design their mechs. From the impression given by Patricia, mech designers like her depended heavily on their heads instead of their hearts to design their mechs. That said, Ves did not dismiss this suggestion entirely. He intuitively felt that hobbies weren't all that bad. Instead of guessing about it, he might as well try it seriously and see for himself if it was as beneficial as Patricia suggested. He abruptly frowned and interrupted his train of thought. Why do I keep getting back to Patricia and her advice? He looked at the clock and found out to his consternation that 3 unsuspecting hours had already passed. God damn it! As a mech designer, Ves couldn't help but be obsessed with anything related to his profession. If he hadn't reminded himself that he was about to engage in a very risky venture tomorrow, he might have spent entire days instead of a couple of hours in thought. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Why did Patricia come and reveal so many inexplicable secrets and insights to him? Ves recognized that what she told him must not be common knowledge. Since the MTA was strongly involved, this must have been very high-level information. She knows me well enough that I'm very passionate about my work. P. Did she deliberately exploit his trait to manipulate him? If he seriously considered her words, then he might have tried to follow some of her suggestions, especially since he had nothing else to do in captivity. Her ultimate goal must have been to encourage him to spend his time on trying out the 3 methods. Since Aisling did not allow him to design any mechs, Ves really had little else to do. He would have surely spent a lot of time on the first method and perhaps the other 2 methods as well. The outcome of engaging in these methods became clear to Ves. His captors wanted him to suppress his anger and to reduce his animosity towards them. As long as he suppressed his strongest emotions, he wouldn't be as hostile anymore. In addition, as long as he became more rational, he also became more susceptible to Aisling's persuasions. He always found Aisling's arguments to be compelling. If Ves wasn't so resentful at her, he might have become more friendlier with her by now. Ha! So this is your plan? Patricia visited him with a friendly smile and some very helpful advice. However, her underlying goal was nothing less than to reduce his resistance towards his captors. If Ves started listening to his reason, he feared that he would lose his way. He was a mech designer. He was a Larkinson. He was Gloriana's girlfriend. He abided by all of those identities and more. The moment he began to abandon some of them was the moment he was no longer the same. The fury in his heart spread to his eyes. He glowered at the space that Patricia used to occupy. He believed he saw through her malicious intentions. How poisonous! Gloriana would never resort to such tricks. Ves much preferred to deal with his girlfriend due to her strong and predictable personality. As for people like Patricia, she was so rational that she was probably very adept in planning and scheming. He consciously equated her to Calabas. Both of them were highly in control of themselves and both of them were capable of adjusting themselves when necessary. Maybe it's not a bad thing to be stubborn. At least I am staying true to myself. He suspected that rational mech designers like Patricia didn't have any principles at all. They needed to be flexible enough to assimilate many different design philosophies, after all. They were probably chameleons in this regard. Aware that he had inadvertently wasted a lot of time on information that wouldn't help him tomorrow, Ves quickly cast out all of his existing thoughts. Instead of wasting his time on philosophical matters, he should instead go over his current plan and make sure he memorized all of the steps. A quiet night passed as Ves dreamt of violence. The next day, Ves tried his best to hide his excitement. He wanted to do nothing more than materialize his Amastendera and blast every Friday man in sight. However, this wasn't the right time. Ves needed to make his move while the Scarlet Rose emerged from FTL. Trying to hijack the ship while she was traveling through the higher dimensions was very risky. As long as even a single thing went wrong in engineering, the ship might lose stability and tear apart, dooming everyone. While Ves didn't care about the lives of the crew, he valued his own life very highly. He would never do something so stupid when he could minimize the risks by waiting a little. As long as the Scarlet Rose transitioned back to the material dimensions, any accidents wouldn't immediately become fatal. Through some surreptitious hacking by Lucky, Ves already learned of their upcoming destination. The Scarlet Rose was about to reach a medium-populated border system belonging to a third-rate state that neighbored the Friday Coalition. If the Scarlet Rose sustained too much damage, then Ves could at least preserve his life by waiting for rescue from the local patrol forces. Failure was not unacceptable to him. As long as he remained alive, he could always mount another comeback. When Ves ate breakfast with Aisling at the dining room, he acted the same as usual.
Patricia taught you the importance of rationality yesterday, right?
Ves nodded.
What about it, Aisling? I think it's very helpful for you if you take some time to reflect on yourself. You're so consumed by the present that you might have changed in ways you don't fully agree with. From what I've gathered, you were much different a couple years ago. If this is some oblique way of stating that Gloriana corrupted me, then you can save your words. My stance is still the same.
Aisling sighed in an exasperated manner.
I'm concerned about your professional life, not just your personal life. Mech designers who are as emotional as you tend to self-destruct over time. Who knows whether you will do something unforgivable one day? Humans are different from exabeasts because we are capable of transcending our baser instincts. Don't be an animal, Ves. Be civilized. I would have you know that I am a very civilized mech designer.
Ves twitched his mouth.
If it makes you feel better, I promise you that I'll do my best to show how civilized I can be today.
Chapter 1733 Loose Pants. Like any other day, Ves returned to his quarters after breakfast. Ever since he stepped aboard the Scarlet Rose, he never visited any other part of the ship aside from his quarters, the dining room, the lounge, and the corridors in between. These compartments only constituted a small portion of the mobile supply frigate. If he tried to launch his impending plan without scouting the other sections of the ship in advance, he was liable to encounter a lot of nasty surprises. This wasn't that big of a problem if he tried to attack a cheap, third-class vessel. Third-class ships tended to be very economical. As long as they could travel the stars and fulfill their primary functions, everything else was secondary. It was different for more expensive ships. The CRC was not short on money and resources at all, and the Scarlet Rose cut no corners when it came to repelling hostile intruders. Ves did not dare to underestimate the ship's security measures. Even when he gained an enormous advantage in information, initiative, and preparation, he still believed that something might go out of control today.
I've already made my preparations, he sighed. There is nothing more I can do.
He tried his best to calm himself and continued to go over his steps again and again. He had to be as efficient as possible when he started to make his moves. Even a single second of delay might give his opponents the opportunity to counterattack. The key to succeeding in the first step was to launch his first attacks simultaneously. He needed to hit the bridge, security section, and engineering sections simultaneously with as little delay in between as possible. It was very difficult to time his moves so precisely. He could only be in one place at a time, so he had no control over the timing of the attacks on the other two sections. His stateroom was situated on the upper decks of the Scarlet Rose. The closest target was the bridge, which was located a bit below and towards the bow of the ship. Ves had to break out of his quarters, cross the distance and barge into the bridge before someone closed the blast doors. As long as the captain on the bridge received advance warning and shut the blast doors, Ves would not be able to penetrate the bridge right away. The bridge served as the nucleus of the Scarlet Rose. It contained some of the highest authority over the systems running the ship, and often held the most important passengers and crew in event of an emergency. Perhaps the best way to look at the bridge was to equate it with the cockpit of a mech. The bridge was a self-contained compartment surrounded by extremely thick armor plating. Some ships were even capable of ejecting this compartment in the event of a catastrophic event. Fortunately, the Scarlet Rose was not as extravagant. Ves didn't have to worry about the bridge running away from the rest of the ship. However, this also meant that he couldn't scare off the occupants of the bridge into running away. Ves had to take care of them right away, and time his approach as best as possible. This was one of the riskiest steps of his plan. As long as anything went wrong at the start, the situation would rapidly spin out of control. Ves nervously grabbed a book from the library and sat down behind his desk. He tried his best to pretend that he was immersed in his studies. In truth, his eyes weren't even focused on the printed words and diagrams of the book. Silently, Ves counted down the minutes. According to the information retrieved by Lucky, the ship would emerge out of FTL very soon, though Ves couldn't pin down the exact timing. Due to the influence of gravitic tides and the inherent instability of FTL travel, a ship might arrive at a destination a day before or a day later than estimated. However, Ves did not expect the Scarlet Rose to exhibit so much variance. Right now, she was traveling through low-energetic space. The barren star systems were largely devoid of highly energetic exotics that increased the gravitic turbulence in the surrounding light years. Since the Scarlet Rose was designed to travel through coalition space, her FTL drive was much more stable and solid than cheaper ones. This was why Ves expected the Scarlet Rose to arrive at the next star system on time. After several hours of waiting, the time had finally come. Ves experienced the strange sensation of transitioning out of FTL. A bit of nausea crept up to him, but he was so used to it that he effortlessly suppressed this impulse. He was on a time limit right now. Ves raced towards the bathroom as if he desperately needed to use the toilet. As soon as the bathroom door slid shut, he nodded towards an intangible form that had been standing by for a while. Ves did not dare to speak out loud. Aside from the optical sensors, the monitoring was still intact. After making sure that Lucky was still on board with the plan, he raced towards a cupboard and retrieved the beauty bot that was responsible for grooming his hair and applying makeup on his face. He pressed the emergency shut-off button and turned its spherical shape around until he faced the back plate. Using a stripped-down sonic toothbrush, he applied a considerable amount of force to pry open the plate. Once he did so, he yanked out some of the useless internal components until he created enough space. This should be enough. Next, Ves slipped his hands under his pants and retrieved the bulge he'd been hiding underneath his Sintra Umbra underwear all this time. The moment he took it out, his pants felt oddly loose to him. He wasn't used to this loose sensation. He shook his head. This was not the time to think about stuffing his pants again. He tried to make as little sound as possible while carefully slipping in the jamming device between the internals of the bot. Once he stuffed it in, he restored the back plate so that the beauty bot looked as normal as possible. After finishing this step, he took the beauty bot out of the bathroom while Lucky followed along while remaining intangible. When he reached his desk, Ves slipped his hand under his pants once again to retrieve his personal calm. He activated it, knowing that the monitoring system of his quarters would probably pick up its presence. He used his calm to attempt a connection to the galactic net and send help messages Gloriana, the Larkinson family, and the Bright Republic. After making sure his calm would keep spamming the internal network of the ship with its requests, Ves placed it down on his desk before immediately heading to the exit with the bot in tow. Lucky already flew ahead and phased through the bulkhead in order to reach a hidden mechanism. After destroying a single, crucial component, the armored hatch automatically slid open. Ves shared one urgent look with Lucky before letting go of the beauty bot. The bot acted on its tampered programming and started to fly down the corridor. The jamming device inside activated as well, causing an interference field to form around the bot. If not for planning its route beforehand, the blinded bot would have crashed into the bulkhead or something by now. In the meantime, Lucky already disappeared by phasing through the deck. He had his own mission to fulfill. While he was still in the range of the jamming field, Ves mentally flicked towards his intangible inventory and materialized his system calm. He quickly booted it up and instantly activated its full stealth augment. Finally! He sighed, knowing that the powerful field would block any sound. At its current level, the stealth augment installed on his system calm would only make him invisible and undetectable for 10 minutes. 10 minutes should be enough. Right now, the security officers overseeing the monitor system should be quite confused. According to the data, Ves should have disappeared from their sensors. Instead, 2 new abnormal signatures emerged in their sights. First was his personal calm, which lay on his desk and kept transmitting help requests. Second was the tampered beauty bot, which carried his active jamming device. As long as the security officers took notice of these 2 abnormalities, they would definitely suspect that Ves was trying to escape. The route taken by the beauty bot just happened to be flying away from the bridge. Ves had already programmed it to run towards the nearest escape pods. While the guards presumably started to react to this strange occurrence, Ves turned towards the opposite direction and ran towards the bridge under the confidence that his true whereabouts were completely unknown. I have to run faster! When he formulated his plan, he gambled that his earlier actions did not arouse too much vigilance in the crew. After all, Ves should have been completely alone and without any gear. Even if he somehow snatched a calm and circumvented the exit of his quarters, he still wouldn't be able to do much damage while the internal security systems of the ship were completely active. However, when the security officers tried to amplify the artificial gravity in the corridor where the beauty bot was passing through, nothing happened. Ves had already hacked them, making them completely unresponsive to any external commands. While the security officers started to become alarmed, Ves had finally reached the bridge. Since his quarters and the bridge were both located on the upper decks, Ves hadn't spent much time reaching the ladder. He wanted to thank Aisling for treating him like an honored guest. His stateroom wasn't very far from Aisling's quarters. The upper decks of a ship was where the captain and the most important passengers of a ship resided. Usually, the distance between their quarters and the bridge had to be as short as possible. After all, the captain shouldn't be forced to cross the entire length of a ship in the event of an emergency. Aisling should have taken a page out of Ganso's book and chuck him into the brig. As long as he was stuck in a cell, it would have been 10 times for him to sneak away. Only a brief amount of time had passed since the monitoring system picked up something abnormal. Ves was sure that security just started to dispatch some teams to intercept his decoys. Fortunately, Ves gambled correctly, and the blast doors still hadn't slammed shut and blocked his way to the bridge. Right now, a more normal hatch hindered his entry. Unless someone left or entered the bridge, it was unlikely that this hatch would open. Ves looked around and did not see any crew running to the bridge. That made sense. It was customary for a full shift to be present on the bridge whenever a ship transitioned out of FTL. Ves hadn't dared to tamper with the control system governing this hatch. The bridge was one of the most sensitive compartments of a ship, and its entry was probably very tightly monitored. While he could have hacked its control system, he had already tampered enough with the bridge. Every additional tampering attempt increased the risk of discovery. Instead of hacking this hatch, Ves opted to enter through a much more convenient manner. As expected, he grinned as he heard some footsteps approaching. He half expected Aisling to approach. Instead, her executive assistant emerged from the corner. She looked concerned as her heels clacked against the surface of the deck. Ves stood to the side of the hatch and watched the assistant go through a brief verification process. The hatch slid open as soon as the ship recognized her identity. As soon as she entered, Ves slipped behind her body as close as possible without touching her, and neatly slipped into the bridge with no one else the wiser. He couldn't help but form a grin on his face. Now that he managed to enter the bridge, he overcame his first major hurdle. Chapter 1734 Simultaneous Action. The bridge of a starship functioned as the primary control nexus of a starship. The captain held supreme authority over the vessel by virtue of his position and extensive experience. Not even Lady Aisling Curver had the right to override the commands of the captain. This was because the captain worked for the Coalition Reserve Force. The captain appeared to be a middle-aged-looking man with graying hair and steady eyes. He seemed to have spent all of his time on ships due to his pale skin that bordered on unhealthy. None of the other bridge crew looked as remarkable. Ves, still invisible and undetectable, distanced himself from Aisling's blonde assistant. Though he retracted the field of his stealth augment in a very small radius, he didn't want to risk enveloping her in its range. That would have given him away. He swept his gaze through the rest of the bridge. Frigate ship classes weren't as cramped as corvette ship classes. The Scarlet Rose was also a lot larger and more complex, so the bridge had to be large enough to accommodate at least 6 bridge officers and operators at minimum, and double this figure at maximum. Right now, the bridge only housed 10 people, 1 captain, 6 crew, 1 assistant, and 2 armored guards. The latter concerned Ves the most. Both of them wore heavy combat armor that turned them into tall, metal beasts. Ves did not dare to underestimate them. Unlike the infantry armor in places like the Bright Republic, the guards wore very resilient second-class combat armor. These suits of armor not only protected their wearer from damage, but incorporated a huge amount of functions. They were like mechs in miniature form in that regard. Due to their extreme threat, Ves had to take them out first. Fortunately, Ves already expected their presence. Despite their intimidating gear, he just regarded them as obstacles to overcome. His primary target remained the captain. Taking him would deprive the Scarlet Rose of a crucial leader during a crisis. He quietly materialized the Amastendera. After spending so many days in peace, his supreme quality laser pistol felt a bit unfamiliar in his grip. Each time he took the Amastendera from his inventory, he marveled at its craftsmanship. Now that he had built a masterwork mech, Ves possessed a much greater sensitivity towards masterwork objects. He could tell that the Amastendera had touched this realm as well. Too bad it was just a copy. Ves often dreamt of the true Amastendera. The original version should have been an awe-inspiring piece of gunsmithing. Oh well. The system-generated copy he owned still exhibited most of the power of the original. He adjusted the settings of his weapon before holding it firmly in a two-handed grip. If he wanted to forestall any unpleasant surprises, then he had to kill each and every person on the bridge within a second. Ves had two ways to accomplish this goal. First, he could fire a wide-angle scatter blast, diffusing the energy of his weapon over a large area. Second, he could employ a powerful penetrating cutting beam and rake the muzzle of his weapon from one end to the other end of the compartment. When Ves formed his plan, he was torn over which option he should choose. The first one would definitely kill the captain and every other unarmored crew member in an instant. However, depending on the energy and heat resistance of the terminals and control panels, Ves might render every interface useless, which would pose significant hindrances to his attempts to take over the ship. The second option would certainly be deadly enough to cut through the armor of guards, but the brief amount of time needed to sweep over the rest of the crew might give them some time to activate some defense functions. In addition, while the cutting beam wouldn't demolish the entire bridge at once, it would probably cut through a lot of delicate systems beneath the surface. Between the two choices, Ves eventually settled on the first one. He wanted his attack to encompass as many people as possible. In addition, so what if the scatter blast melted all of the surface equipment? As long as the internal electronic systems remained intact, he could easily tap into them with some replacement interfaces. Therefore, Ves crept up to a good position right in front of the hatch he just passed through. At this position, the angle of his attack would definitely encompass the bridge crew sitting at the periphery. He raised his pistol and waited for the appropriate time. In the meantime, he listened to the dialogue between the assistant and the captain. "Captain, please lock down the ship. Mr. Larkinson is on the loose. We are trying, but half of our signals aren't getting through." The captain gritted his teeth as he continually manipulated his projected interface. "There is something wrong with the primary and secondary command networks. According to the diagnostics, many systems aren't responding." The assistant looked alarmed. "What? How?" "Sabotage." As the two exchanged their worries, the bridge suddenly shook a bit. At the security department, a couple of off-duty guards approached the armory in order to don their combat gear. The monitoring system detected both the calm calling for help and the active jamming field heading for the escape pods. This immediately alerted the guards, prompting them to prepare for action. As soon as the armored hatch slid open, the interior of the armory became exposed. At this time, all kinds of equipment suddenly exploded. Their abrupt and simultaneous blasts damaged many other equipment such as grenades and explosive rounds, causing a portion of them to detonate almost instantly. The entire armory became awash with fury. Not only that, but due to the open hatch, the high-energy explosions also poured into the main security compartment, causing many armored and unarmored guards to be swept up by a wave of white-hot heat and energy. Back to the bridge, some of the consoles blared in alarm. "Report! Sir, an explosion occurred within the armory of the security department. Preliminary analysis suggests that every energy cell and every explosive ordnance has blown up. We have lost contact with over half of our security officers." Shortly after this, bad news came from another direction. "Captain, engineering has been attacked." "What is the status of the chief engineer?" "He's dead, sir." When Ves decided who should attack engineering, he quickly settled for Lucky. With his stealth, intangibility, and energy claws, he was highly suited for assassination. The most important reason why he left engineering to Lucky was because his attacking means were too destructive. Discharging his amastendera across the entire engineering compartment was bound to destroy or disable many delicate machinery. Ves could not bear damaging the crucial power reactor and FTL drive. In a situation where collateral damage was unacceptable, Lucky was the better choice. Having phased just below the surface of the deck, the cat had been biding his time. He wasn't staying static either. Ever since he reached the engineering compartment, he sought out the chief engineer and positioned himself just underneath his feet. Wherever the chief engineer moved, Lucky followed right along without anyone getting the wiser. The meters-thick deck that was strong enough to contain most catastrophic explosions posed no hindrance at all. At most, Lucky expended a lot more energy than usual due to the high-density matter he was phasing through. The moment the armory exploded, Lucky moved into action as well. He shot out from the deck and raked the chief engineer from belly to head with deadly energy claws. The victim didn't even have the time to feel any pain before his head tore in half. Just an instant after Lucky emerged, the cat rapidly shuttled over to a pair of junior engineers and clawed through their heads. Not even a second had passed before Lucky killed some of the other crew members. The pair of guards assigned to guard engineering only just became alerted and tried to lock onto the small but lethal attacker. Meow! Yet before they could bring their weapons to bear, Lucky had already killed every engineer and spacer in sight. Though one of the guards managed to discharge a spherical electrical blast, Lucky simply turned intangible and dove into the deck. Moments later, Lucky shot out from underneath the feet of a guard and materialized his claw for an instant of a second when it was just passing through the head. The guard instantly died without suffering any external wounds. His partner quickly followed suit as he possessed no effective countermeasures against an intangible opponent. Now that he cleared engineering, Lucky materialized while looking a bit winded. His earlier actions consumed a lot of energy. If Gloriana hadn't constantly fed him with treats, he would have been a lot more exhausted by now. As it was, Lucky still had enough energy left to take care of some of the remaining threats of the ship. His eyes grew sharper as his hunting programming resumed operation. He phased through the ceiling and headed straight towards the security department. Ves tasked him with cleaning up the survivors of the armory explosion. Back at the bridge received a deluge of alerts. The captain and everyone else became unprecedentedly serious. They had the impression that an entire team of saboteurs somehow infiltrated the Scarlet Rose without alerting anyone. Was it the Hexers? How many of them were wreaking havoc on the ship? No one knew. At this time, no one bothered to pay attention to Ves. Compared to a measly brighter mech designer, Lady Curver was a lot more important. Switch to red alert. Inform everyone that we have hostile boarders or saboteurs on the ship. Redirect the surviving guards to protect our VIPs and retake engineering. Be ready to escort them to the escape pods if the latter action fails. Too late. Ves made his move without breaking stealth. He fired his amastendera while pressing his elbow against his eyes. A powerful blast of light and heat swept throughout the bridge in an instant. A huge amount of heat elevated the temperature in the compartment to lethal degrees, causing Ves to feel scorching hot. If not for his Jutland organ absorbing all of the excess heat sweeping over his body, he would have suffered severe burns. Discharging a wide-area energy attack in a closed compartment was very dangerous. While Ves merely suffered from a wash of heat and reflected light, his targets suffered the brunt of the energy discharge. Many crew members didn't even have time to scream before their uniforms vaporized and their flesh followed suit. Some of the luckier ones died with a portion of their flesh charred beyond recognition. Shortly afterwards, A lot of air sucked out as the air management system of the bridge rapidly siphoned away the hot air. A fresh, cool breeze encompassed the bridge as various other measures cooled down the piping hot deck and bridge consoles. Ves withdrew his arm from his face and moved his position. He grimaced a bit as he found that the soles of his shoes had not entirely survived the heat exposure. He ignored the damage he suffered and tried his best to move away from his earlier position. This happened to be a wise decision as a particle beam just shot through the location where he just stood. An instant later, a grenade exploded and encompassed a small radius with a powerful but contained explosions that rattled the ears. Sweat poured down his brow as he gripped his amystendera like a lifeline. Though his offensive power was high, he was sorely lacking protection. Just one shot was enough to take him out. As soon as he repositioned himself, he started to count the survivors. His eyes widened as he saw that 4 of his targets survived. The 2 guards who counterattacked just then had survived. While their armor looked half molten, the energy discharge failed to overcome its protection. Ves already expected this. Without focusing the power of his amystendera, its full-powered scatter blast was not all that deadly to heavily armored targets. What he didn't expect was that the captain and Lady Curver's assistant both survived the sudden attack as well. Even now, a shimmering sphere surrounded their forms, signifying that both of them wore shield generators. Chapter 1735 Female Benny. Shield generators shouldn't be common. Ves happened to obtain one by chance after he managed to become Master Olson's apprentice. To an esteemed master, shield generators weren't difficult to obtain. However, they were still expensive enough to put them out of reach of the general population of a second-rate state. Perhaps shield generators may be more ubiquitous elsewhere, but the Komodo Star sector did not produce many of the key materials needed to produce them en masse. As far as Ves was aware of, the shield generators had to be imported, which massively increased their markup. Those who had the privilege of kitting themselves out with shield generators fell into at least 3 categories. The first category were those who possessed a lot of value. Mech designers like Ves or distinguished professionals were capable of earning huge sums of money in their lifetimes. While not all of them could offer a quick return on investment, as long as they remained alive, they would definitely be able to pay back the cost of a shield generator. The second category consisted of those who bought the shield generator out of their own pocket or had been gifted to them without expectation of repayment. Rich and powerful people along with their loved ones fell under this category. As long as they possessed a good enough background, they probably enjoyed the protection of a shield generator. The third category consisted of those who scavenged or stole a shield generator. These people didn't obtain them through proper means, but that did not stop them from making use of them to protect their lives. When Ves launched his surprise attack, he killed almost every unprotected crew member in an instant. No one who wore a uniform and an underlayer vaxxit survived the amystendera's full-powered scatter blast. That the guards survived was within expectation. Yet the survival of the captain and Ashling's assistant was outside of his expectation. Even though ship captains generally held a high status, was it really worth it to equip them with a shield generator? What was so special about this captain? As for the woman standing next to her, Ves realized he underestimated this female Benny. Many Bennies were more than they appeared on the surface. The original Benny acted as a steward and a body. His own Benny both assisted him and spied on him until recently. Ashling's Benny appeared to be sharp and combat-trained, because her expression was devoid of panic. While the captain sat paralyzed on his captain's seat, the blonde assistant quickly regained her composure. She withdrew a small laser pistol from a hidden holster in her suit before activating a command that caused her clothes to form into an airtight, flexible survival suit.
Hostiles present. They're invisible. Activate scanning.
The captain, though frightened beyond his wits, soon regained his composure. His professionalism kicked in as he processed the assistant's instruction. Though his projected interface had disappeared, that didn't stop him as he projected another interface from his comm.
Activating anti-stealth measures.
Powerful waves of energy encompassed the entire compartment, yet none of them managed to detect any invisible intruders. The assistant growled in frustration.
Their stealth tech is too advanced. Switch to indiscriminate attacks. Attack every corner until there is no area left untouched.
The internal defense systems aren't deploying.
They're stuck. The captain noted with alarm as his commands failed to get through. Guards! Open fire!
The two surviving guards aimed their heavy assault rifles in different directions before firing energy blasts that dispersed over a wide area. Ves cursed in his mind. His enemies were resorting to the same tricks. Fortunately, Ves had already huddled behind a thick workstation to the side, which offered sufficient protection. Though the weapon discharges also sapped the energy of the shield generators, their two wearers didn't show any concern. Shield generators were meant to protect people against mechs. While they didn't last very long against a full-powered attack from a mech, it was enough to give them a chance to survive. Against small arms fire, shield generators came under much less strain. Their effectiveness depended on the model and battery capacity. Ves feared that the ones blocking him from killing his primary targets might be able to withstand more than one concentrated attack. He was already wasting too much time. Even now, the captain was constantly tapping his fingers over the projected interface. Who knew what kind of emergency measures and executive overrides he was activating? He aimed his amystendra at the captain, but quickly shifted his aim towards the blind firing guards. He had to take out the heavy guns first. The moment he made his choice, a narrow cutting beam instantly swept over the guards. Unlike last time, the amystendra fully concentrated its firepower in a narrow beam as wide as a finger. Even though the guards managed to survive the first attack, this time was different. Their damaged combat armor already lost a lot of integrity. The highly concentrated beams swiftly cut through the armor and went on to cut through a workstation.
There!
The assistant called and somehow managed to pinpoint V's location. Ves barely managed to avoid getting hit by awkwardly rolling back into cover. Even though his Jutland organ shielded his heart and nearby organs against energy damage, the same could not be said for the rest of his body. The small laser pistol wielded by the female Benny packed quite a punch. The pulse beam fired by her pistol was powerful enough to scorch the surface of the deck. If the beam hit his limb, he would probably lose it. Ves missed wearing actual armor. Fortunately, now that he escaped the earlier attack, his opponents lost his position. The assistant looked warily at her surroundings while firing her laser pistol in various random directions. Against an invisible opponent, doing something was better than doing nothing. In order to increase the probability of hitting her target, she switched the firing mode of her laser pistol to a wide area blast. While her pistol was a lot weaker than the heavy assault rifles, Ves still couldn't afford to get hit. Right now, he wondered how much energy the laser pistol possessed. From how recklessly the assistant was firing her weapon, Ves suspected that it was feeding off an ultra-compact battery. In addition, the pistol didn't seem to overheat either. Any ordinary laser pistol of its size would have glowed hot from all of the energy it released. This meant that its wielder wouldn't be stopping any time soon. That was bad news for Ves. She could easily keep up her reckless weapon discharges for several minutes, buying the captain enough time to regain some control over the ship. Ves couldn't afford to delay any longer. He briefly peeked over the workstation he was huddling behind. Though he wanted to take out the captain right away, the female Benny had to be taken out first. Ves waited for the woman to fire a shot. The moment she did, there was a brief delay before she could fire again. A full-powered cutting beam tore straight towards the assistant, only to encounter an invisible wall that stopped the energy from going any further. The shimmering shield absorbed some of the energy while withstanding the rest. When the Amistendera stopped firing, the assistant still remained alive. Not only that, she stormed over to the workstation that Ves was hiding behind while firing constant wide-area pulses with her laser pistol. Ves didn't expect her to approach his briefly exposed position. He hesitated a bit before deciding to bite the bullet. He refused to believe her shield generator can withstand another attack from his trump card. While taking advantage of his stealth, he silently managed to circle around the workstation in time to face her back. Before he fired, though, the assistant abruptly raised her weapon arm overhead and fired a blind shot behind her back. What an uncanny instinct! If Ves hadn't been so careful to keep most of his body behind the battered workstation, he would have gotten hit. Even now, an uncomfortable wash of heat and energy swept over his head. As soon as this wave had passed, Ves popped out of cover and fired straight at the woman. Though her shield generator resisted the attack as best as possible, it rapidly started to dim as it was rapidly losing power. Eventually, the shield broke, exposing the woman to the remainder of the cutting beam. Yet before the beam could manage to fry her to a crisp, she agilely cartwheeled to the side like an agile acrobat. Ves failed to adjust his aim, preventing him from scoring a direct hit. While the woman avoided a direct hit, she wasn't feeling but better as she dove in to cover herself. The close proximity to a high-energy laser beam caused her armored suit to blacken and scorch. A portion of it even melted and fried some of her skin and flesh. Ves felt incredibly frustrated. Where did they train female Bennies like her? He wanted one as well. She was much better than his own Benny in this regard. Though Ves wanted to finish the job, he strongly suspected that the woman was preparing to ambush him. Even though he was completely invisible, her combat intuition was remarkable. Ves felt as if he was a Sandman admiral facing a deliverer mech. No matter how well he kept himself hidden, this woman would definitely find a way to pinpoint his position. At least she's out the way now, he muttered. He hadn't lost sight of his priorities. While he still wanted to take out this threat, he still hadn't killed the captain. At least a dozen seconds had gone by, giving the captain plenty of time to activate all sorts of commands. Ves became more concerned. His preparations weren't comprehensive or foolproof enough. The lack of time, manpower, and expertise limited what he could do. He also held back on tampering the systems of the ships because he feared tripping off an alarm. All of this meant that the captain would definitely be able to restore some functionality given time. Whether this meant activating some internal defenses or sealing the bridge by closing the blast doors, Ves couldn't afford to delay any longer. He took a second to sneak behind another workstation before firing his weapon at the captain. Despite being the target of a powerful attack, his target did not flinch away and resolutely kept controlling the interface. His shield generator withstood the entire attack, preserving his life for the moment. The second attack finally managed to neutralize the shield and end his life. Unlike Lady Curver's assistant, the captain possessed no combat training to speak of. Up to the very end, he kept trying to regain control over the ship. Ves sighed in relief when he saw the captain die.
Only one is left!
He narrowed his eyes in vigilance as he changed his position yet again. Though he was covered in a powerful stealth field, he still watched out for the female Benny. He shifted from cover to cover, moving carefully lest this blasted woman popped up and fired her pistol in his direction. As Ves shifted his position for the 5th time, he suddenly glimpsed the woman trying to do the same. He instinctively lifted his weapon and wanted to fire. However, his intuition prompted him to abort his actions and draw himself back behind cover. He moved just in time. Though her burn wounds hindered her movements, the assistant still retained her sharpness. The instant Ves was about to fire his weapon, she snapped her own laser pistol in her direction and unleashed a shot. If Ves had decided to fire, his hand or his head would have gotten hit. While Ves had given up an opportunity to kill the remaining survivor, he did not regret his choice.
I know your position now.
He did not bother stepping out of cover. Instead, he quickly adjusted the settings of his amastendera and began to point his weapon at the workstation he was hiding behind. He fired his weapon, releasing a sustained cutting beam that penetrated his cover and went on to cut through his opponent's cover. A final scream uttered from the other side, signifying the death of his final opponent.
Finally!
Chapter 1736 Shock Attack. Ves wasn't completely sure he killed off the female Benny. Who knew if she faked her death cry? The air smelled like burned metal, composites, and flesh. The bridge's air filtering system worked overtime in cleaning the air, yet more fumes kept being released by the damaged and broken workstations. In an abundance of caution, Ves carefully circled around until he finally encountered her remains. She was dead all right. For all her combat intuition and training, she hadn't moved fast enough after exposing her position. In truth, Ves hadn't defeated her. His weapon did. His amastendera was so powerful that it could easily tear through most materials. Unfortunately, Ves also expended a considerable amount of full-powered shots. He expended one shot to kill off all of the regular crew. He used his second shot to kill off the guards. He took 2 shots to overcome the shield generator of the female Benny. He fired 2 additional shots at the captain to overcome his own shield generator before killing him entirely. He used his last shot to surprise the assistant by firing at her through the workstations. Ves fired all of those shots with full power without holding anything back in reserve. He feared the Friday men possessed some sort of additional protection that mitigated the damage. Though Ves recognized that he wasted some of the energy he expended, he would rather be safe than sorry.
Overkill is better than underkill. It's better to kill my enemies twice than leave them half alive.
He briefly sought the woman's laser pistol and inspected it for a moment. Though smaller and weaker than the amastendera, Ves rarely encountered pistols as strong as this one. He fiddled with it for a few seconds before finding out that it was locked. He didn't dare to keep the weapon any further for fear of triggering an anti-theft system. Perhaps the weapon might blow up if he held it any longer. After putting down the peculiar weapon, Ves approached the half-burned captain's chair and tried his best to ignore the rancid smell emanating from the ashes and charred remains of the captains. Nothing recognizable remained. Neither the spent shield generator nor any other equipment survived his attack. The captain's chair was inoperable, denying Ves a way to patch into the ship's systems. Though Ves had sabotaged a lot of peripheral systems, he didn't dare to touch any of the core systems for fear of giving himself away. While he succeeded in keeping his hijacking attempt a secret due to his caution, he gave up the ability to usurp control in a very short amount of time.
I need Lucky to complete the takeover.
He gave up any thoughts of taking over control and considered the remaining steps of his plan. Right now, no one should be left alive at engineering. The security compartment should be in shambles right now, giving Lucky plenty of opportunities to clean up the stray security officers. Along with his takeover of the bridge, 3 most important sections of the ship should have fallen under his attack. Wiping out the captain and the bridge officers meant that the ship lost central control. Though it was still possible for the remainder of the crew to get up to mischief, Ves believed it was unlikely that they could organize anything substantial in a short amount of time. At least, that was what he tried to achieve with his original plan. The problem now was that he had given the captain a lot of time to respond to his attack. Without the ability to access the bridge systems, Ves was completely in the dark about the captain's final actions. "This is going to be trouble," he muttered darkly. Right now, Ves had no idea what took place at the remaining 2 critical sites. The security department should be in a very bad shape. The armory stored a lot of gear, some of which contained a lot of energy. While it had taken Ves and Lucky some time, they managed to rig a lot of ordnance to explode. The calculations he performed gave him enough confidence that very few security officers stationed in this section managed to survive unscathed. The only guards that should have escaped this attack were those stationed elsewhere. The guards stationed at the bridge and engineering accounted for at least 4 of them, which was quite a lot. Ves doubted that any other security officers had slipped the net aside from those guarding Aisling. As the most important individual on the ship, at least 2 guards accompanied the Clarion alumni at all times. Now, the big question in his mind was what the survivors planned to do. His attacks on the 3 critical ship sections must have shocked the Friday men completely. The captain and the female Benny even had the mistaken impression that the ship was under attack by a team of commandos. None of the Friday men actually knew that the special forces actually amounted to just Ves and Lucky. This was rather fortunate. If Aisling and the crew knew that their opposition only amounted to a human and a mechanical cat, then they would definitely mount some sort of counterattack. As it was, the surprise attacks he launched at the start were incredibly forceful. Who could have suspected that one of their prisoners was responsible? When Ves failed to gain control over the ship, he gave up on trying to control it. He looked at his comm and saw that he still had at least 4 minutes left to make use of his full stealth augment. This was not enough to sweep every compartment of the ship, but he didn't have to. He merely wanted to intimidate the survivors into giving up any hope of retaking the Scarlet Rose. The ship was already halfway in his hands. He looked down at his Amastendera and winced. He only had 3 full-powered shots left, which didn't give him much leeway. Without the ability to overcome the lots of the weapons dropped by the crew, Ves couldn't afford to fight a protracted battle. He dialed down Amastendera's power setting to conserve its remaining energy and heat-absorbing capability. He didn't need much power to kill off the ordinary crew anyway. Before he left the bridge, Ves made sure to break the surviving consoles and workstations. He also sabotaged dozens of wireless receivers to prevent anyone from patching the bridge systems with their comms. This made the bridge inoperable for a brief amount of time, giving Ves the confidence to leave the bridge. One of the shortcomings of his assault was that he could never cover enough ground. Killing everyone at the 3 critical sections did not give him complete control over the ship. As long as at least one enemy remained behind, they could always mount a comeback. Perhaps they might take advantage of Lucky's departure from engineering and sabotage the FTL drive or something. Ves decided he needed to be proactive and actively hunt down the remaining crew. "It's time to hunt!" Ves left the bridge and began to follow a predetermined route. He had already memorized where the crew were supposed to be stationed. None of the hatches on his route barred his way. He already tampered with them beforehand. Each time the hatches slid open, Ves activated his stealth module and surprised the alerted crew with attacks coming out of nowhere. In 15 minutes, he swept through the living areas, life support, the mess hall, and other compartments at the upper decks. At the same time, Ves had instructed Lucky to sweep past the manned compartments of the lower decks. As long as both of them relied on their tricks, there was no way the regular crew could stand a chance. None of the men and women Ves encountered posed a serious threat to him. The Coalition Reserve Corps only subjected its servicemen to a nominal amount of combat training. Ves feared that he might encounter an enemy as formidable as Ashling's assistant. Fortunately, none of the remaining officers and ratings carried any shield generators. They were completely vulnerable to his surprise attacks. After Ves finally rendezvoused with Lucky at the middle decks, he looked at his calm in distress. He had completely expended his stealth charge. It seemed that he needed to rely on Lucky to complete their sweep through the ship.
"Are you okay, Lucky?"
"Meow," Lucky replied tiredly.
"How many guards did you kill?"
"Meow."
"Did you count the bodies at the security department?"
"Meow." Ves briefly tallied the numbers. The CRC stationed 15 armed security officers on the Scarlet Rose. He only killed 3 of them, one of which he stumbled in the corridors. As for Lucky, aside from killing the 2 at engineering, he only managed to kill 2 more survivors who survived the brunt of the explosion because of advantageous positioning. Though it was difficult for Lucky to count the number of guards who perished when the armory exploded, the cat guessed that 4 of them had perished.
"That makes 13.
Ves smiled in relief.
"We took care of every guard other than Ashling's escorts."
"Meow."
"I know you're tired, but hang on, please. We only have 1 compartment left to secure."
Neither Ves nor Lucky bumped into Ashling, Patricia, and their guards. As long as they remained alive and aboard the ship, Ves did not feel assured he could complete his takeover. No matter what, Ves needed to get rid of them one way or another. After becoming assured that his plan remained intact, he moved towards one of the central compartments of the Scarlet Rose. As a mobile supply frigate meant to accommodate a mech designer, her mech workshop took up a lot of space. Ves and Lucky approached one of the entrances of the mech workshop. He nodded towards Lucky, who flew away in order to enter the compartment from another direction. Neither of them were sure whether Ashling and Patricia remained in the mech workshop. For all he knew, they could have hopped into the escape pods and ejected from the ship by now. No matter what, the mech workshop remained the only major compartment that hadn't been swept yet. Ves was almost sure he could find the 2 mech designers inside along with their guards and some mech technicians. When Ves approached the entrance, he was about to activate the backdoor he inserted into the hatch's control system. Yet just as he did so, his intuition screamed with alarm. Ves did not doubt his instincts, especially when he had entered his most alert state in years. He jumped aside and ran away as far as possible and turned around the corner just as a mech-grade missile shot through the open hatch and slammed against the bulkhead. Almost instantly, the missile exploded, inflicting massive damage to the corridor. Fortunately, modern missiles concentrated most of their damage forwards. The payload blasted through the bulkheads and damaged the compartments behind them. The structural damage was significant. Though Ves escaped the brunt of the attack due to his timely evasion, he also flattened himself on the deck and tried to minimize his profile as much as possible. Powerful concussive shockwaves blasted over his body, making him feel as if his inside had turned to mush. His eardrums probably ruptured. A lot of errant shrapnel ricocheted through the corridors. Some of them managed to bounce around the corner he was hiding behind and landed on his body, turning him into a pincushion. Aya! Though Ves distanced himself enough to preserve his life, his body was in an extremely bad shape. Humans could never withstand the power of mechs. Just staying within the vicinity of a small missile designed to harass enemy mechs or intercept incoming ordnance was enough to destroy his body beyond recognition. Though his body was much more resilient compared to normal humans, he still lay helpless against the deck, vulnerable to anyone who wanted to finish the job. Chapter 1737 Clinging to Life. Ves had been too complacent. He underestimated the remaining survivors of his brutal slaughter. Aisling was a bona fide journeyman mech designer, while Patricia was rational enough to stay sober during emergencies. If both of them were holed up in a mech workshop during a crisis, then they could easily destroy the entire ship given enough time. Disabling the many safeguards of a missile and rigging it to launch only took a couple of minutes for a competent mech designer. Who knew what kind of tricks the two Friday men mech designers prepared when they became alerted of an attack? Ah! This hurts. Ves felt as if he wrung his body through the meat grinder. His terrible body weakly jerked back and forth on the debris-strewn deck as he tried to overcome the pain racking through his body. I can't afford to sit still at this time. Ag. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to control the situation if he lost consciousness, Ves forcefully concentrated his spirituality, and did not hesitate to expend his spiritual energy to forcefully boost his consciousness. Though his method wasted a lot of spiritual energy, his crude manipulation forcefully strengthened his mind relative to his body. The pain emanating from his body was just a biological response. He could not afford to allow it to consume his attention. Through the application of will and spiritual energy, Ves slowly managed to claw himself out of the pit of pain. Soon enough, he became conscious enough to assess his current state. Ruptured eardrums, concussed head, internal organs jarred by concussive shockwaves, entire body peppered by metal debris, the list went on and on. If his body wasn't so unnaturally resilient, he could have easily died if not for his intuition warning him of imminent danger. Ves briefly puzzled about that. Ever since he became a mech designer, his intuition grew increasingly stronger. Though Ves valued it most due to the instinctive assistance it provided him during a design session, it also proved its value in battle. However, as a mech designer, why did he develop such a strong ability to detect danger? Did his mind and spirituality develop due to all of the dangerous adventures he went through? He suspected that other mech designers might not be as good as him in detecting imminent danger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Ha! Other mech designers spent most of their time in a design lab or some other peaceful environment. Having worked alongside Gloriana for quite some time, Ves became aware that her intuition was highly sensitive towards hidden faults and flaws. She spent most of her professional life on becoming good at it, so was it any surprise that she developed an uncanny sense for imperfections? In contrast, Ves frequently chose to take risks, causing him to end up in precarious situations. Rather than developing towards something that substantially aided his design activities, his intuition instead evolved into something close to the extraordinary combat intuition exhibited by Aisling's female Benny. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry right now. I'm a mech designer, not a commando. Yet wasn't he trying to be the latter when he hatched this insane plan to hijack an entire mobile supply frigate with only Lucky and himself? The fact that he had almost succeeded made him wonder whether he was more cut out to be a mech pilot or a soldier rather than a mech designer. Ves even suspected that developing an intuition for danger came from his Larkinson blood. After all, How could the Larkinsons be so daring and courageous all of the time while still remaining alive? On the other hand, the evolution direction of his intuition conformed to his domain of life. As a mech designer who constantly played with life, it made sense for him to value his own life as well. Whatever the case, Ves felt very thankful that he developed this extraordinary sense for danger. He was confident enough in his professional ability to rely on himself to design his mechs. His life was much more valuable. As a mech designer with many secrets and unique abilities, Ves was destined to navigate through various crises. Continuing to hone his intuition for danger would benefit him greatly. This was because no matter how good of a mech designer he became, it would all be moot if he lost his life. His happiness upon realizing this truth made his pain a lot more bearable. With the passage of time, he already felt his body starting to cope with his injuries. While his wounds didn't disappear, his flesh seemed to mitigate them a bit by stemming the bleeding. Though it wasn't enough for him to restore his mobility, he could at least move some of his limbs. He threw a look at his system calm in the end. Did he really have to spend his precious DP? With his life at risk, Ves did not dare to be stingy with his resources. It was just that he felt rather unwilling to waste his DP, especially now that the system curtailed his income. He was no longer able to earn DP by selling his mechs. Though he earned substantially more DP when he completed a mech design, he had lost far more after the system prevented him from profiting off the sales of his soldier product line. Ves recalled that the LMC easily managed to sell over 1 million mechs since the Sand War. All of those sales should have showered with tens of millions of DP, which was enough to turn him into a super soldier. As it was, the system he owned was too defective to reward him properly. He never made any progress on its supply missions, so he pretty much had it coming. He weakly shook his head. Whatever. With what little control he had over his limbs, he activated the system and browsed the shop. Countless items dazzled his sight. Ves suppressed the urge to snap them up by looking at their price tags. The gadgets offered by the system were too expensive for him to afford. With less than 2 million DP on hand, how could he think of buying something that cost 30 million DP? The shop always offered the best, but their prices were commensurate to their quality. Forget about it. I have to get rid of this pain first. Ves studied some of the goods offered by the shop beforehand. He didn't want to waste time searching its catalog for something suitable in the middle of an emergency. Under the consumables category, Ves pinpointed an emergency remedy. AES-1 Combat Trauma Stabilizer. Price: 100,000 DP. A fast-applying remedy meant to stabilize physical wounds and prevent them from deteriorating any further. The Combat Trauma Stabilizer is most effective on external injuries, but is very strenuous to the vitality of the affected body. The Combat Trauma Stabilizer also functions as a stimulant which energizes the recipient. After a short amount of time, this effect is lost and a prolonged period of weakness will follow. The shop offered a handful of ways to heal his wounds. Most of them tended to be extremely expensive and come with huge downsides. Those that didn't burden his body instead burdened his wallet. As someone who had always been frugal with his DP, Ves could not bear to use the more comprehensive remedies that cost at least 1 million DP or more. Ves could not bear to allow the system to take advantage of him so much. In his current circumstances, the AES-1 Combat Trauma Stabilizer seemed suitable. Though Ves worried about the short duration of the stimulant effect, he could still bear with this price. Regardless of what happened, Ves and Lucky had almost swept up all of his opponents throughout the ship. Only the survivors in the mech workshop compartment remained alive. As long as VS held on for a little while longer, he would definitely be able to finish the job. Knowing how dangerous it was to allow mech designers more time to tinker with the weapons at the mech workshop, VS redeemed the remedy without any further hesitation. This was 100,000 DP. That was enough to elevate a skill to senior level, or go on another mastery experience. A medical injector materialized into his hand. VS found its shape and model to be vaguely familiar, but he didn't waste any time on figuring out who originally designed this product. He stared at the cartridge slotted into the injector. This cartridge contained the solution meant to stabilize his wounds and pepper him up. It was also the principal reason why the system charged 100,000 DP for this item. What a scam! Next time he ended up in a crisis, he had to make sure he prepared himself better. This time, he made plenty of mistakes and underestimated the difficulty of taking over a second-class ship. If not for the lack of time and difficulty of obtaining a suit of combat armor, VS wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. After confirming that the injector looked exactly like the one in the catalog, VS resolutely pressed its tip onto his chest and pulled the trigger. Ah! A searing heat spread from his injection point and rapidly spread throughout his entire body. His wounds rapidly stopped bleeding entirely, and his flesh started pushing out some of the shards that cut into his body. Though VS spent a distressing amount of DP, the benefits were undeniable. While the remedy hadn't managed to restore his hearing, the painful sensations from his head had subsided by a substantial degree, clearing his head even further. At the same time the stabilizer worked on some of his wounds, the heat also affected his brain, causing him to become a lot more energetic than usual. The fire in his consciousness regained its vigor, causing him to feel as if he was ready to fight a mech with his bare hands. What a powerful stimulant! It's probably addictive as well. He became so caught up in the uplifting sensations of his remedy that he almost forgot his original purpose. Damn it, I can't lose my mind right now. I still have a mech workshop to clear. The medicine he took not only closed his wounds, but also restored more control over his body. This was enough for him to pick himself up and pull out the deeper shards that had managed to embed in his body. He should have been paralyzed in pain. Instead, he only the warmth of the stabilizer dulling his wounds and working to stem the bleeding. Once he pulled out all of the shards, he ignored his distressed and blood-soaked appearance and materialized the amastendera in his hand once more. His fury and the stimulant effect both made him bloodthirsty. However, instead of going forward, VS instead distanced himself from the mech workshop and waited patiently. Lucky emerged by phasing through the deck. His cat looked a lot more tired than before, showing that he was at the limit of his endurance. Meow meow! With his ruptured eardrums, VS couldn't hear a thing of what Lucky said, not that it mattered. His ability to communicate with life transcended sound. He merely had to focus his mind a bit and extend some of his spirituality to his pet. Soon enough, VS got the gist of Lucky's meows. You killed off the guards and mech technicians? Meow. What about Aisling and Patricia? Did you kill them yet? Meow. What? They're gone? Meow. Did you search the mech workshop thoroughly? Meow meow. Damn it. VS wanted to punch himself in the face. He thought he would have to fight a pair of entrenched mech designers with all the tools and equipment of a mech workshop at their disposal. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to use up an overpriced remedy. Yet now he discovered that his final opponents had somehow managed to slip away. Find them, he ordered Lucky.
If they're not at the mech workshop, they might be heading somewhere else. Meow. I know you're exhausted, but bear with it. The Scarlet Rose is almost mine. Chapter 1738 Burning Spiri. While the combat trauma stabilizer forcefully boosted his body, Ves did his best to make the most of his hyperactive state. After Lucky confirmed that he cleaned up the mech workshop compartment, Ves only hesitated for a moment before entering it through another entrance. The original one he approached had long been blasted apart by the missile detonation. The entire deck along with the surrounding compartments sustained substantial damage. Ves winced when he saw the damage. The structure of the Scarlet Rose was very resilient, but it fell short of matching the resilience of mechs. Only the CFA invested a huge amount of high-grade exotics to construct their warships. While a state like the Friday Coalition was quite prosperous, it made no sense to allocate too many resources towards strengthening ships. In its war against the Hexadric hegemony, the quality and quantity of their mechs decided the outcome. This was the reason why Ves became very apprehensive about the state of the mech workshop and the mechs or parts stored within. What else had Aisling and Patricia done when they became aware that the ship was under attack? Just like how Ves rigged some of the ordnance stored in the armory to explode, the two Friday Men mech designers could have done the same to mech-sized ammunition. His first priority was to inspect the ammunition stores and make sure that none of them had been tampered with in any way. For this reason, he hobbled into the mech nursery despite knowing the risks. No attacks greeted his arrival. When Ves stepped into the large compartment, he looked around and saw a handful of corpses leaking blood on the deck. Lucky managed to kill each of them without giving them a chance to counterattack. The bodies of 2 armored guards along with several mech technicians accounted for the remainder of the crew. Ves was pretty sure that aside from Aisling and Patricia, no one else managed to survive. Where are they? He frowned in puzzlement. He felt oddly disappointed by the lack of opposition. When he formulated his plan, he expected to confront the mastermind of his kidnapping. Instead, she ran away after preparing one last surprise. Well, not everyone is like me, I guess. He couldn't help but shrug. He had forgotten that Aisling was just a civilian. Mech designers weren't combatants by nature. There was no reason for her to hole herself up in the mech workshop and fight for the faint chance of defeating the team of commandos that expertly cleansed the ship of opposition. Even Ves would not hesitate to abandon everyone else and flee the ship as fast as possible. Well, she certainly made the wisest choice if she decided to abandon ship, he muttered. Knowing that he couldn't sustain his active state for much longer, Ves hastily picked up a multiscanner and began to scan and inspect any equipment and ordnance that posed a potential threat. Aisling hadn't been building any mechs recently. He encountered various supplies and parts that corresponded to the 4 mechs standing by in the mech hangar. Evidently, the mech technicians used the mech workshop to service and maintain the station mechs. One of them employed a missile launcher system, which was the reason why the Scarlet Rose carried a batch of missiles in her ammunition stores. As Ves swept over the remaining missiles, he found to his relief that they hadn't been tampered with. It was actually quite hard to access them in person. Due to their potential threat to the ship, the Scarlet Rose stored them in shielded containers meant to expose them to as little external influences as possible. After he finished sweeping over the missiles, he inspected some of the other parts and gear that could pose a very significant threat if Aisling and Patricia rigged them to blow. Fortunately, second-class states generally did not make use of ballistic weapons. While it was possible to scale up their lethality by lacing their warheads with volatile exotics, most states prefer to invest in other weapon systems.
The limitations of ballistic weapons made them very unattractive to states that could afford better. Missile weapons scaled much better with increased investment. This saved him the trouble of inspecting thousands of ballistic shells. The rest of the mech stationed on the Scarlet Rose made use of other weapon systems such as laser weaponry and particle beam weaponry. The mech workshop was directly connected to the mech hangar, so Ves easily limped over to the mechs and beheld them for a moment. He only admired these machines from the scans that Lucky had made. Seeing them for real made him feel encouraged. Ha! All of the mechs looked ready to deploy. When Ves launched his attack, he knew for certain that the mech pilots attempted to activate their mechs and launch them into space. Whether to defend the Scarlet Rose against stealth enemies or put the ship at gunpoint in order to force the hijackers into a compromise, the mech served as a vital source of strength for the crew. Yet none of the 4 mechs succeeded in deploying. Although he couldn't see anything from the outside, he knew for certain that each of their cockpits contained the bodies of dead or dying mech pilots. Ves had taken advantage of Lucky's ability to phase into the mechs to sabotage one crucial component, the neural interface. As an amateur in neural interfaces, Ves was not very good at modifying them to perform better or safer. However, it was no problem for him to make things worse. He employed some of the lessons he learned from leading the Beast Rider project back at Aeon Corona 7 to turn the neural interfaces into killer weapons. He already became curious whether his tampering resulted in exploded heads. Well, I can research that later. As he started feeling his body losing its stimulant effect, Ves quickly made use of the scanners and equipment at hand to inspect the permanent mechs. While he couldn't investigate them thoroughly, he found nothing else worth noting at this time. I should complete the takeover of the ship and get myself some treatment. Fatigue already started to creep up on him by the time Lucky returned. Meow. Are you sure? Meow. Through their spiritual communication, Ves found out that Lucky had gone over the entire ship for signs of life. Despite his best efforts, his cat failed to find the mech designers he was looking for. The trail that Lucky followed ended abruptly at one of the exterior compartments close to the mech workshop. Take me there. Ves wearily followed Lucky to a compartment that held a number of cylindrical escape pods. He was very familiar with escape pods as he made use of one in the Deepman system some years ago. However, the escape pod model employed by the flagrant vandals was a lot more basic than the ones before him. Not only were they more advanced, a handful of them clearly didn't look standard issue. Did Aisling bring these escape pods to the ship? 2 of the slots next to the special escape pods were empty. Ves had no doubt that Aisling and Patricia had already slipped away from here. Perhaps the captain's warnings had already caused them to flee far away. The Scarlet Rose used to carry 4 special escape pods. They must have been prepared for Aisling, Patricia, the female Benny, and Ves. Ves approached one of the special escape pods and booted it up in order to call up their specs. These escape pods are almost as good as shuttles. Their speed, armor, endurance, and other parameters were very good. They also contained a powerful communication array that was very useful in calling for help. Even if help was slow in coming, the escape pods carried enough food, water, and oxygen to last for at least a year by virtue of its excellent recycling system. However, the feature that Ves feared the most was that the high-quality escape pods also came with a stealth system. Although activating stealth consumed a lot of energy, it was no problem for the escape pods to remain hidden from most second-class sensors for a couple of weeks. Fine then. I'll let you go for now. Ves had precious little mercy left in his bones when the missile almost killed him. If Aisling hadn't made the right choice and fled before it was too late, he would have certainly killed her for taking him away from home. If Ves was in a better shape, he might have tried to track her down one way or another. As it was, his mounting headache and weariness prevented him from doing anything strenuous. Right now, his own safety and security mattered more than his desire to take revenge. He reluctantly gave up this impulse and tried to recall the latter steps of his plan. After he finished removing all of the opposition, Ves had to take complete control over the ship by usurping her command authority. If he didn't do so, the ship would continue to drift in a star system that was right next to the border of the Friday Coalition. Ves was sure that the captain or Aisling already notified the Coalition Reserve Corps of what transpired. The Friday men will definitely be mad for losing one of their official ships. A monitor represented an entire state. Attacking one of their ships would definitely put a target on his back. If not for the urgency of this situation and the Komodo War consuming most of the attention of the Friday Coalition, Ves wouldn't have been so bold to challenge the CRC's prestige. I can't waste any more time. He headed back to the mech workshop and hastily fabricated some parts from a small 3D printer. By now, his combat trauma stabilizer already started wearing off. Mental and physical fatigue threatened to overwhelm his consciousness. In order to stave off the inevitable crash, Ves decided to expend his spiritual energy. He felt as if he was burning his mind as he kept his mind in a highly active state. He would definitely pay the price by entering a lengthy low period afterwards, but right now he didn't care about the consequences. It didn't take long for Ves to produce his desired parts. He placed them on a floater platform and sat down on it while instructing it to move to the bridge. The floater platform took a few minutes to exit the mech workshop, navigate the corridors, and ascend a few decks. As soon as the floater platform reached the bridge, Ves hopped off and began to install some of the parts. Once he did so, he activated his comm and managed to connect to the bridge system. Yes. Lucky! Help me take control! It took 15 minutes of fiddling with the software and hardware to gain rudimentary control over the ship. Not only did he have to hack the bridge systems, he also had to undo some of his tampering. Otherwise, the bridge systems wouldn't be able to control the rest of the ship. Since Ves already prepared these steps beforehand, he soon managed to achieve some results with the help of Lucky's fantastic hacking capabilities. While he failed to gain as much authority over the ship as her captain, he acquired enough control to access the navigation and communication systems. The first thing he did was to lock down the ship's quantum entanglement node. Ves did not want the Scarlet Rose to broadcast her location and route to the Friday Coalition. With all of that information, the Friday men could easily prepare an ambush at his next destination. Due to the security risk posed by an active quantum entanglement node, every ship came with the capability to isolate them completely. After Ves verified that the ship network disconnected entirely from the quantum entanglement node, he turned to the navigation system and started to activate the autopilot. He instructed it to follow a route that brought the Scarlet Rose away from the Friday Coalition. As long as the FTL drive finished cycling, the ship would immediately transition back into FTL, giving Ves some much-needed reprieve. Finally! He sighed. He practically collapsed on the floater platform. He instructed it to take him to the infirmary. Right now, he desperately needed treatment. Chapter 1739 Muted Emotions. Much of the sophisticated medical equipment at the Scarlet Rose Infirmary depended on medical experts to perform their most advanced treatments. However, the machines had also been designed to offer more basic treatment in the event that doctors weren't on hand. There were many possible perils in space travels. Incidents where all of the doctors lost their lives happened often enough for medical equipment makers to add some automation to their products. Most states prohibited medical equipment from replacing human doctors entirely. While it was possible for machines to take care of treatments entirely, this was not a good development. Doctors not only kept the machines in check, but also took responsibility for the choices they made when confronted with ethical dilemmas. AI should never decide the life or death of a human life. Of course, Ves didn't care about all of these ethical and practical considerations. He only paid attention to the fact that the machines were capable of healing his wounds. When the floater platform brought him to the infirmary, he used his remaining consciousness to make sure he gained control over the medical equipment. With Lucky on hand, he did his best to verify that the machines did not come with any nasty backdoors. In truth, Ves was being very paranoid for doing so. Most medical equipment were hardwired to preserve human life. While it was possible to corrupt them into killing their patients, it took a lot of time and expertise to do so. With how fast Ves and Lucky killed off the crew, the medical officer stationed at the infirmary had no time to adulterate the equipment. After Ves eased some of his worries, he threw himself into the embrace of one of the machines. Its manipulators already started stripping off his clothes and spraying some kind of fluid on his most serious-looking wounds. Before he lost consciousness, Ves turned to Lucky. "Make sure to stay alert. Don't let anything go wrong. Okay?" Meow. Ves finally couldn't hold on any longer. He overdrafted his mind, body, and spirit to such an extent that he slept for 2 days straight. The quality of the medical equipment was beyond compare. Even when limited to performing basic treatments, the injuries suffered by Ves weren't very perplexing. Explosions on ships happen often in space. Whether they happen due to ships suffering from malfunctions or being shot at by mechs, plenty of people suffered similar injuries. For this reason, ship-based medical equipment became very good at treating them. Otherwise, they wouldn't sell as well, as the competition would definitely fill in the void. Technically, his treatment was supposed to last for at least a couple more days. However, he configured the machines to release him and wake him up after 48 hours regardless of his state. As long as stopping the treatments and forcing him to wake didn't kill him or aggravate his injuries too much, he had to regain consciousness no matter what. This was because the ship would be transitioning out FTL just hours later. While Ves programmed the Scarlet Rose to re-enter FTL as soon as she finished cycling her FTL drive, he still worried about encountering other ships in the vicinity. While he made sure to chart an obscure route that passed through various uninhabited star systems, the population density was significantly higher in regions closer to the second-rate states. Higher populations led to higher traffic. The chance of encountering ships in more obscure star systems was quite significant. Therefore, Ves needed to be on hand to navigate any crisis that might ensue. Hijacking the Scarlet Rose was just the first half of his plan. Getting back to safety was his ultimate goal. So long the mobile supply frigate lingered in the periphery of Coalition space, the CRC could easily take back their possession. "Gyu, I'd rather fall back to sleep," he muttered as a stimulant forced him to wake. He felt like a worn, third-hand mech that had barely been restored to functionality. His muscles and his skin ached all over his body. His ears conveyed muted sounds as if he doused his head underwater. His internal organs felt as if someone rearranged them a couple of times before hastily shoving them back in their original places. "My head. It's empty." The void in his head was so much worse. As someone who always kept his spiritual energy reserves at 100% or close it, Ves felt as if he set off a firestorm to the forest in his mind. he briefly estimated that he retained just 20% of his total reserves. And this included the spiritual energy replenished by his grand dynamo over the past 2 days. Back then, Ves must have burned so much spiritual energy that he probably risked bottoming out entirely. His body shuddered in fear as he thought of the possible consequences for emptying his spiritual tank. Would he be fine and just lose consciousness for some time? Or would he be depriving himself of spiritual sustenance and kill his consciousness? He really did not want to find out, especially when his intuition vibrated whenever his thoughts strayed in this direction. After he inspected his mind and spirituality thoroughly, he became relieved that he did not seem to incur any major wounds. What damage he spotted could easily be healed over time. While Ves estimated that he would be able to restore his spiritual energy reserves in 11 days or so, until then he had to cope with the consequences of burning so much spiritual energy. "I'm in another low period," he moaned while holding his palm against his head. The void in his mind made him feel listless and unmotivated. The energy of life was largely absent from him, making him feel as if he was alive because his biological body was geared this way. His permanent passion for mechs no longer raged like a bonfire in his heart. Ves could not summon any particular enthusiasm for his profession. Even knowing that there were 4 intact second-class mechs in the Scarlet Rose's mech hangar, Ves exhibited no interest at all in studying their designs. This was clearly unnatural to Ves. Ever since he started studying second-class mech design, he always wanted to get in touch with these impressive machines. Merely reading about them and observing their projections failed to satisfy his desire to work with something tangible. Ves had always been a mech designer who liked to get his hands dirty every now and then. The satisfaction he gained from fabricating them and tinkering with them was irreplaceable. For this desire to be absent from him jarred him quite a lot. If he was in a healthier mental state, then he would have panicked by now. His identity as a mech designer mattered a lot to him, so anything that affected his passion and motivation for mech design was a catastrophe. "My emotions are muted." He never emptied out his spiritual energy as much as now. Not did his condition impact his passion, but also his other feelings and emotions. It was as if he started viewing reality in black and white instead of color. Everything seemed more lifeless and pointless in his consciousness. Why did he enjoy designing mechs? Why was he in a relationship with a hexer? Why did he reject the olive branch offered by the Friday Coalition? Why did he recklessly attempt to hijack the Scarlet Rose? If he was the Ves of before, then he would have just buelled through his doubts with his passion and conviction. Yet now, he couldn't help but doubt his decisions. His lack of feelings skewed his judgment, causing him to lean away from his empty heart. He couldn't help but be reminded of Patricia's description of rational mech designers. Had Ves inadvertently turned himself into a rational mech designer? The description fits. Rational mech designers did not necessarily like designing mechs. They had to find conscious reasons to engage in their profession. They also suppressed their feelings and emotions in order to stay as rational as possible. Right now, that seemed to describe his current condition. "I have to get a handle on this strange state. Regardless of what I think, I have to see my decisions through the end." Instead of doubting his prior decisions, Ves decided that he should stick to his original will and ignore his doubts. Regardless whether he made the right decisions or not, quitting halfway would not lead to good results. "This is just a temporary state," he reassured himself. "In less than 2 weeks, I'll be back to normal. I'll thank myself for staying true to myself in this low period." After he finished inspecting his mental condition, he turned his attention elsewhere. he blinked his eyes and viewed his surroundings. The infirmary looked the same as always. No one moved him while he was out like a light. It was impossible for someone to sneak onto the Scarlet Rose when she was still in FTL. While there was a chance that some crew members survived the massacre, with Lucky on patrol they wouldn't be able to stay alive for long. "Lucky! Where are you?" His cat was absent, which concerned him a bit. Due to his muted emotions, his paranoia and perpetual worries weren't as strong as they used to. Ves felt much more inclined to trust in his probability analysis. The chance that Lucky encountered a setback, or that some survivor managed to regain control of the ship, was very small. "Well, before my new ship exits FTL, I have to make sure I complete the takeover of her systems." It took several minutes for him to crawl out of the machine. Because his treatment lasted too short, his body was still too weak. Even now, he didn't even possess the ability to walk. The only way for him to move around the ship was by relying on a floating chair. The infirmary had plenty of them on hand. As soon as Ves activated one of them, he was able to rest his worn-out muscles and command the chair to move by gesturing with his fingers. The chair actually provided him with an option to control it with his thoughts, but with his mind ajar, Ves did not dare to resort to this option. Once he left the infirmary, his first priority was finding Lucky. In order to call him back, Ves explored the settings of his floating chair and found a transmitter. "Lucky! Meet me at the bridge." After broadcasting this message through the loudspeakers and a short-range transmission, Ves commanded the chair to move him to the bridge. Once he reached his destination, Lucky playfully phased through the ceiling and landed on his lap. "Meow meow." Ves narrowed his eyes at his cat in suspicion. Unlike him, Lucky looked anything but weary. "Did you sneak into the material stores and eat the exotics reserved for repairing the mechs?" Meow. Lucky innocently looked up at him, while swishing his tail with supreme contentment. Due to his muted emotions, Ves did not feel very angry about Lucky's actions. The ship didn't belong to him in the first place. From a logical perspective, he hadn't lost anything. He just gained less than he expected. In any case, as long as Lucky grew stronger, Ves did not mind if his cat gorged his stomach to bursting. "Whatever. Help me gain complete authority over the ship." His goal was to usurp the position of captain of the ship. This was not something that could be done with an automated hack. Ves had to make full use of Lucky's CF8-derived hacking suite to navigate the Scarlet Rose's core command systems. However, with no virtual security expert opposing his blatant actions, he slowly made progress until he finally made the Scarlet Rose acknowledge him as captain. Finally! Unfortunately, his earlier sabotage worked against him. Unless he undid some of his tampering, he wouldn't be able to exert full control over the ship. Even then, there was always the chance that the security systems would recognize that he wasn't actually the captain. He needed to make sure that the operating system did not contain any hidden safeguards or backup functions that forcibly robbed him of his command authority. This is going to take a lot of time. Chapter 1740 Decentralized. The Scarlet Rose entered a lifeless star system centered around a listless red dwarf. Due to the absence of terrestrial planets, there was no desire to found a settlement in the star system. The couple of gas giants and their tiny moons offered very little resources to pay back the investment. Nonetheless, the star system's close proximity to the border of the Friday Coalition demanded at least some presence. As soon as the Scarlet Rose entered the star system, her sensors detected numerous listening posts and sensor outposts. As VS gained a greater mastery over the Scarlet Rose's bridge systems and other core command systems, he made numerous discoveries about his new ship. One of the more welcome surprises was that the mobile supply frigate possessed more powerful external sensors than he expected. As a ship purposed for monitoring duties, how could her sensor arrays be weak? Unfortunately, he found out too late. If he grasped better control over the Scarlet Rose back when he just hijacked the ship, he could have used the upgraded sensors to track down the stealth escape pods carrying Aisling and Patricia. Even if he didn't kill them, he could have at least held them hostage. If VS still possessed normal emotions, then he would have gloated at the irony of subjecting them to the indignity he suffered at their hands. No one kidnapped VS and got away with it. At least that was what he would think if his spiritual energy wasn't in a sorely depleted state. As it was, from a rational point of view, he should be thankful that he managed to succeed in his hijacking attempt. His first priority should be getting back to safety. While taking revenge sounded nice, he wouldn't actually gain much aside from satisfying his vindictiveness. In any case, he wasn't sure whether the Scarlet Rose's sensors were good enough to overcome the stealth employed by the special escape pods. If Aisling was smart, then she would have configured their stealth systems to defeat the Scarlet Rose's detection methods. The key was that he was still too close in the sphere of the Friday Coalition's influence. Even this small red dwarf system his ship just entered was littered with listening posts. VS knew that these unmanned outposts would soon transmit the whereabouts of the stolen ship to the Coalition. Fortunately, the star system was a bit too obscure. The sensors failed to detect the presence of any ships in the system. Of course, that didn't mean that VS trusted the results. Stealth ships might still be lurking somewhere in deep space. Even without such capabilities, as long as a ship minimized emissions or hid within an asteroid belt, it was too easy to escape the detection of long-range sensors. A more complicating factor was that most of the sensor systems employed by the Scarlet Rose were limited by the speed of light. Only a couple of long-range sensor types escaped this limitation, but all of them tended to return fussy results. "Only the CFA excels in sensor technology," he muttered. As an organization devoted to space warfare, the ability to see everything across light hours was indispensable. "Well, as long as nothing is close by, it's fine." VS did not dare to be complacent. He instructed the Scarlet Rose to keep her sensor arrays working at full power. Knowing that the ship's location was not a secret, VS did not hesitate to resort to full active scanning, focusing completely on observing the immediate vicinity. No ship or stealth vehicle should be able to escape the Scarlet Rose's detection. While his actions meant that he was putting a lot of strain on the sensor arrays, thereby accelerating their wear and tear, VS didn't even consider holding back. As long as he returned to safety, he could always replace the worn-out components. Around 5 hours passed as VS quietly waited for the Scarlet Rose to cycle her FTL drive. If the ship still received the care of a chief engineer, then her FTL drive could have finished its cycling routine in just 4 hours. While this was slower than the Barracuda, the Scarlet Rose was several times bigger. VS already started regarding his new prize as his flagship. He faintly smiled as he caressed his hand over the temporary workstation that VS installed in the half-ruined bridge. A muted sense of pride emanated from his restrained heart. With the Scarlet Rose, VS finally possessed a ship that could stand equal to Gloriana's stellar chaser. Of course, right now his grasp on the ship was only tentative. During the tense 5-hour period of exposure, VS constantly delved into the internal network and deepened his control. This was not an easy task. Just because he managed to fool the ship into thinking he was the captain didn't mean he grasped every other system and subsystem. Mechs were much less troublesome. Though their complexity had no limits, most mech designers tended to make them as simple as possible. The core concept of a mech was that it should be at the beck and call of a single mech pilot. Even the rare multi-pilot mechs only featured 2 or 3 mech pilots at most. There was never a case where 50 or 100 people simultaneously controlled a single mech. Ships were different. Despite not offering the ability for someone to interface with the vessel, hundreds or thousands of crew members worked in unison to control every aspect of the ship. While the agency of a single officer or ship rating was limited, when hundreds of them pooled their capabilities together, a qualitative transformation occurred. Under the collective power and will of a crew, the ship would run as a well-oiled machine. The problem was that this mode of operation became a drag to Ves. Unlike mechs, the operation mode of a starship was very decentralized. A mech always ran as a single whole. With just a single mech pilot in control, there was no need to split its control systems. Ships abided by a different paradigm. They were run much like a government, where the captain served as the president. The different officers in charge of engineering, security, life support, maintenance, and so on acted as the ministers. Grasping the office of the president did not immediately mean that Ves also gained control of the ministries. The only way to secure more control over the ship was to take over these ministries one by one. All of this took time and expertise, both of which Ves was short of. Even with Lucky's hacking capabilities on hand, Ves had the impression that he had to siege dozens of castles, each of which boasted many layers of defenses. The officers in charge of the different departments each tailored the defenses of their castles to their own quirks and preferences. While not all of them were very diligent or paranoid, Ves encountered enough hindrances to give up on converting the entire ship. Even when the Scarlet Rose finally transitioned back into FTL, he barely made any progress. "I don't have to take over every system." Ves shook his head. "There is far too much work for me to do." His priorities shifted to gaining solid control over the most essential systems. As for the others, Ves either isolated them or shut them off if they weren't necessary for the functioning of the ship. "Looks like we're in this for the long haul, Lucky." "Meow." His cat glowered at him. Lucky had an entire storeroom's worth of exotics to consume. Spending hours on the bridge was pure torture for the cat with a bottomless stomach. Under his cat's repeated complaints, Ves finally let him go after a while. He was getting rather tired as well. With his injured body and his exhausted mind and spirit, his mental and physical endurance had reached a low point. Ves reluctantly pulled away from his work and decided to eat a quick meal before turning in for the night. Once he shut down the interface, he looked around and saw that the cleaning bots had already scrubbed or cleared away the dead remains. As he commanded his floating chair to exit the bridge, he passed through various corridors and compartments. A large number of bots zipped back and forth, diligently closing holes and cleaning up the bodies and debris. Due to employing the Amastendera, the collateral damage at the upper decks was very significant. Ves encountered numerous scorched and melted traces along the way. The situation was different at the lower decks. Starting from engineering, hardly any collateral damage occurred. Lucky's close strike capabilities were unparalleled. The only damage the ship sustained at the lower decks came from the futile counterattacks of the armed guards and crew members. None of their weapons came close to hitting their fast-moving, elusive attacker. While Lucky's mode of attack resulted in much less collateral damage, the bodies he left behind looked much worse. If his victims were lucky, his scorching hot energy claws cauterized the wounds. If they were not as lucky, then their torn bodies had emptied their entire reserves of blood over the deck. It took hours for the overburdened cleaning bots to scrub all of the traces. What was worse was that VS only issued the order to clean up the mess after he was out for 2 days. This was enough time for most of the bodies to decompose. Since the Scarlet Rose became his possession, VS lamented the ugly messes at the lower decks. Even if the cleaning bots managed to wipe away all of the dirty biological traces, VS still couldn't forget his initial impressions. He took over a tainted ship. The Scarlet Rose was unclean. While VS felt a little bothered by that, his rational mind prevented him from caring too much. Under his current condition, a ship was a ship. Regardless of her sordid history, the Scarlet Rose was just a very huge machine. She possessed no life or spirit to speak of. Why should he regard her in the same way as a mech? As VS reached the mess hall and tore open a nutrient pack to have a quick, nutritious meal, he examined his strange state further. He used to think that there were only downsides associated with the so-called low period. Only after Patricia revealed the existence of rational mech designers to him did he look at this state in a different way. The suppression of his emotions and the muting of his passion meant his mind wasn't subject to their whims as much. It was as if he stopped polluting himself. VS never considered the influence of his passion and emotions to be a detriment to himself. Yet now that he guessed that rational mech designers entered the same state as him, his perspective on the matter had shifted. There were always two sides of a coin. What VS regarded as downsides, others saw them as upsides. It was just that VS had been so focused on his mental exhaustion that he hadn't thoroughly examined his other changes. Now that Patricia pointed out the benefits, VS became a lot more clear about the advantages of rational mech designers. Even if I'm tired, as long as I'm used to it, I can take full advantage of my clear-minded state. It was easy for him to enter a pure state of mind. The weakening of emotions, biases, and instincts made him feel as if he was sophisticated AI in human skin. If not for his plummeting creativity and ingenuity, VS would have considered staying in this state permanently. I'm not suited to be a rational mech designer, he reminded himself. He lost too many advantages after losing most of his passions, feelings, and emotions. The benefits of attaining a clear and open-minded mentality were not very much. Mech designers like Patricia who aimed to become rational mech designers from the start probably derived much better benefits from this state. As for VS, he should forget about it. Stripping himself of his passion was the same as tearing out his heart for mech design. Chapter 1741 Careful Communication. In the following days, VS raced to take direct control over the most essential systems. He focused mostly on navigation, engineering, security, and communications. As long as he overcame the defenses of these systems and cleaned up all of the hidden traps, VS became more confident about his chances of escape. Even though he took over the Scarlet Rose, VS still treated as if it was a terrible exabeast who could break out of her shackles as soon as he let down his guard. As his grand dynamo rapidly replenished his spiritual energy reserves, VS regained more and more of his emotions. This was not necessarily a good thing. Regaining his emotions meant his frustrations about his new ship began to drag down his mood. Compared to mechs, ships were incredibly troublesome to work with. VS personally experienced why shipwrights always worked in teams. Starships are too big and complex to be grasped by a single person. While it was common for mech designers to work together on a mech design, if VS really wanted to, he could design and build a mech by himself. His most recent solo project, the Devil Tiger, served as one of his proudest accomplishments. When a mech came into existence, it only took a single mech pilot to exert its potential. In his years of working with mechs, Ves always took these customs for granted. Now that he started to chew a starship that was bigger than the Barracuda, Ves fully experienced the uphill struggle of mastering a starship by himself. While it was theoretically possible for a single person to design, build, and crew a starship by himself, in practice the amount of labor and expertise required was too much to bear for any single individual. "I am no Atlas holding up the heavens," Ves helplessly admitted. The more he dove into the Scarlet Rose, the more he understood the unfathomable depths of ship design. As a mech designer, Ves only possessed some technical understanding of ship systems and ship components. The Scarlet Rose possessed over 100 core systems, with countless lesser ones regulating every minor function. This was too much for Ves to bear alone. If he wasn't in a low period, then he would have felt a lot more repelled by his current activities. Fortunately, Ves took advantage of his rational state. No matter how much he disliked his current work, as long as his dislike was suppressed, he could still persevere and slog through the swamp. All of this work eventually paid off. Not only did he gain more control over the most essential core systems, he also gained a deeper understanding of the Scarlet Rose. Her capabilities continued to impress him. She was a bona fide second-class frigate whose acceleration, FTL cycling time, sensors and fabrication capabilities presented an attractive package to mech designers like Ves. Although her armor and cargo capacity weren't great, these downsides hardly bothered Ves too much. What Ves currently valued the most was her elusiveness. Her ability to outrun most pursuers along with her quick FTL cycling time and decent FTL range meant that most powerful pursuers wouldn't be able to keep up with her pace. This gave Ves the confidence of outrunning the hunters of the Friday Coalition. Of course, Ves still dreaded them. He only had to make one wrong move to fall into their hands. While the light carriers and combat carriers of the Coalition wouldn't be able to keep up, it was a different story for smaller and more agile ship classes. Even another corvette or mobile supply frigate would be able to catch up to the Scarlet Rose. Normally, Ves did not have any reason to fear these smaller ships. A mobile supply frigate only carried a handful of mechs while a corvette only deployed a single mech at most. Yet Ves did not forget that his new ship was running entirely on automation right now. The absence of a human crew meant that the Scarlet Rose performed worse than usual. Not only was the Scarlet Rose unable to outrun comparable ships, she also possessed little ability to resist attackers. Though his ship currently carried 4 second-class mechs, without any mech pilots on hand, how could he ever enjoy their protection? Even if the Coalition didn't send any mechs, Ves would still be hard-pressed to hold on to his Scarlet Rose. Ves still didn't trust her internal defense systems. He feared that any boarding party that managed to step foot on his ship could only be resisted by relying solely on himself and Lucky. "I can't allow any enemy to board my ship." Though Ves and Lucky succeeded in killing the former crew of the ship, that was only by virtue of launching a surprise attack. Against a large, prepared and determined group of commandos, Ves did not rate his chances highly. All of these pressing concerns continued to weigh on his mind. While his temporary rational state prevented him from sinking in despair, he still felt a little pessimistic when he estimated his odds. In the end, he was just a single person. Away from his friends and subordinates, he could only rely on Lucky to assist his efforts. Ves already realized how unlikely it was to escape Coalition pursuit if this remained true. He recognized that he needed help. A lot of help. For this reason, Ves tried to gain control over the external communication systems before the ship reached her next stop. He shut off and isolated most communication methods and focused completely on the controller attached to the quantum entanglement node. He knew that the entire controller was very suspect. The reason why he locked down the quantum entanglement node right at the start was because the ship would continue to feed back information to the Friday Coalition if left alone. While Ves deeply wanted to contact Gloriana and his organization for help, he didn't dare to do so before he replaced the controller. It took some time to fabricate a rudimentary control module that was completely standalone. Ves did not want the rest of the Scarlet Rose to connect with this replacement control module. Who knew what kind of hidden programming would spring into action and covertly transmit some information back to the Coalition Reserve Corps? The best way to prevent this from happening was by tearing down the bridge. Of course, Ves didn't know whether the quantum entanglement node itself was connected to the Friday Coalition. Technically, it should have been under the sole purview of the COM Consortium, but what if the Friday Coalition gained the right to tap into its transmissions? The device originally belonged to the Coalition, after all. This was why he did not dare to be too open in his upcoming communication attempts. He had to act as if the Coalition was listening in on his transmissions. He smiled. Thankfully, I've already taken this into account. As a paranoid bastard, Ves had already made some preparations beforehand. The moment he finished installing the replacement control module on the quantum entanglement node, he connected to the galactic net for the first time since Ganso took him away. The control module currently served as a bridge that connected to his comm through a solid wire. Ves wasn't stupid enough to add wireless capabilities to his control module. Only a fixed connection ensured adequate security. After checking that nothing was amiss, he first attempted to call Gloriana through an encryption method that Ves had already prepared beforehand. Gloriana instantly accepted the call. Ves! Her projection appeared in front of him, causing his muted heart to stir. I miss you. How are you? My sources tell me that something has happened to the Scarlet Rose. Are you still a prisoner? Whoa there! Calm down, Gloriana. Let me start at the beginning. In his current state, Ves did not wish to waste his time. He quickly explained his experiences on the Scarlet Rose. The moment he finished explaining his successful hijacking attempt, his girlfriend gazed at him in admiration. I never expected you to be so daring to take over a ship by yourself. How did you manage to do it? I don't see any way for you to kill the entire crew. I have my ways, Ves modestly said. From what little intelligence we've gathered, the Coalition seemed to have the impression that we dispatched one of our Special Forces teams to liberate the Scarlet Rose. Regardless of what happened, I succeeded in taking control over the ship. Ves moved on, either confirming or denying her guess. If the eavesdroppers managed to crack the encryption, they would still be guessing whether a commando team truly captured the ship. Gloriana understood the gravity of the situation. I really regret not being able to help you, Ves. I promised to make it up you. While there aren't many Hexer assets in this region of space, I can still convince them to come to your assistance. I can also convince your avatars to rendezvous with you. I'll transmit my position, route, and plans through the agreed-upon method. You should know what I'm talking about. She nodded. I'll be keeping my eye out. I'll also transmit the schematics and the current configuration of the Scarlet Rose. I've done my best to subvert control over some of her core systems, but I'm not confident whether I've missed something. I already looked up on the Scarlet Rose, she said. She's a fairly modern ship, and I'm not sure whether the hegemony has grasped her design. We can only offer limited assistance on this front. Well, do the best you can. Even some advice is useful. You Hexers must surely be familiar with the tricks the Friday men employ. I'll see what I can do. Your friend C should be able to offer what you need, I think. She's been trying just as hard as me to get you back. Ves narrowed his eyes.
I could have used C's help earlier.
Gloriana's projection scowled.
You're not the only one who's disappointed in her. While she promised to make it up for her absence, don't put your hopes in her. She doesn't love you like I do. Only I can save my boy. Don't worry, Ves. You just do your best and evade the Friday men. As soon as I obtain your data, I'll pass them on to the hegemony to figure out the best way to circumvent their pursuers. How much effort are they investing in recapturing this ship?
The coalition doesn't have many assets in place to hunt you down. However, the states in this region are all aligned with our enemies. We have already seen signs that these states have dispatched a lot of outfits and forces to intercept the Scarlet Rose. Don't trust anyone you encounter. He already anticipated this possibility. If the Friday men managed to work together with Ganso and General Cavendish, then they should surely be able to leverage the help of states closer to coalition space. After discussing his precarious situation, Ves wanted to know what had happened to the organizations he left behind.
Has the LMC imploded?
She smiled.
Don't worry, Ves. Your company and your other organizations are still holding up. The people you put in charge are still firmly in control. Right now, they're busy executing one of your contingency plans. While they aren't able to move as many assets as they want to, the authorities haven't posed any hindrance. They can't afford to antagonize us after this scandal blew up in their faces.
He became relieved at hearing this. He feared the Bright Republic decided to commit to the Friday Coalition and make the LMC and the Larkinson family miserable.
What about the Deliverer? Our new model is performing as we expected.
She smiled brilliantly.
The Deliverers has succeeded in making an impact in the Elvain Protectorate. There are already talks about assisting other states, but the negotiations aren't always smooth. You can't imagine how remorseful the Bright Republic is right now. The Elvainans are driving a very hard bargain against your state right now.
Ves had mixed feelings about this. If the Deliverers showed their value earlier, the Bright Republic would have never screwed him over. Chapter 1742 Slalom. After hearing about how much leverage the Elvain Protectorate gained after they managed to master the use of his Deliverers, Ves felt a bit proud. He even considered whether he should make use of his influence on the state to dictate their decisions. If Ves wasn't so rational, then he would have followed his angry impulses and told the Elvainans to bleed his former state dry. A darker part of him even wanted to take a step further and withhold assistance entirely. However, Ves quickly ruled out these impulsive decisions. From a logical point of view, the fall of the Bright Republic would expose the flanks of the Elvain Protectorate and Vesia Kingdom against the Sandmen. There was no way the Elvainans and Vesians would be able to stretch their overstretched defense forces any further. Since its own safety was at stake, the Elvainans would never break relations with the Brighters entirely. They still depended on each other to protect each other's flanks. Aside from that, Ves maintained a principle that he should not be too picky about his customers and how they utilized them. The moment the mechs ended up in the hands of his customers, he no longer possessed any say in their use. If the Elvainans wanted to use his mechs to help the people who stabbed his back, then Ves shouldn't interfere. This was what a mech designer ought to do. They only provided the tools. It was up to the recipients to use them for their desired ends. Of course, the situation was a little special right now. It was not that easy to remain hands-off when the Deliverer had the potential to wipe out most Sandman fleets before they inflicted any substantial damage. He managed to move on, though. This was not the time to indulge in improper influencing, especially when the lives of trillions of Brighters and Elvainans were at stake. The three leading dynasties were the rightful rulers of the Elvain dynasty. Ves did not possess the mandate, experience, or training to be a qualified leader of an entire state. After reminding himself of this, Ves loosened his shoulders. Let's end this call before the Friday men find out anymore. Each communication attempt is risky, so we shouldn't talk too often. Though Gloriana looked regretful, she reluctantly accepted his argument. Tears began to well in her eyes as she gazed at her boyfriend. Ves clearly wasn't in a good state right now since he was still relying on a floating chair to move around. Don't give up, Ves. I'll do everything I can to bring you to safety. Once you're in the clear, we should have a good talk about our future. That sounded rather ominous to Ves. He immediately suspected that Gloriana wanted to encourage him to move to hegemony space in order to avoid coalition pursuit. Ves quickly ended the calm call before he said something he might regret. In his rational state, who knew what kind of insane decision he might make? He felt as if he was in Axelar's shoes right now. His sane self was a lot more suspect than his ordinary self. Because it wasn't him. Only when he regained his emotions would he trust his own judgment. Right now, he acted as if his judgment was impaired. It's like I'm drunk right now. I can't assume I'll make the right decisions. Perhaps someone like Patricia would disagree, but Ves had always been someone who stuck to his choices even if his logic disagreed. One benefit about his recent changes was that he gained the opportunity to make a comparison between his rational self and emotional self. With the help of Patricia's explanations, Ves gained a much greater awareness of himself. It was as if he was on the outside looking in on how he acted. While his judgment wasn't always good, he longed to return to normal. This was because Ves never doubted his decisions. Whenever he made a choice, he usually committed to them with unflinching conviction. His decision to commit to Gloriana despite the dubiousness of the relationship was a typical example. As long as he was happy, who cared about whether he made the wrong decision? This certainty was missing in him right now, which troubled him quite a bit. He continually doubted some of his decisions. If he wasn't used to sticking to his choices, then he would have changed his mind already. My mental state is not very good, right? He concluded. I should distract myself. Before he did anything else, he first prepared the data package for Gloriana. Ves did not assume he could hide his encrypted data package from the Coalition. To assume otherwise was to insult their intelligence capabilities. However, there were ways to frustrate them. It just took a bit of time to set up the preparations. Ves spent a few hours in programming a software program that performed some very simple tasks. First, it received some data input. This input could be as little as a single document, or an entire data chip worth of files. Once it received the input, the program encrypted it with a randomized encryption method. This consumed most of his attention because he configured the software with a lot of encryption methods. Each of them relied on a lot of randomized elements that made them very hard to crack by relying on quantum rotation and all kinds of other techniques. No matter the method, Ves believed it would definitely take some time and computing power to decrypt the data. Once his software program finished encrypting the data, it uploaded its output on a random address on the galactic net. Each time it uploaded something on the galactic net, it uploaded the encrypted file on another address. While the principle of his software program sounded trivially simple, the annoying part about it was the sheer volume of encrypted output it disgorged onto the galactic net. In the first minute since he activated it, it started to upload more random encrypted files at 1,000,000 different addresses. Each of these files were encrypted in different ways. No single method solved all of them easily. Even if the Friday Coalition managed to decrypt the files, Most of them only contain gibberish data. The vast majority of files his program uploaded on the galactic net consisted of decoys. Ves intended to run this spamming program for an entire day. After uploading an uncountable amount of files on the galactic net, he believed the Friday Coalition would definitely be frustrating themselves if they attempted to crack each and every one of them in the hopes of gaining any useful data. Out of all of those decoys, only 100 files contained the data that Ves wanted to convey to Gloriana. Ves had split up his package in 100 parts as another precaution. Only Crinden knew the right addresses and decryption methods of those files. As a Kinner, Crinden was absolutely loyal, so Ves did not worry about any leaks on his end. Of course, while this method was very consuming, Ves did not rule out the possibility that the Friday Coalition found a way to recover the sensitive data. "Well, it's not like I can do anything better," he shrugged. If he relied on the Scarlet Rose's communication system, he could employ much more sophisticated solutions. It was too bad that he didn't trust it at all. The reason why he wasted valuable time in programming an encryption solution was because he could only trust what he made himself. After making sure that his software program and his control module worked as expected, he left them alone and returned to the bridge. He became a little tense as his floater chair entered the bridge. The ship was just about to reach her second stop. Ves wasn't sure whether it was as lifeless as the first stop. It took less than 2 weeks for the Scarlet Rose to travel from the Bright Republic to the border of the Friday Coalition. However, this was the most direct route. The ship traveled along a popular shipping route. Many ships frequented this route, which was very bad news to a fugitive like Ves. While most of this traffic consisted of neutrals, as long as one mercenary corps or escort force decided to do the Friday Coalition a favor, Ves would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, he had no choice but to take an inefficient, circuitous route to safety. His current route resembled a slalom that meandered its way to the Ilvain Protectorate. Not only did he have to make a lot of detours, he also had to travel to the most lifeless star systems imaginable. Most of these consisted of red dwarf systems. Their weak mass and energy made it very hard for FTL drives to reach these destinations. This wasn't a problem when the jump was short, but as long as the distance lengthened, it was too risky for ships to travel to them. As long as they missed the mark, it was a complete mystery where they ultimately stopped. All of these measures doubled or tripled his return time. He might have to wander the stars for more than a month before the Scarlet Rose reached her destination. This wasn't the first time he traveled in this fashion. The flagrant vandals successfully used these methods to avoid getting cornered by the Vesians as they boldly cut through their space. Ves did not forget that one of the reasons the Vandals succeeded was because they had the help of the Vesian Revolution Front. If Ves wanted to replicate the feat of the Vandals, he needed some intelligence assistance as well. He had no choice but to rely on Gloriana and Calabas to provide him with this valuable information. Even with all of these advantages, he was not very optimistic about his chances. The Friday Coalition's influence in this region of space was simply too heavy. All of this was proven right as soon as the Scarlet Rose finally emerged out of FTL. Despite ending up in another empty star system that didn't even contain a single manned space station, the Scarlet Rose still detected the presence of 15 ships in the system. 3 of them even appeared within several light minutes of his emergence point. If the variance of the Scarlet Rose's FTL emergence hadn't nudged the ship away, the Scarlet Rose might have ended up in the middle of their triangular formation. A few minutes after entering the star system, Ves received a transmission from one of the unknown ships. Ves Larkinson. On behalf of the Coalition Reserve Corps, we order you to cease your flight and surrender the Scarlet Rose.
How friendly! Ves snorted. He didn't panic. Ves immediately commanded his ship to engage her thrusters and run as far away from the closest ships as possible. Immediately, her powerful propulsion systems accelerated the Scarlet Rose away from the nearest ship. At the same time, he activated the scanners and allocated a lot of energy into scanning the properties of the three pursuing ships. The results quickly came in. It turned out that the three vessels belonged to a third-class mercenary corps that had doubtlessly been hired to squat at one of the likely emergence zones the Scarlet Rose might end up next. The three ships were all light carriers. Due to their low relative velocity, none of the carriers enjoyed a head start on the Scarlet Rose. More importantly, the pursuing ships consisted entirely of bog-standard third-class light carriers. Compared to a second-class mobile supply frigate, their acceleration was too inferior. The mercenary corps would never be able to catch up to the Scarlet Rose before she transitioned back into FTL. Ves put down his worries. Though the light carriers appeared to be distressingly close, in truth the distance would only grow larger instead of smaller. There's no reason for me to worry about them. At this distance, not even laser weapons can hit my ship. While Ves put down his concerns, he was still displeased. This was just the start. Ves bet that he would definitely encounter this situation several more times. Chapter 1743 Three Republics. After exchanging encrypted messages with Gloriana, Ves received a bunch of useful information. First, he received an analysis of the Dire Broslev class. The Scarlet Rose just happened to be an upgraded version of the Dire Broslev class, so the information he received was very useful in increasing his understanding of his new ship. The Hexers not only analyzed the Dire Broslev class in detail, but also documented all of the traps, safeguards, and backup measures slipped into the various systems of the ship. Though Ves managed to disarm many of them, he still missed a couple of hidden dangers, especially the ones embedded in the minor systems. A sour expression faintly marred his face. Starships are way too complex. If Ves was working with a mech, then he would have grasped it to a much greater degree. Even if it wasn't possible for him to master 100 of the ship, then he would have at least managed to understand 50 or 60% of its mechanisms. In comparison, Ves felt he had only gained a selective understanding of the ship. He barely grasped 10 to 20% of the Scarlet Rose, but actually understood less than 5% of her workings. The only reason why Ves managed to gain control of the mobile supply frigate was because no one else was left to contest his coup. As long as the captain or a senior officer of the ship remained alive, they could have instantly taken back control over the core command systems. The information provided by the Hexers specifically pointed out this well-hidden security risk. Though it only posed a threat when someone accessed the bridge, Ves still poured all of his efforts into closing this backdoor. Aside from this useful information, Gloriana also passed on a modified route for him to navigate back to safety. When Ves inspected the route, he found out that it actually consisted of several branches. If one destination wasn't safe for any reason, he could opt to travel to another star system instead. Ves had to admit that this plan was very comprehensive. He wouldn't end up without direction when circumstances forced him to diverge from his primary route. He could definitely tell that Calabast was responsible for forming this plan. Aside from suggesting various routes, the plan also highlighted opportunities to upgrade the ship or shake off pursuit. Unfortunately, the plan did not mention anything about enlisting additional help along the way. The Scarlet Rose was an empty castle without a competent crew. She was also defenseless as there weren't any ships and mechs to protect her against any possible threats. Ves sorely missed the avatars of myth and the battle criers at this time.
As long as he enjoyed their protection, he had much more confidence in sneaking back to safety. Fortunately, the one saving grace was the Scarlet Rose's exceptional mobility. As long as Ves disregarded the longevity of her propulsion system, his ship could easily outrun nearly any pursuers. The fast cycling time of her FTL drive made it difficult for carriers and lower-quality vessels to keep up with her flight. The original crew of the Scarlet Rose deserved a lot of credit for keeping the ship in excellent shape. Her FTL drive and her propulsion system were both in tip-top shape. Though it was risky to overburden them, Ves didn't have to worry about wearing them out in a short amount of time. Ships were built to endure, especially the more expensive ones like the Scarlet Rose. In ordinary cases, she should easily be able to maintain optimum performance for 50 years. Overburdening the ship in any way would shorten this optimum state. The deterioration became even worse when there weren't any engineers on hand to mitigate the damage and perform immediate maintenance and repairs. However, Ves didn't care about this at the moment. Though he already considered the ship as his possession, he clearly knew his priorities. He should secure his own life and freedom first before chasing after other goals.
If it's necessary to abandon the Scarlet Rose, I'll do it. I won't be able to cling to her anyway if my enemies manage to corner the ship.
The plan already took these eventualities into account. Some of the star systems on his route were lightly populated. The sparse settlements didn't attract a lot of traffic, thereby giving Ves plenty of opportunities to slip in and blend in the towns and cities. As long as he waited for rescue or obtained passage on another ship, Ves could definitely resume his escape. Of course, Ves did not wish to resort to this contingency plan. He was not a spy and did not feel confident in his ability to hijack another ship, especially when his opponents blockaded the planet. According to his current plan, the Scarlet Rose had to pass through 3 different states in order to reach the Ilvain Protectorate. Right now, he resided in the Ordent Republic, a weak third-rate state that bordered the Friday Coalition. Due to its small size and strong dependence on the Friday Coalition, the state did not possess a strong military heritage. The private sector outfits weren't very powerful either. None of them fought in any intensive battles or wars. Most of the fighting in this star system consisted of ritualized duels and restricted battles. However, the annoying part about Ordent was that it maintained close ties with the Gage dynasty and Kansa clan. The intelligence provided by Gloriana warned him that the Ordenters wouldn't hesitate to move in large numbers to hunt him down. Once he passed through the Ordent Republic, Ves would cross into the Great Zona Republic. Though its name sounded impressive, it wasn't actually stronger than the Bright Republic. Different from Ordent, Zona experienced numerous wars, all of which ended in victory. The reason why it adopted its current name was because the smaller Zona Republic managed to annex various neighboring states. Though each of these states were small and weak, for Zona to become the ultimate victor of this territorial struggle spoke volumes about its military might. In recent times, Zona abandoned its aggressive posture. While its militarists wanted to continue its string of victories, the internal stability of the state dropped significantly as it failed to digest its earlier conquests. The Zonars were good at winning territories, but that didn't mean that they were good at keeping them. Their arrogant, tyrannical rule over their conquered territories evoked a lot of dissatisfaction, providing fertile ground to many hostile rebel groups. Ves already knew how hard it was to fight against rebels. The Bentheim Liberation Movement and the Vigia Revolutionary Front managed to last for centuries despite enduring continuous persecution. While it was almost impossible for these rebel groups to topple an entire state, they nonetheless turned into persistent dogs that continued to gnaw at the legs of the Great Zona Republic. None of these rebel organizations should possess any special affection for the Friday Coalition. Yet that did not mean that the enemy of his enemy was a friend. The Scarlet Rose was an extremely valuable second-class ship. Any rebel group that managed to get their hands on her would be able to expand their space-borne operations or sell her for a huge windfall. The rebels couldn't be trusted. At best, Ves could take advantage of the pressure they exerted on the zonars to slip between the cracks. After crossing the Great Zonar Republic, Ves would enter the Cretia Republic. Bordering both the Starfaith Collective and the Ilvain Protectorate, the Cretia Republic strongly resisted these religious influences by adopting a strong secular tradition. This reminded him a lot of the Bright Republic. Different from his home state, Cretia was a lot more centralized. The president held most of the power as there weren't any founding families or other legacy influences to divide power among themselves. As a result, Cretia boasted very strong stability, which was bad news to Ves. The more chaotic the state, the easier it was to slip through its territories. A stable state like Cretia meant that it could easily muster up a lot of assets to cut off his escape routes. Well, whatever. I'll deal with this problem when I get to it. He shrugged. I can only solve my problems step by step. In total, Ves needed to cross through the territories of 3 republics, making him feel as if he was embarking on another odyssey. The odds were against them. Ves was all alone with no one else but Lucky to keep him company. He couldn't obtain any further help along the way. None of the mercenary corps and other possible sources of help could be trusted. They were much more liable to capture the Scarlet Rose and offer her back to the Friday Coalition in order to obtain rich rewards. Ves grimaced. The states in this region are all aligned with their big neighbor. A second-rate state ordinarily didn't bother with taking over the poorer territories of third-rate states. That did not mean a more powerful state could ignore the riffraff entirely. The former undeniably expanded their tentacles to the latter in order to prevent its enemies from doing the same. As long as all of the third-rate states in the vicinity came under the influence of the coalition, the Hexers wouldn't be able to infiltrate them and use them as a springboard to mess with their rivals. The Ilvain Protectorate happened to avoid getting swept up in the coalition's influence due to several reasons. First, throughout its history, the Protectorate isolated itself from the outside galaxy. It rejected any outside influences and continued to bury its head in the sand regardless of what went on outside its borders. Second, the partners of the coalition all consisted of secular powers. None of them possessed much enthusiasm in building ties with a religious culture they regarded as superstition. Third, the Friday Coalition already built up influences in many other third-rate states. It was not a big deal to leave behind some gaps. Even if the Hexadric hegemony tentatively built some relationships with the Ilvain Protectorate, the isolated state would never pose a threat to the coalition's territorial supremacy. This neglect gave Ves an opportunity to evade pursuit. As long as he crossed the border into the Ilvain Protectorate, all of his other pursuers should think twice. Perhaps in ordinary times, there was no reason to respect Ilvain Protectorate's sovereignty. However, the Komodo War made everything more sensitive. Most states didn't actually want to forge a life-and-death bond with the Friday Coalition. If they bet on the wrong horse, the Hexers would surely make them pay for their hasty judgment. Another complicating factor was the dazzling role played by the Deliverers. While Ves didn't have the time to keep up with the news, what little he read suggested that the so-called Eye of Ilvain became the latest sensation of the Sand War. The Deliverers all performed well when piloted by Ilvainans. However, they seemed to perform the best in the hands of the Hunters of Ilvain. It was as if the Great Prophet started to concentrate his blessings on these chosen elites. With the Ilvain Protectorate expressing willingness to dispatch their Hunters of Ilvain to foreign states, the Ilvainans gained a lot of appreciation. If at this time some states conspired to attack the Ilvain Protectorate, What would happen to its military assistance? Since I'm the designer of the deliverer, other people should better harbor some scruples in pursuing me, he reasoned. Only the most committed lackeys of the coalitions should pursue him wholeheartedly. As for others, his entanglement with the Elvane Protectorate and Hexadric hegemony should definitely deter them from trying too hard and pissing him off. In these troubled times, it's best to stay neutral and let the big boys fight it out. After making this realization, Ves regained some hope. While his actual deterrence wasn't that great, as long as he leaned on his backers, he might be able to worm his way out of trouble. Chapter 1744 Empty Quarters. Calabast. I haven't seen you for a while. Her projection looked around to observe the ruined bridge. Though the cleaning bots had done their best to clean up the bodies and debris, the melted surfaces and the torn holes still told a vivid story. I'll keep this short, Ves, she said. It took a lot of effort to establish this encrypted channel, and it is only effective for a couple of minutes. Ves frowned. How? It's complicated. Suffice to say, you need a way to obtain an inside connection to the COM Consortium. COM Consortium? Even with his muted emotions, Ves couldn't help but feel shocked. This was an organization that governed every quantum communication node. It oversaw pretty much the entire galactic communication network with its vast web of instantaneous communication channels. How Calabast managed to make an arrangement with someone inside the COM Consortium was a mystery. Why go through this trouble? To explain myself, and to transmit some helpful data to you. As we speak, I'm transferring some software that you can install in the Scarlet Rose's operating system. You will need this to close some of the more difficult backdoors and loopholes. I've also included some helpful programs that will help you in masking the identity of the Scarlet Rose and falsify her transponders. It won't fool determined bounty hunters, but it will help you in attracting less attention from incidental bystanders. That sounded very welcome to Ves. His disappointment towards her subsided a little, but it wasn't enough. Can I get some actual help? He pushed. I could use some actual crew to run this ship. I could also use some escorts to bring me to safety. We're working on that, Ves. Gloriana and I have been exploring our options, but we can't give you anything concrete. You'll have to fend for yourself for the time being. Her vague reply did not satisfy Ves at all. He grimaced even further. Why didn't you warn me about General Cavendish's plot? I've already said that my intelligence network hasn't penetrated the state level. Calabast answered in an exasperated tone. I admit that I've underestimated the conspiracy some of these state actors have hatched. I've already adjusted my organization to detect these plots faster, but don't expect too much from us. My operation can never match the effort of a state. What were you even doing during this time? I was preparing an opportunity for you, Ves. Didn't you want to break into a second-rate mech market? Among other actions, I've approached various entities and managed to obtain a positive response from a group that is interested in your mechs. Let me guess. They're hexers, right? She grinned. Naturally. Did you think I would offer you to design a mech for the Friday men? Though Ves absolutely refused to do any favors for the Friday Coalition after everything that Aisling Curver had done, that didn't mean he was open to designing mechs for the Hexadric hegemony. I didn't ask for this, Calabast. I know you had plans to offer your services to the second-rate states from Vicious Mountain, but you don't have a foundation there. It's better to start closer home. Gloriana fully supports our initiative. Didn't you forget that I'm a man? How could I ever break into the hegemony's mech market? All designs have to be vetted by the hexers. This is why you need the cooperation of Gloriana. As long as she takes responsibility for your work,
most hexers won't pay too much attention that a boy is the actual lead designer. The downside is that you won't earn as much credit as you deserve. Ves hadn't even considered designing a hexer mech at this point. However, due to the need to earn Constance Woden's approval, he really needed this opportunity, so he did not reject Calabast's assistance. Can you give me more details? She shook her head. It will only distract you from your current priorities. Let's wait until you are safe before considering your future options. After discussing a few more important matters, Calabast ended the encrypted call. Ves fell silent as he leaned his back against the captain's chair he replaced. The old one got wrecked when he bombarded the prior captain of the ship with an excess of energy damage. Though Ves agreed that it was too premature to think about designing a mech for the Hexers, he couldn't help but question what exactly Calabast arranged for him and Gloriana. The hegemony's mech market was not as free and unbridled as most other economies. The Hexers deferred to their matriarchs to decide whether a mech design was a good addition to the market. While this vastly reduced the amount of products for sale in the hegemony, the quality of them tended to be very high. Of course, one of the downsides of this was that novices and apprentices barely had room to breathe in their domestic mech industry. While the Hexers implemented various policies to avoid starving them to death, it was undeniable that the Friday Coalition offered much more fertile ground to the younger generation of mech designers. Ves knew that Gloriana managed to beat the odds by specializing in a very small niche. There was always demand for custom mechs. Even if she didn't manage to attract any customers, she could always gain more experience by designing mechs for the Woden dynasty. While Gloriana already developed a presence in the hegemony's mech industry, she didn't actually possess that much commercial experience. Ves expected that it would take some years for him to offer his products to the Hexers. Right now, he still had much to learn before he came close to reaching an adequate degree of familiarity with second-class mechs. What kind of mech do I even want to design? He asked. This question had been plaguing him for a while. Ever since he completed the Deliverer, he no longer saw any need to intervene in the Sand War again. Outside of this destructive conflict, the states in the region shouldn't be eager to fight on a massive scale. Wars and skirmishes would certainly diminish as the survivors poured most of their energy into rebuilding what they lost and taking over the territories scoured by the Sandmen. This was why Ves already considered stepping up to a second-class mech market. All of the low-level friction that took place in the third-rate states did not interest him at all, especially after he experienced the Sand War. Taking part in the Komodo War sounded much more interesting, though this conflict was fought at a much higher level than Ves was used to. Without a compelling and technically sound mech design, he would never be able to break into the market. Right now, Ves still needed to supplement his knowledge and hurry up in gaining all of the competences necessary to design a second-class mech. And not just an ordinary second-class mech, but a premium one. That reminded him that Aisling and Patricia's quarters were ripe for the picking. Since both of them were at the mech workshop by the time that Ves launched his hijacking attempt, the women shouldn't have gotten any opportunity to retrieve their personal possessions. While Ves wasn't interested in their personal effects, he hoped they left something useful behind, such as a full copy of their library. The printed books in his stateroom only encompassed a shallow layer of the knowledge that Clarion University had to offer. As long as Ves got his hands on Aisling's restricted knowledge, Ves would definitely be able to grasp second-class mech design faster. He first processed the information and software sent by Calabast. It took one day to install the new software, become familiar with its functions, and increase his control over the Scarlet Rose. Only after he finished these necessary chores did he choose to investigate former quarters of his least favorite Friday Men mech designers. In case of any traps, Ves decided to take some precautions before entering. Meow meow! Hey, I haven't complained at all about the fact that you're treating millions or billions worth of calls of exotics as your food. The least you can do is to scout ahead and dig out any secret stashes. Meow. Though Lucky looked a bit grumpy, Ves thought it was best to pull Lucky away from the material stores. He still needed at least some supplies to perform critical repairs when needed. Aside from this precaution, he also donned a suit of combat armor he managed to retrieve from one of Lucky's unfortunate victims. Many of the guards that met an unfortunate end at his claws had died from internal wounds that left their combat armor intact. As long as he hacked its systems and adjusted their biometric locks, the combat armor he salvaged fully recognized him as its native user. The main issue with his protection was that it consisted of medium combat armor. This was larger and bulkier than Ves was used to. Along with the fact that second-class combat armor came with many complex functions, he was unable to adapt to it in a short amount of time. This was why he made for a very strange sight right now. A large, armored form coated with the colors and emblems of the Coalition Reserve Corps approached the entrance to Patricia's quarters. Lucky playfully swished in the air as he followed after his owner. Once they reached the hatch, Ves used his authority over the ship to override the personal lock. Though the hatch slid open, he did not step in. Instead, he turned his armored head to Lucky, who quickly got the hint. Meow. Lucky flew inside and began to sniff and scan every corner of the roomy compartment. Meow. Only after Lucky finished his pass did Ves step inside. The layout of Patricia's stateroom was identical to his own. The furnishings were just as luxurious, and all of the furniture aside from his bookcase were exactly the same. There were some very noticeable differences, though. For one, Patricia's desk came with a standard terminal. Another difference was that the furnishings only featured the symbols and markings of the CRC and the Friday Coalition. This was probably how his quarters should have originally looked like before Aisling rearranged the interior to indoctrinate him into defecting to the Gage dynasty. Once Ves got over the differences, he slowly began to inspect Patricia's abandoned possessions. To his disappointment, his former classmate did not bring much. Her wardrobe carried most of her personal effects. He picked up a bra with his armored hand and stared at it listlessly. What use did he have for this useless article for clothing? He threw aside the bra and began to scour through the neatly folded clothes for any hidden treasures. No luck. Lucky already inspected the wardrobe beforehand, but Ves hadn't given up hope. Did she even bring anything useful? He frowned. He searched elsewhere, but only found trivial objects such as a collection of shoes and some exclusive designer perfume that was worth hundreds of thousands of calls. Ves sniffed the fragrance but didn't experience much stimulation due to his low period. Useless. He threw the bottle of perfume away, which bounced against the deck before rolling to a stop. No matter how much he searched, he failed to find anything useful. He faintly hoped to encounter a spare shield generator or an important cache of intelligence. Yet after 2 hours of searching, Ves encountered nothing worth valuing. Not even the files she stored in her desk terminal contained anything of use. She's really careful, he sighed. He didn't think she anticipated that he would take over the ship. This was probably an ingrained habit she developed to minimize any possible leaks. The way she arranged her quarters conformed closely to her claim that she was trying to advance as a rational mech designer. As someone who purposefully suppressed her emotions, she had no need to bring much stuff. Chapter 1745 Competitive Mechs. Searching Patricia's quarters turned out to be a fruitless venture. She brought nothing useful to Ves.
What personal effects she left behind largely consisted of clothes and cosmetics. Of course, she didn't need to bring anything else. She was just supposed to be serving alongside a monitor on behalf of the Coalition Reserve Corps. This was a fairly boring duty that demanded little of her. Aside from providing Aisling with her insights on the Bright Republic, Patricia did not need to do anything else. The only meaningful gain he secured was getting a better insight on Patricia. For some reason, Ves believed that there was a good chance that he would encounter her again in the future. Though they both came from the same state, they somehow ended up on opposite sides. While she was just an apprentice for the time being, the confidence she exuded when she stated that she was steadily working towards journeyman impressed him a lot. "She'll definitely be worth watching once she advances to journeyman." He left her abandoned quarters in disappointment. Getting an impression of her personality was not worth wasting 2 hours of his limited time. Hopefully, Aisling left something better behind. He followed the same routine on Lady Aisling's quarters. Unlike the rooms assigned to Ves and Patricia, Aisling clearly enjoyed better digs. Her stateroom was twice as large as his own, and much of the space was taken up by larger furniture and wasteful decorations. Unlike Patricia, Aisling clearly brought more stuff. Her wardrobe alone contained 4 times as much clothes. She even brought along more shoes. Of course, just because her quarters were filled with her personal effects didn't mean that Ves could make use of them. In truth, many of her possessions consisted of trinkets such as miniatures of her previous mech designs. While there was some value to studying her handmade miniatures, there was little value in doing so during his current predicament. He could study her work later when he had the luxury to return to mech design. Unfortunately, as Ves searched her quarters further, he only found more objects that either satisfied her vanity or were related to her profession. It took half an hour before he encountered his first useful find. "What's this, Lucky?" "Meow." While Ves had been going through Aisling's effects, Lucky had been phasing through the deck and bulkheads in an attempt to uncover hidden pockets. Ves half expected to find nothing. There was no reason for Aisling to bring anything too sensitive or valuable for her assignment. Just like Patricia, she shouldn't be bringing anything superfluous to her duties. Instead, Lucky managed to dig out a strange vial containing some sort of glowing blue fluid. Ves had no clue what he was holding. Yet he intuitively sensed that it was very valuable. "Is there something else in the stash where you found this vial?" "Meow." "Nothing at all? Not even a data chip or something?" "Meow." Without any documents or other objects, Ves did not know the value of this vial. He could make some guesses, though. The contents of the vial reminded him a lot of a gene boost elixir. The ones he was familiar with acted as primers that increased a person's tolerance towards genetic modification. Ves obtained an entry-level boost from Master Olson. He gained a follow-up boost after undergoing an operation at the Starlight Megalodon. The value between these boosts differed substantially. While an entry-level boost was already valuable, a second-phase priming agent could be worth as much as the Scarlet Rose. Though his vision grew hot for a moment, his rationality quickly reasserted itself. How could Aisling be so careless as to bring along a second-phase priming agent to this mission? She should never be carrying something so valuable without more protection. Unless it's not for her. Perhaps it might have been prepared for an upcoming trade. Ves recalled that Aisling ended her monitoring assignment early. In exchange, the CRC passed some other assignments to her in order to make up for her premature return. Is this a part of her make-up assignments? He couldn't really tell. There was something special about the vial that prompted Aisling to store it away in a hidden stash in her quarters. Whether it was a gene boost elixir or some other valuable substance, Ves couldn't immediately make use of it, let alone identify it right away. Maybe her terminal contains some information. He left aside the unmarked vial and sat down behind her desk. With Lucky's assistance, he managed to gain entry into her files. Well, it's not as empty as I thought. Unlike Patricia, who maintained a very light footprint, Aisling clearly didn't possess the same concerns. She dumped all sorts of files and documents in the storage space of her personal terminal. While her files were locked behind numerous passwords and encryptions, Lucky easily solved them all, revealing all of their contents to Ves without any further hindrance. He combed over Aisling's haphazard file structure. Many of the files were related to her former and current design projects. He not only encountered Aisling's design schematics, but also her notes, logs, and explanations. The former only provided him with some reference value. The former combined with the latter allowed him to imitate her mech design. While Ves didn't feel any desire to engage in such a shameless action, he could still gain a deeper insight into her specialty. Wait a second. These design schematics are very familiar. 4 of the folders contained the full design documentation of the mechs stored in the mech hangar. Each of those dormant mechs were actually her own work. She designed and built all 4 mechs to serve as her honor guard of some sorts. If Ves hadn't sabotaged their neural interfaces, then he would have definitely failed in his hijacking attempt. As it was, without any mech pilots, the mechs basically turned into metal statues. There was no way that Ves could take advantage of their strength. Nonetheless, that did not mean that Ves discounted them entirely. At the very least, if he didn't have anything else to do, he might as well study Aisling's work in order to deepen his understanding of second-class mechs. If he combined personal inspections of the mechs with studying Aisling's design files, Ves would definitely be able to grasp the essence of their designs. This was considerably valuable to Ves, as he didn't really have many opportunities to inspect a second-class mech up close. Out of curiosity, Ves delved into the documentation related to her specialty. He immediately encountered pages filled with calculations, projections, and incomprehensive jargon. Ves only possessed a shallow understanding of neural interface technology. His scattered learning on this subject only encompassed the tip of the iceberg. If Ves wanted to gain a technical understanding of neural interconnectivity, then Ves had to develop an actual foundation in this field. Did she leave any useful learning material behind? He wondered. He immediately stopped exploring her design files and turned his attention to her other folders. Ves encountered various irrelevant documents related to Clarion University and Master Huron. They encompassed subjects such as offering to tutor some important students and becoming a consultant to the Sundered Phalanx. According to the correspondence logs, Aisling refused the offer to join a clandestine mech design team related to the Gage dynasty's mech military. Ordinary individuals would never be given the opportunity to say no, but Aisling was different. As a direct disciple to a master, she enjoyed a more privileged status in society. Ves idly browsed her correspondence further. While she didn't deliberately obfuscate her information, she still exhibited some care in avoiding anything too sensitive. The most he gained out of reading the messages she sent to her friends, colleagues, and her master was that she was a very wanted partner for collaboration, especially when it came to mechs designed for small-scale military units and mech athlete teams of all things. The former made a lot of sense. Neural networks worked best when they tied a small number of mech pilots together who shared a lot in common. Outside of close relatives, The only people who qualified were those who underwent the exact same rigorous training that shaped their attitudes and personality traits in the same direction. Ves did not expect Aisling to be involved in the design of mechs proposed for group sport competitions. The mech games circuit of the Friday Coalition is much more popular than the scene in the Bright Republic. The mechs, mech pilots, and diversity of competition formats were on an entirely different level. A lot of money passed around in this industry due to the sheer number of fans they attracted. Not only the Friday men, but many other fans from the Bright Republic and other third-rate states watched the matches. Ves personally didn't waste any time in watching them since second-class mechs were too far away from him. He regretted this decision now, as he would have gained a much better feel for these types of mechs if he witnessed thousands of battles. He turned his attention back to the correspondence. It turned out that neural interconnectivity was a high-risk, high-reward addition to group sports mechs. Competitive teams who wanted to gain an edge in teamwork were all interested in leveraging the power of neural networks. Though neural networks increased the chance of incurring brain injuries and other neural problems, to mech athletes who wanted to win at all costs, even a 5% increase in effective performance was worth the risks. Reading through all of this correspondence not only enlightened him to the demand for neural interconnectivity, but also expanded his horizons of the mech games circuit. He couldn't help but consider what it would be like to follow Aisling's footsteps and design some mechs for a professional mech athlete team. Depending on the league and team tiers, mech designers stood to gain a lot of money. As mechs served as one of the main victory factors, their designs were very crucial. In the team correspondence, Aisling received offers that rewarded her with 2 to 5% shares of a mech athlete team's seasonal profit. As long as her mechs continued to be used, the calls would keep rolling in her bank accounts. However, to a mech designer like Aisling, she had little interest in the monetary remuneration. What interested her more was exposing her work to an incredibly huge audience base. Though the offers she received only came from teams competing in the lesser leagues, this was still a very great opportunity to build up a reputation and expose her work to many future customers. Unfortunately, the offers vastly reduced when the Komodo War erupted. Most mech games leagues suspended their matches while the rest reduced their scope. It couldn't be helped. In the long-awaited war against their hated rivals, the Friday men couldn't afford to indulge in too much entertainment. What a shame! Ves developed a slight yearning to participate in group competitions. What would it be like to introduce mechs with powerful glows to the mech arenas? The crowd would definitely go wild when they experienced the glows in person. He became more and more interested in this idea. It was a very good idea for him to gain a reputation in a new and unfamiliar market. Sadly, the Komodo War ruled out any attempts to gain exposure through this method. If not for this massive conflict, Ves would gain the confidence to elevate a smaller team to prominence. Oh well, he shrugged. Maybe I can find some opportunities elsewhere. After a bit of thinking, he found that Gloriana and him were very well suited to design a suite of mechs tailored to a competitive team. This idea has a lot of promise. I should get back to it when I have the chance. For now, he needed to resume his inspection of Aisling's personal files. Chapter 1746 Mysterious Eye. For the first time since the outbreak of the Sand War, hope began to spread. It originated from a surprising source. Across numerous battlefields in the Protectorate, the Cronin defense fleets deployed as usual. The Sandman race continued its mindless assaults on human territories long after the Sandman Emperor perished. They showed no signs of stopping. Many analysts already became resigned to the fact that the Sandmen would continue to engage in their suicidal attacks until not a single living grain of sand was left. The only variable was how many humans they killed while their race collided against the might of human civilization. Without the assistance of the Big Two or the two dominant second-rate states, the Ilvanans, Briters, Vesians, Rhianaldans, and many other people had to depend on themselves to save their lives. After many months of fighting and countless human deaths, salvation finally graced the fatigued combatants. It came in the form that no one expected, even the Ilvanans themselves. The Deliverers, especially in the hands of the Eye of Ilvain, turned battles around whenever they were deployed. Each time these mechs made an appearance on the battlefield, their distinctive profiles with their huge Gauss rifles lifted every Cronin mech pilot's morale as much as the glows of the holy soldiers.
Ilvain is with us. The Eye of Judgment will punish the wicked.
Despite the many mysteries surrounding the mechanisms of the Deliverer model, the Ilvanans weren't inclined to remain skeptical. Experiencing the fantastic glows of the Deliverers was enough to make any Ilvanan into a rapturous believer in the mechs. Each time these mechs engaged the Sandmen, every other mech pilot and starfighter pilot tried to see how bright their luminescent third eyes shined into space. The brighter the shine, the greater the mech pilot's devotion to the Ilvanan faith. The brighter the shine, the more responsive the Deliverer's blessings acted on the mech pilot's aim. Of all the mech pilots, the Hunters of Ilvain often achieved the best results. Their intense devotion, which was constantly being reinforced by their exposure to the Deliverer's sacred glows, turned them into vessels of the great Prophet's will. Prophet Ilvain had not forsaken his flock. He lived, and lent his assistance to the descendants of his original believers. Tears welled in the eyes of both the Hunters of Ilvain and the Cronin mech pilots that were willing to sacrifice their lives to shield these precious mechs. Their faith had been rewarded. The legacy they preserved was real. In one major star system, several mech regiments resisted a large Sandman fleet that consisted of up to 20 Sandman admirals. Millions of drones buzzed around three humongous monoliths. The monoliths each fired heavy laser beams at distant starships, pressuring the Ilvanans into concluding the battle quickly. Without their motherships, the mechs had nowhere else to go. The Ilvanans couldn't afford to lose their ships, especially when the losses far outpaced their replenishment rate. However, the starfighter screen that protected the vital holy soldiers and other vulnerable mechs were dropping like flies. Just like the Briters, the Ilvanans introduced a second generation of starfighter models that featured much more substantial armor. Yet against the collective might of more than 1 million drones, these starfighters became flooded with light lasers. The Eye of Ilvain did not sit still for long. 3 of the Deliverer mechs deployed right at once. They split up in order to encompass 3 sections of the approaching Sandman fleet, determined to strip it down as fast as possible.
The Hunters of Ilvain are here! Keep fighting! Don't let the Sandmen threaten the Deliverer mechs!
As soon as the Deliverer mechs arrived in position, they prepared their Gauss rifles but held their fire. The Hunters of Ilvain had to bide their time. No matter how many starfighters fell, no matter how desperately their pilots screamed for help, the Hunters of Ilvain needed to commune with the Great Prophet in order to receive his blessing. All 3 Hunters of Ilvain closed their eyes and immersed themselves in their mechs. Through trial and error, the Hunters of Ilvain formed a ritual of some sorts that hastened the onset of the blessing. The more they immersed in the mech, the greater the blessing. The more they prayed to Prophet Ilvain, the faster he responded their earnest pleas.
O Prophet, please bless us with your sight and save the lives of your devoted followers. I pledge my life to you. I beg you, expose the wicked Sandman admirals and help us exact judgment for their crimes.
Whenever they arrived on the battlefield, each Hunter of Ilvain prayed in their mechs as if they were kneeling before an altar. Though this exposed the Mechs to enemy fire, their distance from the Sandman fleet made it extremely unlikely that they would get fired upon. Even if the Sandman did attempt to destroy the distant targets, the attending Mechs would never allow the deliverers to be profaned. A squad of space knights escorted each deliverer and surrounded it from each cardinal direction. No enemy was allowed to interrupt this sacred ritual. With the cover of these valiant space knights, the third eyes of all three deliverer Mechs shone brighter and brighter. Though they had already shone as soon as they came online, the moment the hunters of Ilvain finished their prayers, the glows of their deliverers connected to their minds at a degree that could scarcely be measured. In fact, many mech designers tried to figure out which variable caused the third eyes increased or decreased their luminosity. No one managed to find an answer as of yet. The input that controlled the intensity of their shining crystal orbs seemed to be connected to nothing. This application went beyond established science. Only a deep understanding of Ves Larkinson's design philosophy would allow other mech designers to replicate this mysterious feat. Many have tried, but none have succeeded. The copycats who faked the shining third eyes were easily exposed as counterfeits. This was because these Mechs were devoid of glows or only contained traces of one. The third eyes glowed according to concrete inputs such as pilot immersion or the quality of the man-machine connection, which was not exactly what an authentic deliverer conveyed. What the brightness of the third eyes actually represented was the alignment between the mech pilot and the mech. Only by resonating with the design spirit of the deliverer would the mech pilot be able to make the third eye shine a light in the dark. Right now, the three deliverer Mechs shone like torches in the night, repelling the darkness that threatened to engulf the vulnerable Ilvainans. Death! All three deliverer Mechs fired in unison in very specific directions. Each hunter of Ilvain observed the outcome of their shots with unnatural intensity. As soon as the hyper-accelerated projectiles slammed against three random Sandman drones, every mech pilot and starfighter pilot briefly paused. Just seconds later, a third of the humongous Sandman swarm suddenly lost coordination. Hundreds of thousands of deadly Sandman drones seemed to lost their signals and began to drift apart, having received no instructions to turn around and keep up with the swarm. A collective roar erupted from the throats of the Rapture's Cronin mech pilots and Ilvainan starfighter pilots. Ilvain is with us! The miracle wasn't over yet. Shortly after their Gauss rifles chambered another round, they barked out yet again. 3 more random Sandman drones shattered apart after suffering devastating kinetic impacts. Hundreds of thousands of surrounding Sandman drones all lost cohesion. They no longer fired their lasers and simply drifted off, as if their souls had left their bodies. Ilvain! 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 The deliverers unleashed a couple more volleys, hitting a Sandman admiral almost every time. Though one of the deliverers happened to miss his target due to extreme distance, the hunter of Ilvain quickly made up for it by succeeding upon his second try. The swarm had ceased to become a threat. By slaying less than a dozen specific Sandman drones, the 3 deliverers achieved a result that required at least several mech regiments to succeed. Just 3 long-range Mechs managed to defeat a Sandman swarm encompassing millions of drones, each of which were capable of outputting lasers that could overwhelm an entire defensive fleet and scour entire planets of life. If that wasn't a miracle, then what even qualified as a miracle? The foreign observers monitoring this miraculously lopsided result all witnessed this miracle in the flesh. They had turned numb at seeing miracle after miracle taking place before their eyes. Most of the foreign observers were secularists who came from supposedly enlightened states. To see the ignorant and superstitious Ilvainans succeed where everyone else had failed put a very sour taste in their mouths. Had human science failed them? Why couldn't the Brighters and Besians, both of which experienced numerous wars, develop a solution as effective as the Deliverers? Why had Ves Larkinson, a Brighter and a member of a prominent military family, developed the Deliverers for the Ilvanans instead of his own people? Too many inexplicable questions surrounded the Deliverers. Many foreigners desperately wanted to unlock the secrets of their design, but none managed to make any breakthroughs. The only person who could offer a satisfactory explanation happened to be the victim of a strange conspiracy. A lot of criticism had been directed at the Bright Republic, the Cavendish family, the Ramsay family, and even the Friday Coalition. If not for this extremely ill-timed plot, the other states might have been able to persuade the Bright martyr in sharing some of his secrets. Even if Ves Larkinson stayed mum, then at least they could have persuaded him to design their own variants of the Deliverer. As it was, the Ilvain Protectorate's willingness to lend the Eye of Ilvain to the other states offered them an alternate solution. With such powerful mechs defending their vulnerable star systems, the foreign states would certainly be able to lessen the pressure. Without the swarms, the mechs and starfighters perished much less quickly. This was because the monoliths that remained behind were more suited to attack larger targets than small craft. Without the protection of the swarm, these monoliths inevitably turned into punching bags destined to die by 1,000 cuts. Negotiations, which initially proceeded slowly, gained rapid momentum as the demand for the Hunters of Ilvain increased. The Ilvain Protectorate made a large number of deals with foreign states. Alongside alliances, trade deals, generous payments, and the right to proselytize their faith in the foreign states, the Ilvanans rapidly gained influence in the local region. As long as the Protectorate lived up to its end of the deal, its post-war circumstances would definitely herald a golden age for the Ilvanan people. As the Ilvain Protectorate finally signed an agreement with the Bright Republic, the first Deliverers soon arrived at Bentheim. Hard-pressed by the Sandmen, the port system became a graveyard of many starfighter pilots and mech pilots. The great industrial machine of Bentheim could no longer keep up with the attrition suffered by the Mech Corps and Starfighter Corps. Even the irregular forces started to bleed valuable mechs and mech pilots. Outfits such as Ricklin's Rollers and the Blood Claws became less and less hopeful about their ability to defend Bentheim. Only a rare number of notable Brighters lifted up the flag. "Don't give up!" Vincent Ricklin shouted as his scorched and worn-out Adonis Colossus withstood numerous laser attacks as his mech boldly flew to the front. "Bentheim must never fall! Our brothers and sisters are counting on us! For Bentheim! For Bentheim!" After living through scores of battles, Vincent Ricklin was no longer the bumbling fool of before. While his earlier performances were more comedic than heroic, the sheer defensive prowess of his Adonis Colossus always made sure he lived to fight another day. Though his Sandbreaker rifle often missed and his missile salvos never achieved any critical results, his familiar presence always dispelled some of the darkness threatening to collapse everyone's morale. Yet sheer charisma alone was not enough to reserve the losses suffered by the defenders of Bentheim. Under these circumstances, 3 Cronin mech pilots and their deliverers finally transferred from Cloudy Curtain to Bentheim. Chapter 1747 Light of the Prophy. Lieutenant Dominic Cronin and his 2 subordinates received a kingly reception upon their arrival to the war-stricken star system. They came not as individuals, but representatives of their people and state. They wore their best dress uniforms as they attended a grand banquet in the presence of ministers, generals, and other dignified officials. As mere soldiers, they should have received the least attention out of the people present, but the circumstances were anything but unusual. The Cronin mech pilots had already joined the Hunters of Ilvain by virtue of their skill and record. Not only that, But Dominic, Edward, and Jezel all became one of the foremost representatives of the Eye of Ylvain. Not only did they test pilot the prototypes of the deliverers, they also piloted the only 3 gold-labeled deliverers in existence. Technically, the precious mech still belonged to the LMC. However, Raymond Billingsley Larkinson graciously lent the mechs to the Eye of Ylvain as long as they were used to defend the Bright Republic. With these great mechs about to show their magic, every brighter in the Bentheim system anticipated a miracle. Some of them even began to show some desire to convert to the Ylvainian faith. In their darkest moments, all of the enlightened ideals of the Bright Republic failed to give them solace. Only the light of the Ylvainian faith gave them warmth. The second-class mercenary corps that recently lent their assistance at Bentheim failed to stir the people's hearts. Not only did the Friday men mercenaries look down on the Brighters, they could only cover one direction at most. Their role was extremely marginal in relation to the overall war theater. Even though they always smashed every Sandman fleet that they met, the powerful mercenaries refused to split up and dilute their battle strength. All of the goodwill that the Brighters held towards the Friday men mercenaries quickly evaporated. Though they still appreciated the help, their arrogant and dismissive attitudes did not win any hearts. The 3 Cronins became the focus of many expectations. To their credit, the 3 veteran Cronins endured the attention with stoic professionalism. They parroted the formal pleasantries that had been drilled in their heads and constantly smiled politely in public. No matter how much they resented the Brighters for harming the Bright Martyr, they had to follow the arrangements of their superiors. At this time, the Ylvain Protectorate wanted to develop friendly relations with the Bright Republic. "The Brighters really don't deserve to be saved," Jezebel Cronin whispered as they sat down at the seats of honor. "If I had my way, I would have stepped aside until they finally cough up the Bright Martyr." "It's useless," Lieutenant Dominic admonished her. "Mr. Larkinson is long gone from the Bright Republic according to our sources. As much as we want to save him, we have an obligation to our people. The Protectorate needs us to play our roles." Edward Klesser put his hand on Jezebel's shoulder. "The Great Prophet is watching over all of his believers. The Bright Martyr is no exception. Believe in Mr. Larkinson. He shall return. I am sure of it. His journey has not come to an end." The Cronins had little choice but to cling to faith. As the dishes started arriving, several officials awkwardly approached the hunters of Ylvain, but failed to engage them in conversation. They had too little in common. Though the Cronin mech pilots were decent in speaking prepared remarks, they possessed no diplomatic training to speak of. Their expressions of faith completely fell flat, and their lingering animosity towards the Bright Republic made any attempts to forge a friendship a fruitless endeavor. Fortunately, at least some higher-ups anticipated such an outcome. Ordinarily, soldiers understood other soldiers the best. However, any officers of the Mech Corps received cold shoulders from the stoic hunters of Ylvain. None of the 3 could forget how venerable Ganso Larkinson shot down over 100 mechs while taking refuge behind his position in the Mech Corps. Even though Ganso was only one mech pilot among many, the entire service had been tarnished in the eyes of the Cronin dynasty. As far as they were concerned, the entire Mech Corps carried the sin of betraying the Bright Martyr. It was already a miracle in itself that Jezebel Cronin resisted the urge to punch the mech captain who tried to engage her in conversation. "Calm down, Sergeant," Dominic softly rebuked her. "You are visibly losing control. Don't disgrace our dynasty." "I'm sorry, sir." The hosts eventually changed gears, seeing that all of their previous entreaties failed. It became clear that these Cronins harbored an intense grudge towards the Mech Corps. This was bad news, as the Bright Republic depended heavily on the willingness and sincerity of these 3 Cronin mech pilots to relieve the pressure at Bentheim. This was why, instead of sending more officials, the host instead dispatched someone that was bound to evoke more sympathy.
Hello?
The three Cronins looked up from their discussion and encountered a captain of the Bentheim Planetary Guard.
You are?
Jezebel frowned.
Captain Melinda Larkinson of the local Planetary Guard. I'm pleased to meet you.
A Larkinson? The Cronins instantly dropped their disdain. Out of all of the Briters they met, only the Larkinsons impressed them. The valor and dedication shown by many Larkinsons when they attempted to stand in the way of Ganso made an unforgettable impression in their minds. If not for the severe diplomatic consequences for attacking a foreign expert pilot, the three Cronins wouldn't have stood aside that day. Even if there was no chance that 3 standard mechs could beat the glittering comet, the Cronins still wanted to put their faith to the test. The fact that their superiors forbid them for involving themselves in this event haunted them to this day. For this reason, the 3 Cronins regarded Melinda with much more fondness than any other Briter. Of course, they weren't exactly sure whether Melinda stood on the side of Ganso or V's side of the family.
What is your relation to the bright martyr? I'm his elder cousin and friend. I frequently spent time with him in the past, and I continued to stay in touch with him as he began his mech design career. I see. You're a friend of ours if you're a friend of the bright martyr.
Lieutenant Dominic nodded to her in approval.
Come take a seat.
Melinda sat down and carefully engaged in conversation with the Ilvanins.
Just for full disclosure, it wasn't my idea to attend this reception and approach you in this way. I would have wanted to meet you in more informal circumstances, but duty demands otherwise. You Larkinsons are so dedicated to your duties,
Jezebel sneered.
Aren't you Cronins the same? I believe VS had a word to say about your rigid dedication to your mission. What I often find lacking from VS is that he's too obsessed with his work and career to remember what our lives are really all about. Our work shouldn't define our lives. Our friends and family define our lives.
All 3 Cronins looked at her with incomprehension.
Well said, but our mission must always come first. Our protectorate wouldn't have lasted so long against the Sandmen if not for our valiant dedication. We are the protectors of the flock. It is our duty to fight for our people.
Melinda smiled ruefully at them.
You don't seem to understand my point. We do, Dominic replied. We just choose to give up the many pleasures and delights that life can bring. Every Cronin born in the dynasty or adopted into it is willing to sacrifice everything for the betterment of our people. This is what our faith compels us. Don't think we are giving up everything for nothing. We will definitely be rewarded in the afterlife.
All 3 Cronins shared looks of conviction with each other. No matter how devout they were in their faith, every member of the Cronin dynasty had been instilled with the values of their lineage. The Cronin dynasty sacrificed an enormous amount of members in escorting the fugitive believers to the edge of human space. Through the selfless sacrifice of their predecessors, the Ilvanin faith finally managed to take root in the territories that encompassed their current state. Their zealotry and unflinching devotion threw Melinda off balance. She had the sense she was talking to a member of the conservative faction of the Larkinson family.
That sounds nice, she eventually remarked. In any case, you'll soon be deployed to different fleets in order to assist them in resisting the tide of Sandmen. Are you willing to lend a hand to our people? We are professionals, Dominic declared. We follow the instructions of our superiors. As long as Sylvain wills it, we shall defend you Briters as if you are part of our flock. What if there is a conflict between the two? What if your superiors and Sylvain disagrees?
Jezebel grinned.
The great prophet's will is absolute. As our greatest leader and founder of our faith, his orders take precedence. He's dead, though,
Melinda blurted out. How can you possibly take orders from someone in the grave? The great prophet isn't dead, Edward responded. He's alive. We know because his heart beats with ours each time. If you are a devout Ovanian believer, you will know this as well once you step in the cockpit of a holy soldier or deliverer mech. Aren't you one of the Bright Martyr's friends? You must have piloted one of his mechs then. I participated in the battle for Bentheim from the beginning by piloting a desolate soldier into battle. Then you must surely know that your mech is alive. Every mech made by the Bright Martyr is alive. The Living Mech Corporation isn't called this way for nothing, Melinda agreed. I've always felt that there is more to the glows of the desolate soldiers. I imagine it's the same for your Ovanian mechs. However, I find it hard to accept that this is the same as your prophet coming back from the dead to help your people tide over this crisis. This is what we believe. Jezebel spoke with conviction. The Bright Martyr is the true blessed of our great prophet. Your cousin's unique talent with mechs is the vehicle in which Prophet Ilvain has bestowed his light onto us once again. We are eminently grateful to Mr. Larkinson for saving us and reigniting our people's faith. Melinda couldn't help but remain skeptical. If this prophet of theirs was so great, then why did he need to communicate with his followers through the medium of a mech? Why couldn't the prophet pass on his revelations to his followers directly? Weren't gods supposed to be able to bless their believers directly? However, it wouldn't be very polite nor diplomatic to express her brighter skepticism. She still remembered her mission. She needed to forge a friendly relationship with these weird and zealous Cronins. Dominic asked his own question to Melinda. It is no secret that many Larkinsons have applied to move to our sacred state. The LMC, Avatars, and other organizations that belong to the Bright Martyr have all lost faith in the Bright Republic. With their departure, some of the members of your esteemed family are following suit. Will you be accompanying your enlightened relatives as well? Melinda shook her head. I'm not part of this silly fight between Ves and Ganso. I am committed to my duty, but not in the boneheaded way of my aggressive cousin. I plan to continue my service to the Planetary Guard. Bentheim and the Bright Republic still needs us Larkinsons. Ah. Your stance is the same as that of your honorable uncle. Uncle Ark is a true Larkinson as far as I'm concerned. He's the only expert pilot in the family who isn't trying to tear us apart. Melinda sighed. While it is disappointing that Colonel Ark Larkinson is still committed to his corrupt mech corps, we respect his loyalty and dedication. Melinda only grimaced further when she heard that. No matter how hard her uncle tried to play peacekeeper, even he couldn't stave off the inevitable outcome. Just thinking about the inevitable split-up of the family depressed her to no end. She never imagined that the Larkinson family would ever break into two due to ideological differences. Chapter 1748 3 Bentheimers. Not a lot of Larkinsons wished to divest themselves from the Bright Republic. Despite all of the recent drama, many Larkinsons still valued their commitment to the Mech Corps and the state they vowed to protect. More importantly, almost every Larkinson couldn't bear to part with the friends and family who lived in the Bright Republic. It simply wasn't possible to move their entire social circle to an entirely different state. What complicated the matter even further was that the Ilvain Protectorate held very little appeal to the Larkinsons. The Ilvain Protectorate pretty much mandated belief in their state religion. How could the Larkinsons, who all grew up in the brighter tradition, put down all of their skepticism and engage in superstition? It was impossible. While the Ilvanian faith was fairly mild, some of its tenets were very controversial, particularly the one that stated that humans and aliens were all brothers and sisters. Nonetheless, some Larkinsons, especially the younger ones who weren't tied down by their spouses and children, decided to take the plunge. They believed that a bright new adventure awaited them if they followed Ves Larkinson in quest to make the Larkinsons greater than ever before. Those who were still obliged to serve the remainder of their tours of service were still stuck in the Bright Republic. However, as soon as they got free, they would definitely leave and join wherever Ves wanted to go. Some Larkinsons had already become convinced that Ves would find some way to bring them all to the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy. Once they arrived at an entirely new galaxy, their future prospects were bound to be bright. Of course, only the earliest enthusiasts and loyalists of Ves had already made the plunge. Many others who were tempted still remained undecided. After all, the leader they put all of their hopes in had gone missing. How could the Larkinsons ever dream of surpassing their current height when the main person responsible for carrying them upwards was nowhere to be found? Riella Larkinson crossed her arms as she oversaw a crew of mech technicians servicing the prideful soldiers and other mechs of the Blood Claws. She made for a slightly unusual sight. Not only was she wearing a cast, but much of her body and face was covered by a special medical fabric. A woman wearing overalls and a poofy beret soon approached her side.
"How goes the repair?"
"Not very good," Kitties responded and wiped some metal dust from her firm hands.
"I've taken a good look of your prideful soldier, what is left of it anyway. How did you even survive a direct series of hits on your mech?" "It takes more than a random barrage of lasers to take down a Larkinson," she grinned.
"Aren't you supposed to be exiled from your family?"
"That's just to shut the old coots up. Their nagging drove me crazy. Even if my name is not in the family rolls anymore, my blood still flows true. Maybe you have an opportunity to go back. I've heard the Larkinsons are splitting up. I'm sure that Ves will welcome you to his half of your family."
Riella looked uncertain, which was highly uncharacteristic of the ferocious blood captain.
"I've already built a new life here. I left the Larkinsons in order to accomplish something by myself. So far, I've succeeded."
As Keddies had been working alongside Riella for some time, she knew that the rebellious Larkinson truly valued her independence. However, working all alone meant that she had no one to lean on when she needed some help. Even the sword maidens depended on their fellow sisters. No one can survive on their own.
"You just brushed past death a few days ago."
Keddies gestured to Riella's limp arm.
"When we pulled you out of the ejected cockpit, your left side was marred with third-degree burns. If your cockpit had been hit again, nothing but ashes would have been left of your body. Well, I got better. These kinds of flesh wounds are trivial. I'll be ready to thrash the Sandman as soon as I become accustomed to my regenerated tissue."
Her Larkinson identity came in very handy this time. The Blood Claws did not hesitate to offer her the best treatment they could provide.
"Sometimes you behave just like the Ves I know. The two of you aren't as different as you think,"
Keddies pointed out.
"Ah, shut up!"
Riella weakly punched the mech designer's arm.
"I hate being compared with my cousins." "I don't mean to make you feel bad. I just think that this lone wolf routine of yours is not going to last you forever. I'm perfectly fine on my own."
Both women held this argument many times. For now, Riella was determined to continue on her own. She didn't need Ves to achieve greatness. Elsewhere in Bentheim, Vincent patted the leg of his battered Adonis Colossus with satisfaction.
"Keep on fighting, old soldier. Your popularity has reached a new record, Vince,"
his PR manager said ecstatically.
"Over 10 million people viewed your stream, and many of them have donated to your fund."
Vincent scoffed.
"That's not good enough. That figure isn't concurrent. I have no use of people who drop by my stream for a couple of seconds before switching to another one. And bright credits are pretty much worthless these days. It's already worth half as much as a month ago."
Every member of his crew looked rather helpless at that. Hyperinflation evaporated most of their savings. At these dire times, only their mechs and ships retained their value.
This is just the start, Vincent. With the Mech Corps refusing to live stream their soldiers, the rest of the competition is manageable. As long as you continue to show up in battle, you'll definitely reach the top.
His way with people and his unusual mech turned him into a popular figure. Though his battle performance still hadn't reached an impressive level, his increasingly more proficient showmanship was enough to make a memorable impression. Vincent would have never been able to succeed so well if not for his Adonis Colossus. Not only did the mech inject him with a massive boost of confidence, its codpiece and masculine appearance also attracted the attention of a lot of ladies.
The good times won't last. The Ilvanans showed up, and they brought their latest superwomans. Only 3 have arrived so far. It still takes time for more hunters of Ilvain to arrive. It doesn't matter. Those deliverer mechs will steal all of my thunder soon enough. You sound awfully confident.
Vincent chuckled.
I know VS. His mechs never failed to live up to their promises. The deliverer is exactly what it says on the tin. It's going to save us all. So as far as I'm concerned, the good times are about to end.
The PR manager looked stunned.
We'll have to adjust our plan if that's the case. I don't think we can meet our targets if we can't showcase you in battle. I'll just find something else to excel in.
Vincent smiled and looked up at his mech.
It's too bad my Adonis Colossus is a space-borne mech. If it was a land-bound machine, then I could have brought it to the dueling circuit.
Throughout his participation in the war, Vincent experienced many battles. Taking part in these encounters and witnessing the deaths of many soldiers forced him to polish his skills. This gave him the confidence to succeed in duels. However, that was not enough to sustain his popularity. There were many idols in the dueling circuit, so a newcomer like Vincent wouldn't be able to gain any traction at first. He needed to do something bigger to attract attention. A few ideas ran through his mind.
What do you think about taking part in the Komodo War? Are you crazy, Vince? Your fancy mechs will get crushed by a single hit. The level of destruction of that far exceeds what any of us can handle. I thought it would be interesting to teach the Hexers what a true man is like.
Vincent idly grinned.
Whose side would you even want to fight for? The Friday Coalition? Of course not. Those bastards kidnapped the designer of my mech. Where will I ever get my Adonis Colossus Mark II if my buddy VS is gone?
The PR manager couldn't believe it.
Are you actually thinking about fighting for the Hexers? Why not?
Vincent grinned, showing off his gleaming white teeth.
Those repressed women can't get any satisfaction from their emasculated boys. I'm sure I can change their minds about men once I show how great I am. Whether it's on or off the battlefield, those sizzling hot chicks will fall before my knees.
Lunatic. The Hexers would rather kick his codpiece than submit to a man. While Vincent indulged himself in unrealistic ideas, elsewhere in the star system a certain woman met with a certain spy. Leland Toll slowly placed a data pad on the desk. The woman took it up and read through the contract.
I don't recall saying anything about divesting my stake in the LMC. I earned those shares fair and square when I placed a bet on VS. Ordinarily, you're right, Mrs. Bollinger. However, the founder and principal shareholder of the LMC is very discontent with you. In the interests of maintaining friendly relations, we have decided it is best for you to relinquish your shares to Sibilant Asset Management. Please don't be concerned. Before you ask, we are more than willing to pay what they are worth in the form of exotics instead of bright credits.
Marcella's fist slammed against her desk.
Do you think I'm stupid, you little spook? All the exotics in Bentheim can't compensate for the loss of a 5% stake in the LMC. It was your idea to approach Ves and convey Senator Tovar's suggestions to him. I was just a mouthpiece. How can he possibly blame me for following the instructions of a founding family? Regardless of what you think, after today, your 5% will no longer be in your hands. Is that a threat? It's a statement of truth. Leland confidently smiled. Even if we don't step in, your future as a minority shareholder of the LMC has already become a relic of the past. Right now, we need to do as much as possible to repair our relations with Mr. Larkinson. As the devil tongue, he is never kind to his enemies. Though Leland didn't adopt a threatening posture, the pressure he exuded was substantial. Though Marcella wasn't exactly sure which spy agency Leland worked for, she was definitely sharp enough to know that she wouldn't be able to resist a branch of the government. As a consummate Bentheim insider, Marcella knew more than most locals. She took the data pad and reread the contract several times. Despite the lengthy passage of time, Leland waited leisurely for the businesswoman to come to terms with reality. Eventually, she let out a deep breath. What will you do with my shares? We'll simply hold it unless the situation changes. Do you really think Ves will accept the government maintaining 26% ownership in his company? That's 1% more than the shares owned by the Larkinson estate. You don't have to be concerned about that. We will make our own arrangements with Mr. Larkinson. We merely expect you to sign the contract. Though Marcella wanted to resist, she simply couldn't summon up any resistance. Even if she refused today, the government would find some other way to get what they want. This was something she clearly understood as a mech broker in the busiest star system of the Bright Republic. The moment she signed the contract and added her virtual authorizations to it, Leland happily took back the data pad. We'll take care of the paperwork. We will transfer your payment by the end of the day. As Leland bid the woman goodbye, Marcella couldn't help but leave a parting shot. Ves won't let you go. He might not trust me anymore, but he probably hates your guts. There is no way he ever holds any affection for our state anymore. The intelligence operative did not bother responding to her words. He completed his mission. That was all that mattered. Chapter 1749 Painful Choice. After Ves finished searching Ashling's quarters for goods and information, he made a modest haul. Though Ashling brought along a lot of personal effects, he had no use for most of them. The only gains worth his notice was the unidentified vial he suspected to be a gene boost elixir, and the information she left behind on her terminal. Aside from being able to glean many insights and insider knowledge from Ashling's correspondence, Ves also gained other useful data from her terminal. First was her detailed logs, design schematics, and technical documents of her own designs. As long as Ves studied them in detail, he would definitely advance his proficiency in second-class mechs, particularly those designed to work in close coordination. Second was her library of exclusive knowledge. Ves not only encountered the virtual versions of the textbooks that Lady Curver printed out, but also found many other Clarion University textbooks that covered other fields and more advanced subjects. While most of their contents already overlapped with his prodigious knowledge, they were all specifically tailored for second-class mech designs. This made them very worthwhile to skim through. As far as Ves was concerned, all of this knowledge that was exclusive to Clarion University students and graduates was his most worthwhile gain. He believed that even without receiving lessons and tutoring from others, he would still be able to become a qualified second-class mech designer after half a year of focused study. Ashling is pretty sloppy for leaving all of these textbooks behind. If the Scarlet Rose's internal network connected to the galactic net, then her terminal would probably receive an instruction that would wipe its databanks. Fortunately, Ves already isolated the ship's quantum communication node,
preventing anything but an isolated control module to connect to the rest of the galaxy. After verifying that the files did not contain any hidden viruses or other nasty surprises, he transferred them over to his system calm.
All of this is mine now.
Though Ves was disappointed that he didn't find anything of immediate use such as a high-quality suit of armor, beggars couldn't be choosers. At least Aisling wasn't as cautious and reserved as Patricia. He still blamed his old classmate for being too prudent for her own good. The least she could bring was a spare shield generator or something. Though Ves managed to take over the Scarlet Rose and everything the former crew and passengers had left behind, none of them enhanced his ability to return to safety. This was a distressing outcome, especially when he had to evade capture for at least a month. He took some time to consider his chances and found that there were too many things that could go wrong. The likelihood of the Friday Coalition or one of their helpers catching up to his fleeing ship was very substantial. If Ves wanted to overcome this crisis, then he needed to increase his immediate combat and evasion capabilities. If I want to increase my chances of success, I'll have to increase my capabilities in another fashion. He directed his attention to something he long neglected, the Mech Designer System. When he activated the system, he first reviewed the DP he recently earned. Design Evaluation, Deliverer DLA-01. Model Name, Deliverer DLA-01. Original Manufacturer, Ves Larkinson, Gloriana Woden. Weight Classification Medium. Recommended Role, Marksman Mech. Armor E. Carrying Capacity, D. Aesthetics B. Endurance C. Energy Efficiency D. Flexibility E. Firepower A. Integrity B. Mobility D+. Spotting B. X Factor A. Cost Efficiency C+. Project Involvement 86%. Original Component Composition 14%. Overall Evaluation: the Deliverer is a marksman mech that only excels at offense. Its powerful Executor Gauss rifle model grants the Deliverer extended range when dealing physical damage. The Deliverer's shortcomings in defense and mobility makes it highly dependent on other mechs for protection. The Deliverer is able to achieve unprecedented performance when certain mech pilots are able to excite its guided aim and prescient movement abilities. You have received 50,000 design points for completing an original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 50,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X factor. Design Evaluation: Adonis Colossus ACA-01. Model Name: Deliverer ACA-01. Original Manufacturer: Ves Larkinson, Gloriana Woden. Weight Classification: Medium Heavy. Recommended Role: Custom Space-Borne Hybrid Mech. Armor A. Carrying Capacity C. Aesthetics A+. Endurance C. Energy Efficiency C+. Flexibility E. Firepower B. Integrity B. Mobility C. Spotting C. X Factor A. Cost Efficiency D. Project Involvement 56%. Original Component Composition 21%. Overall Evaluation: the Adonis Colossus is a custom space-borne hybrid mech designed for Vincent Ricklin. The mech is notable for featuring a prominent masculine appearance and a stylish codpiece. The Adonis Colossus is able to output substantial ranged firepower with its Sandbreaker rifle, shoulder-mounted missile launchers, and nail drivers. Though it is also issued with a backup sword, the mech is not optimized for melee combat. You have received 50,000 design points for completing an adequate original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 50,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X factor. Design Evaluation, Holy Soldier DSH-01. You have received 10,000 design points for completing an adequate variant of an existing design. Design Evaluation, Resentful Soldier DSR-01. You have received 10,000 design points for completing an adequate variant of an existing design. Design Evaluation, Prideful Soldier DSP-01. You have received 10,000 design points for completing an adequate variant of an existing design. Ever since the system renewed the rules for earning design points, designing mechs was the only way for him to earn DP. The sales potential of a mech no longer affected his DP outcome. Only the quality and usefulness of a mech design determined how much DP he earned. The advantage of this new remuneration scheme was that he would be able to get all of the DP up front. The downside was that he couldn't milk any more DP out of the system once he finished a design. What distressed VS the most was that the system heavily reduced the rewards for designing a variant. While VS could easily earn 100,000 DP for designing an adequate original mech design, he could only scrape 10,000 DP for a variant of the same quality. Clearly, the system did not wish for him to waste too much time with designing different versions of his existing work. Even though it took almost as much time to design the Militant Soldier and Peaceful Soldier as their base model, VS only earned a tenth as much in the same amount of time. Earning 10,000 DP for 1 or 2 months of intensive design labor was incredibly inefficient. He'd have to waste an entire decade to accumulate 1 million DP, which was ludicrously slow compared to his previous earning rate. Status. Name: Ves Larkinson. Profession: Journeyman Mech Designer. Specializations: Spiritual Man-Machine Symbiosis. Design points: 1,333,622. Attributes: Strength 1.6, Dexterity 1.6, Endurance 2.0, Intelligence 2.2, Creativity 2.1, Concentration 2.1, Spirituality 1.8, Neural aptitude F. Skills: Assembly, Journeyman, 3D Printer Proficiency 4, Assembler Proficiency 4, Masterwork Mech Assembly I. Battle Mechatronics, Apprentice, Night Mech Mastery I, Rifleman Mech Mastery I, Space Knight Mastery I, Hero Mech Mastery I, Custom Mech Design 3. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Journeyman, Mech Hacking 3, Programming 3. Electrical Engineering, Journeyman, Structural Pathway Configuration 4, Energy Storage 4, Conductors 3, Ultra Compact Energy Storage I, Power Reactors I. Materials Science, Journeyman, Crystallography 3, Crystal Laser Propagation 2, Lithic Materials I. Mathematics, Journeyman, Simulations 4. Mechanics Senior, Jury Rigging 4, Speed Tuning 4, Mechanical Fault Detection I, Fine Motion Control I. Metallurgy Senior, Alloy Compression 3, Fixed Armor Specialization 3, Flexible Armor Specialization I, Smart Metal 4, ASMAS 3, Internal Structure Specialization I. Metaphysics, Apprentice, X Factor 4, Spiritual Senses 2, Spiritual Exploration I, Spiritual Manipulation 2, Spiritual Engineering 2. Interfacing, Novice, Neural Interface Optimization I. Physics, Senior, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 3, Gamma Laser Weapons I, Lightweight Armor Optimization 2, Medium Weight Armor Optimization 4, Melee Weapon Optimization 4, Polarizing Shielding 2, Rapid Fire Laser Weapon Operation 2, Optics 3, Ballistic Weapon Optimization 4. Propulsion, Journeyman, Flight Systems 4. Salvaging, Apprentice, Field Repairs 3. Signals and Communications, Journeyman, Anti-Stealth Detection 2. Stealth and Cloaking, Novice. Abilities. Super Publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Inventorize, unavailable. Evaluation, a qualified journeyman mech designer whose products gain prominence for their unique and distinctive glows. His prior self-study paid off as his status added several new sub-skills to the list. He particularly took note of Neural Interface Optimization I, which signified his ability to tweak neural interfaces to achieve greater performance. Of course, this wasn't anything impressive compared to neural interface specialists such as Aisling Curver. Ves could only turn a few knobs at most, while the Clarion graduate could pretty much design a neural interface from scratch. Ves was a little bit undecided whether he should expand his expertise in this field. With the help of all of the textbooks that he gained from Aisling's terminal, Ves obtained enough material to do more with neural interfaces. The downside was that he hadn't actually gained any authorization from the MTA to employ this knowledge in his mech designs. The only way he could make use of his expanded capabilities was by designing another underground mech such as the Devil Tiger. It's not worth it. He shook his head. He was only interested in Aisling's research in unifying the minds of different mech pilots. What if he could use some of her methods to increase the cooperation of the mech pilots of his mechs? Whereas Aisling relied on neural interfaces to form a connection between mech pilots, Ves believed that it might be possible to form a more intangible bond through the use of a design spirit. Ves already formed some ideas on how to make this work, but this wasn't the time to delve into something so distant. I need to focus on my immediate needs. Right now, escaping mattered more than increasing his design capabilities. With over 1,300,000 DP in reserve, Ves gained a lot of choice in how he could strengthen himself. If he wanted to, he could try his luck and squander it all on lottery tickets. Considering the precariousness of his current situation, Ves did not dare to gamble with his life and freedom. Even if he won something, chances were his prize wouldn't actually be useful at this time. Ves ruled out spending his DP on skills and sub-skills. He already possessed more than enough knowledge to control the Scarlet Rose. The system didn't offer him any skills related to starships, which was another reason he dismissed this option. Perhaps the only field that was useful to him was to expand his expertise in hacking. Ever since he evolved his design philosophy in a certain direction, he no longer objected too much at becoming more proficient in hacking. However, Lucky already covered all of his hacking needs. What Lucky couldn't hack, Ves wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. That left the store. Only by purchasing and upgrading his items would he be able to increase his immediate survival capabilities. Ves dove into the shop and sought out an upgrade that he had long been eyeing. Upgrade Privacy Shield Level 2 Full Stealth. Price: 1 million DP. Duration: 30 minutes. Temporarily upgrades a Level 2 Privacy Shield to emit an overpowering field that disrupts any means of observation. It is capable of obfuscating every possible means of observation that is known to the Mech Designer System. Compared to his current full stealth augment, the Level 2 upgrade extended its charge by 20 minutes. With 30 minutes of complete and total stealth, VS could probably assassinate the entire crew of a moderately sized ship. Still, 30 minutes is not enough for 1 million DP. VS would have bought this upgrade immediately if it extended his use up to 60 minutes. With an entire hour of stealth, VS could not only empty entire ships of their crews, but also infiltrate all manner of high-security facilities. As it was, 30 minutes was barely enough for him to consider spending so much DP. The system was such a greedy profiteer that VS would have to give up other possible goodies if he purchased this upgrade. While this option significantly enhanced his personal security, it was no use at all in enhancing the Scarlet Rose's ability to evade pursuit. After a long moment of consideration, VS ultimately decided to upgrade his full stealth augment. If I have to, I'll give up the Scarlet Rose. She's just a ship. My own life is much more important. Chapter 1750 Converting Gear. The moment he spent 1 million DP to upgrade his full stealth augment, a heavy weight lifted off his shoulders. Losing so much DP meant that he wasn't plagued by choice anymore. The system's shop offered a lot of overpriced personal equipment that only truly started to become useful at 100,000 DP or more. At the 1 million DP price level, the system did offer various useful equipment. However, VS no longer had to think about purchasing any of them now that his DP reserves dwindled to around 300,000 DP. VS decided to keep the rest in reserve. Just like last time, he could redeem a number of useful medicine or some other gadget to overcome a crisis. Of course, the downside of this was that VS wouldn't be as strong as he could if he spent the DP beforehand. This was his mistake last time. If he had redeemed some better gear, he might have been able to avoid sustaining so many injuries. Well, I'm not as helpless now. He managed to salvage an intact suit of medium combat armor. While he was anything but proficient in its use, he could still move around while enjoying the protection of second-class infantry armor plating. This was enough to resist nearly every form of third-class small arms fire. As for firepower, VS not only possessed the Amastendera, but also the quaint but powerful laser pistol dropped by Ashling's female Benny. The laser pistol aroused a lot of interest from him. As soon as he finished spending his DP, he decided to get the rest of his gear in order. It's too bad I blew up the armory, he muttered with regret. He had already inspected it early and nothing useful was left. Every piece of useful gear had been destroyed by the cascade of explosions that demolished the entire compartment and turned the security compartment into a total mess. The only weapons and gadgets he managed to scavenge came from the bodies of the former crew and guards. Aside from some multiscanners, none of them were useful to his situation. He decided to rely on the compact laser pistol as his new primary armament. It packed more than enough firepower to handle most threats, and it was remarkably compact, easily allowing him to hide it underneath his clothes. While he experimented with a heavy assault rifle, VS quickly found out that they were very bulky and difficult to handle without training. This was because the rifles were designed to work in unison with combat armor. This meant that unless VS mastered the latter, he could forget about making full use of the former. Though VS wasn't really proficient in their use, he decided to mount one in his armor holster anyway. In any case, the rifle came with many interesting firing modes and other useful functions. As long as he didn't have to aim too much, the rifle could definitely unleash a lot of devastation. The heavy assault rifle incorporated 3 different damage types. Aside from lasers, the rifle was also capable of firing particle beams and kinetic rounds. The variety of damage types was the main reason why the rifle was so comically bulky. While the Scarlet Rose traveled quietly in FTL, Ves took the time to inspect and tinker with his new gear. With Lucky's help, Ves delved deep in their programming and made sure to neutralize every single backdoor and precaution against unauthorized use. Second-class gear was very powerful, and therefore very dangerous in the wrong hands. Only the compact laser pistol that belonged to Ashling's assistant gave him some difficulties. Its security precautions were on an entirely different level. Not only did it contain various hardwired security measures and identity locks, they were also interconnected with each other. As long as he tampered with one security precaution, the other security precautions would automatically trip, rendering the weapon completely useless. Fortunately, Ves was a very capable engineer. By utilizing Lucky's hacking capabilities to unravel the software precautions while using his technical abilities to resolve the hardware precautions, he could slowly convert the weapon for his own use. It's like a puzzle. I can solve it as long as I plan out my steps. The excessive security precautions did not seem characteristic of the Coalition Reserve Corps. Ashling's assistant was probably a spy or something. Though it took longer than he thought, he finally managed to defeat every security precaution. Afterwards, he re-engaged some of the identity locks, but with himself as the sole authorized user. Only after this did he feel confident in using the gear he scavenged from the Scarlet Rose. The only gadget that Ves sorely missed was a working shield generator. He did not regret leaving his 2 shield generators behind when the Mech Corps took him into custody. There was no guarantee that Gansa would pass them along to the Friday men during the handover. Oh well. As long as I take advantage of my stealth and my new combat armor, I shouldn't have to depend on a shield generator. Of course, all of these preparations only enhanced his personal safety. With regards to improving the capabilities of the ship, Ves had to make do with the Scarlet Rose's current capabilities and the supplements provided by Calabast. This isn't enough, he judged. The Scarlet Rose was just a mobile supply frigate. While she was designed to outrun or evade all kinds of threats, she wasn't expressly designed to facilitate extended escapes. As the ship was about to translate back to real space in a couple of hours, Ves became a bit more apprehensive about what he would encounter upon emergence. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin and thought, "The Coalition should definitely be aware of my last known position and my likely flight directions." Just like last time, Ves expected to encounter an outfit or 2 who had been hired to intercept the Scarlet Rose. There was a small but real chance that his ship would emerge within interception range of these hunters after exiting FTL. If this ever occurred, Ves would have very little means of resisting. I'll just have to bite the bullet when it comes to that. As the hours ticked down, the ship entered yet another lifeless star system. The weak glow of the red dwarf star illuminated a handful of rocky satellites that barely qualified as planets. The Ordent Republic, which had become quite dependent on the Friday Coalition, did not possess a large and powerful mech military. Its private sector outfits weren't anything impressive either. Just like the decadent Cayman Republic, Ordent mainly focused on developing its economy and culture. Seems like there aren't many formidable mercenary corps in Ordent, he commented from the bridge as he observed the ships skulking in the star system. The Scarlet Rose detected 7 light carriers spread out in 3 different groups across the star system. None of them happened to be within a light hour of the Scarlet Rose, which meant that Ves did not have to worry about interception. Though 1 pair of light carriers actually possessed a head start on the Scarlet Rose due to their relative motion, Ves did not worry too much. He called up an interface and performed some quick calculations. As long as the Scarlet Rose immediately started flying away, it would take far more than the time required to cycle of her FTL drive for the mercenaries to catch up with his ship. In short, unless the FTL drive or propulsion system malfunctioned, he was safe. Well, I shouldn't be too complacent. He shook his head. I can't forget about hidden threats. Just like before, he engaged the active sensors and dialed them up to full power. The Scarlet Rose would definitely be able to detect stealth mines and vehicles in advance. Once he issued the necessary commands, he sat back and observed the local situation for a time. If nothing unexpected happens, I won't face any threats. Ves found it notable that he hadn't encountered any pursuers from the Friday Coalition yet. After reading Ashling's correspondence, he wasn't surprised by their absence. Right now, the Komodo War forced the Coalition to retract most of its peripheral assets. After Operation K, the partners of the Coalition became so alarmed that its leader reflexively recalled at least half of the assets stationed abroad. Unless the Hexers invested more assets in a foreign state for some reason, the Friday men weren't inclined to waste their own assets. Reading the messages and documents stored in Ashling's archive gave Ves a sporadic understanding of the war situation, particularly in the perspective of the Gage dynasty. As the most powerful partner of the Coalition, the Gage dynasty became known for its domineering posture. It always aimed to be the best in anything and often competed against the other partners in many different competitions. Yet as soon as the Komodo War broke out, the Gage dynasty quickly abandoned this posture and instead adopted a more diplomatic and conciliatory stance. Though the other partners such as the Kansa clan and the Vermeer group knew that the Gage dynasty was only lowering its head due to the greater threat, they cooperated anyway. They had no other choice. As long as the Gage dynasty offered an abundant amount of help, the state that was famous for its internal division would shed its biggest weakness. It was pure fantasy to think that the partners of the Friday Coalition would continue to squabble amongst themselves while threatened by the Hexers. While Ves mused about the Komodo War, the Scarlet Rose quietly remained out of reach of her pursuers long enough until her FTL drive finished cycling. The moment the ship transitioned back to FTL, Ves finally relaxed. In the next week or so, the Scarlet Rose repeated this routine. Each time, the ship emerged in a star system patrolled by at least 2 or more outfits. In none of those cases did the stolen ship come anywhere close to these hostile bounty hunters. Though the mercenaries transmitted all kinds of threats and offers to the Scarlet Rose, Ves did not even bother going through them. As long as his ship left the star system, it was unlikely that any of his pursuers could keep up with his ship. The tech and quality disparity between their ships was simply too big. Even the swift, third-class corvettes were unable to match the speed of the Scarlet Rose, let alone the Barracuda. By the time the Scarlet Rose left the territory of the Ordent Republic and crossed into the space claimed by the Great Zona Republic, Ves made it through a fourth of his journey without encountering any threats. Ves did not expect the good times to last. Great Zona is very different from Ordent, he observed. While it's close to the Friday Coalition, this aggressive state has always pushed the boundaries and conquered a lot of neighboring states on flimsy excuses. If not for the rebel groups stirring up trouble in its conquered territories, Great Zona would have continued its conquest spree until it rivaled the Sentinel Kingdom in might and territorial acquisitions. As it was, Great Zona's instability provided fertile ground for many pirates, mercenaries, and other scum. Ves immediately experienced the difference between Ordent and Great Zona as his ship immediately sounded the alarm upon transitioning back to real space. He expected to encounter the same scattered presences as before. Instead, the Scarlet Rose emerged at a point in space that was very close to a formidable-looking mercenary corps. 5 light carriers, all part of the same fleet! Ves gasped.
And they're all close.
The local plot quickly updated with more information as the sensors captured more data. All 5 light carriers had instantly started to close in on the Scarlet Rose. According to the Scarlet Rose's estimates, the fleet would come into combat range within 40 minutes, which was far too soon for the Scarlet Rose to escape back into FTL. VS was in true trouble this time.